It's championship weekend in Saxony, and the stakes could not be higher. Welcome to Arena-E in Mulsen, Germany. We're just outside the city of Zwickau, the birthplace of Audi and the soul of German engineering. And this weekend, the roar of the past gives way to the fire of the future, because on this 1,315-meter monster of a circuit, the world's finest KZ, KZ2 and Academy Trophy drivers are about to do battle. This track, it's wide, it's technical, and it punishes hesitation. Overthink it and you'll find yourself on the grass. You brake too late, you'll find yourself in the barriers. And for these drivers this weekend, it is all about precision, timing, and being absolutely on point. The stakes, like we mentioned, could not be higher here at the circuit, as two drivers at the end of this racing day today will be crowned European champions in FIA Karting. The track itself, though, a fabulous venue, 14 turns in total. It spans that 1,300 meters. Turns 14 in total, 8 to the right, 6 to the left. And they span around long straights down that start-finish straight, 200 meters, then it gets 150 meters, 140 meters, then 146 meters, all the way along those straights. It's a fast circuit, it's demanding, and drivers in the premier class in the gearbox will be topping out at around about 165 kilometers an hour into that braking zone, into turn one. It's a beautiful circuit. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the box. We are ready to go racing. It is finals day, and really looking forward to this one.
Absolutely. Sunny out there.
It is very sunny.
You've still got your sunglasses on. But we're in for a hot one today. Then we've had some adverse weather conditions throughout the weekend, but for our drivers then today, it's looking like that's going to hold off. It's looking like it's going to be a hot, clean day of racing. Very much looking forward to it. And like you said, Anthony, two drivers here today will be crowned FIA European champions in the KZ classes. We start off, though, with our Academy juniors. They've still got qualifying heats left to go. 2 qualifying heats for those two drivers this morning. Those two groups this morning, the first of which will be starting very shortly at 10:55. Make sure you take screenshots of your schedule on your screens, because we've got a full day of some serious racing lined up.
Yeah, we certainly do indeed. And like we say, for the Academy Junior, they will have, like you say, those last 2 races on it. And it's been a very busy weekend for them so far. Some pretty interesting results that we've seen. Some bad results for some drivers, then bouncing back, then having the good results in the second. But yeah, it's been a real shake-up in the Academy. Really looking forward to what they can do in this last race. They've had a long break since their last races. They went out around lunchtime yesterday. Then they had all day yesterday to relax overnight, and now they're back first thing this morning for their last races. And we are kick-starting with qualifying heat A versus C. Then we're heading out onto the circuit, and that will have current championship leader Miele Machard starting it on pole position, who had, again, relatively decent day yesterday, Nicole. 3rd and a win on the board. The Frenchman certainly looking strong here in Germany.
Absolutely does. Hasn't dropped outside of the top 3 throughout this weekend so far, but he has been challenged throughout the racing. It doesn't mean that the drivers around him won't give him a tough time. He's starting alongside Bautista Panetta. Bautista, though, did have a bit of a tricky day yesterday with a DNF. But he is a driver that's got some good pace and maybe can give your driver on your screen, Mael, a little bit of a run for his money. Also within this grid then we've got Nicola Frigg. Nicola had a good day yesterday with a 4th and 5th. He's starting 3rd right behind Francis Hopeful alongside Jack Moore, who also, like Mael, didn't drop outside of the top 3 during yesterday's heats.
Yeah, indeed, a very interesting day yesterday for other drivers. Again, pushing forward. One driver who really surprised me in that one, Belgian's hopes, Edouard Goffroy. Very good start to his first race. I remember seeing him fighting right up the sharp end. He got up into, I think, P2, I think in his second race, actually. Then just slowly started to fade backwards. So he knows his initial pace is really, really strong. Really looking forward to see whether or not today he can keep that momentum going all the way way throughout those races. Right then, green lights flashing, engines being fired up, drivers making their way out onto the circuit. This will be the last qualifying heat then of the weekend for groups A and C, and this is how they will line up. Miele Machard and Bautista Bonetta on row number 1. Nicola Frigg and Jack Moore go from row 2. They'll have Hernan Rodriguez and Mark Reistrup on row number 3. Erik Paulsen of Sweden needs a good result in this one. 2 DNFs yesterday for the Swede. Will be starting alongside Emilio Byrne, who did take a qualifying heat win yesterday for Germany. Finley Lyons and Edward Godfrey go from row number 5. They round out the top 10 ahead of Clelia Sodu and Rafael Borsato. The first half of the field being locked out by Jack Collinson and Emma Dowling.
Row number 8 then we have Miyazaki and alongside Louis Sifre. From 9 we have Suzuki Maeda of Japan with Zakari Slipchenko. 10 will include Diego Lampen with Shihan Zheng. And from row number 11, your penultimate row of the grid is Daniel Labella alongside Roslyn Schreier-Isa. For their final heats of this weekend before we head into finals then, and potentially last moments because they are in that danger zone, we have Gage Korn of the USA alongside Thanos Zahos of Greece. Zahos then had some difficult results yesterday, was given a few penalties, has got good pace. We saw really strong stuff from him in Valencia, but hasn't been able to put it together so far within the racing. On your screen then, alongside our live feed, we can see another live feed of our race control, headed this weekend by Chris Lambrecht, who is your FIA head of race control, joined by David Manchester and, of course, Joanna Falcao as well.
Indeed, busy time for them over the course of this weekend. Tight technical circuit, many moments have been had out there, but for them, they've been keeping their heads cool as well as the drivers. Now, if you were watching yesterday, you cast your mind back, the first race for the Academy, they had a bit of a tricky start, did the groups with quite a few of those engines stalling. This time, I think they've learned to keep that pace going. I think what was told to me was it was so grippy out there that as they accelerated out the corner and slowed down too much, they couldn't get it going, and then it bogged down and stalled and then took out the rest of the field. There is Gonzalo Planta, race director for the Academy Trophy, ready on the gantry to start the lights procedure for the drivers. Now making their way out of the final corner into the tram lines last time today, and they're going around again for groups A and C. It was nearly a start. It looked good from my point of view, but obviously Gonzalo can see a much better view from his position, and he was deeming that one not good for a start. Yeah,
it looked like a bit of shaky formation in that mid-pack section. Lemachard then, that's the third time this weekend that he has led a false start, so really needs to pick things back up because of course these drivers behind, they absolutely follow his lead. Going back to what you were saying earlier then, Anthony, with that big stall that we saw yesterday in our first heat out of that penultimate corner, caused by the grip, caused by that drop of revs in the direct drive category. The grip that's out there now, especially out of that penultimate corner, it's getting serious. This is a replay then. That mid-pack section just braking too early, weren't lined up in those tram lines for those lights.
And they do have to be careful with things like that. Of course, if you're 2 wheels outside of the tram lines, pretty sure it's a 3-second time penalty that goes your way. If you're all 4 wheels out of a tram line before the lights go out, 5-second time penalty goes your way, and that is a completely uncontestable in those sort of situations. You've got to keep it within those white lines, and here we go then for a second attempt at that start. Miele Machard and Bautista Bonetta on the front row of the grid. Are we racing? Lights are out. We are racing in the Academy Trophy. Down in towards turn number 1. It's a good start for Miele Machard. He holds on to that inside line, but watch out for Bonetta around the outside. Can he carry the speed? Well, he can stay in second place. That's a good start for him, and he has broken away with the 2, seemingly from third place downwards. They got a really bad exit out of turn number 1 as they've all bottled themselves up and are trying to hold off the rest of the field. But crucially at the front, Miele Machard and Bautista Bonetta looking comfortable in P1 and 2.
Drivers cutting the track then in that pinch point on the exit of turns 4 and 5. We've seen that time and time again, and we've seen it through 6, 7 and 8 as well. We've seen it in our OK class, and we've seen it from the KZs as well. Just highlights how fast and how tight this circuit is. 2-car breakaway for now then, but don't count out your driver in third currently as well. Lemachard still leading the way, heads out of that final corner as your leader. And a really good start for France then, but can he hold on to it? Doesn't look like he can, because Panetta now down the inside at turn number 1 makes the move stick. for the race lead, and Frigg now sat there in third. Frigg, who's had some good results, has had a fourth and a fifth, looking strong and looking to try and pick off that place from France's hopeful. In fourth, we have Rodriguez. Rodriguez has jumped up one position so far in this early stage of the race, and Reistrup now is the last driver to round out your top 5.
Certainly so. And again, nice clean opening lap then for the Academy Junior here today on Sunday. And all the meanwhile, the drivers in the background starting to push their way forward. Now, Erik Poulsen had a tough day yesterday, continuing that trend. Unfortunately, today, he's dropped down 10 places at the start of this one. He's down to 17th place, so hopefully the Swede can push his way forward. Beautiful shot, that one, past the pit cam. And they get to a really high speed here, and the fight's not over. Mülsen Machard lining it up into turn 1, retakes the lead away, and all that's going to do, Nicole, is going to bring everyone back into play. Rodriguez is there, Reistrup is there, Moore is there as well, and he's just set the fastest lap of the race, so he's going to be one to push through on this one. Frigg there, of course, in third place. Again, it's just going to have to wait, I think, for another attempt on the lead and then try and get that nose down the inside as, oh dear, that's gone wrong. And that is, I think, well, right, you've got Gage Korn there. I think Suzuka Maeda also there as well. And is that Zakari Savchenko also involved there as well? They've tumbled down the order. They've gone off the track on the exit of turns 4 and 5, and unfortunately, all 3 are out of this race. Eyes on the front, though. Panetta not dropping off the back. It is definitely going to be a 3-car battle to the end of this one, and if they continue this trend, it might be even more.
Panetta then looking hungry after that DNF experienced yesterday. You can see by the way that he's tailing around on Le Machard. He really wants this race win. He needs it for these points to try and push himself further up in that starting order as we head into finals later on. Erik Poulsen then, we've said that he's had a torrid weekend so far, and it looks like for now his luck is going from bad to worse because now he's under investigation for potentially cutting the track. The driver who had so much success at Valencia, a driver who comes from a rich motorsport history in rallying and endurance racing, just doesn't look like he's been able to string it together this weekend. 2 DNFs yesterday and now under investigation. Front end of your pack though, driver in third, Nicola Frigg, looking defensive into turn number 1. And there you go, all of these drivers then, that meerkat moment, all of them mirroring each other, looking over their shoulders to the gaps behind. 4-car breakaway though for this race leaders. This is a replay for that moment that involved the likes of USA's Gage Korn. Drivers just mounting the back end of each other through turns 4, and that's it. They're all out, of course, not able to restart, as we've got a mistake from the 506 on the exit of turn number 10.
Yeah.
Panetta then, your driver that was just in second place, lost 3 positions. To me, I don't know if he was caught out by another driver, but missed the corner completely through 10 and now finds himself in 5th.
Well, you can see how close that Nicola Frigg is right there, meaning that there was potentially a move for that one, and Panetta tumbling down now to 7th place. So very interesting moment there, but the fight's still on. Reistrup there, he's nodding his head. He's thinking, yes, I'm in a really good spot right here. And he's not wrong. He's got a nice, comfortable gap to himself and Jack Moore just behind, of course. It's not great, but it's still a decent length. But he's right there with the race leaders. And again, he's going to wait for Frigg to go for a move here on Mülsen Machard. If that happens, Reistrup could benefit massively from this and get the 2-for-1 special. We have seen those sort of moves happen over the course of this weekend so far, but we'll have to wait and see on this one. Under braking into that penultimate corner, really heavy on the brakes there. High speed into that hairpin turn, picking the speed back up now, down that start-finish straight, but still no change between the top 4. It's still Le Machard, Frigg, Reistrup and Moore. Amelia Byrne is one I'm going to keep an eye on, as well as Reistrup is under investigation for potentially causing a collision. Now, is this the reason why Panetta has dropped down the order? Could possibly be. As I was just mentioning, I was going to keep an eye on Amelia Byrne, who's just set the fastest lap of the race, because, like you say, the German yesterday, brilliant race in his second run, taking a P1. Now finding himself in P5, fastest driver out there, and closing in on these 4 ahead.
Well, Reistrup then despite that incident earlier on, potentially it's not put him off because he's 0.2 of a second faster than the two in front of him of Le Machard and Frigg then. So carrying around some great pace. He's going to be trying to look to pick off some places to get himself further up in that intermediate classification for the final. Le Machard still pushing on the exit of turn number 1, has a slight gap, 2 or 3 kart lengths on the exit and down that second straight towards this infield section of the circuit. Has made a small mistake now, and that's opened up the gap for Frigg. Frigg goes down the inside towards turn 6 and 7 and pulls it off. Now Le Machard gets pushed out on the exit of the corner and has now had to drop to 4th.
Well, again, that chicane is so tight, and just a slight miscalculation into that corner and you will find yourself getting swallowed by the pack, and that's exactly what has happened here now. So Frigg leads the way, Reistrup up to 2nd place. Byrne there, or more in 3rd place. Emilio Byrne holding on to P4 now, but still, I don't think this fight is over here, Nicole. They are running out of time. We are lap 9 of 10 at this moment. The last lap board will be out this time to the drivers, and already we're seeing defensive postures here from Jack Moore in 3rd place. Emilio Byrne will get an opportunity here now to go for a move, but will it be into the chicane here? You can see the defensive posture again from Moore. Byrne will have to take the long way round here, but it's so tight, it's so tricky. He hits the curb, he tries to get a nose down the inside, but as he tries to gain one, he loses it, and Le Machard is out. The Frenchman, who was leading the way in the intermediate classifications, is now out, and he is furious, and that might have done a little bit more damage than I think he'd like, kicking the barrier there. He doesn't want to do that. He's got his final later on, but we're on to the last lap of this race now. Drama has ensued. Frigg leads the way from Reistrup. Byrne in 3rd, Moore in P4, Panetta back to P5 now, but this is the fight for 3rd place. It is Emilio Byrne who holds on to it, but down the inside, Panetta is back on the charge. Is going 3 wide in towards the chicane, as now Edouard Goffroy is pushing his way forward. The Belgian, who had a really good day yesterday, is pushing his way back up as well. This is Bassato, who's having a really strong run as well. He has put himself up in a really good position. He's there in 7th place, but out of the final corner, Nicola Frigg will come to the line and will claim the first qualifying heat win of the weekend. And it comes in the final race of the day before their final. For groups A and C, Nicola Frigg comes away with a qualifying heat win. A superb drive. Reistrup finishes in 2nd place, but is under investigation for potentially causing a collision. Emilio Byrne holds on to 3rd from Bautista Panetta in P4. Edouard Godefroy, really strong result there in P5 ahead of Jack Moore. Then it is the likes of Rafael Bassato in 7th place with a 5-place gain. Hernan Rodriguez finishing in 8th place ahead of Finley Lines, and Jack Collinson rounding out the top 10. But for Nicola Frigg, that's a good start to the day. Is not the leader of the points. That will go to Emilio Byrne, who finishes that one in 3rd place. But remember, 2nd place in this race is also under investigation, so it could be a P2. There's looking at results. The top 10 we've gone over. Erik Poulsen finishing in 11th place. A good recovery there after dropping down to about 15th place in the early stages of that race. Recovered back to P11. Emma Dowling finishing in P12 ahead of Xian Zheng. Thanos Zahos again with another good run through the field. A 10th place gain for the driver from Greece ahead of Jürgen Lempin. Then it is Daniel Bella from Clelia Sodu. Louis Siffre from Gage Corn, and Rosalind Siria-Isa, thankfully, back out on circuit for Algeria and finishing that race in 20th place. The retirements, the Frenchman and the pole sitter for this weekend. Le Machard out of the race. Miyazaki, Suzuka Maeda, and Zakari Slipchenko all not making it to the end of that race. Here's a look at the highlights then. Took 2 attempts to get this race started. But on that second attempt, it was a relatively clean start for the field. Really good start, actually, for Bautista Panetta, able to carry the speed around the exit of turn number 1. Later would go for the lead down the inside again at turn 1. Seems to be a favourite for the drivers. Long, straight, heavy braking zone and a big opening on the exit. We saw a repeat of that one again. Mila Machado retaking that lead at turn 1. That brought the pack all into play. Nicola Frick, who would later go on to win the race, was there in third place. Then we had the drama in the background. Unfortunately, Miyazaki, Suzuka Maeda and Zakari Zipchenko all out of the race at turn number 5. This was Frick going for second place. That's how the move was done on Panetta. Panetta then lost out on a lot of places. You can just see that moment there. Not sure if there was contact, but there was definitely a step out of the rear of that kart and then went onto the grass and lost out on a lot of places. Frick into the lead. Mela Machard then having to fight back. You can see trying to get through. You can see got squeezed out wide there as well. That allowed the likes of Rystrip to get through into second place. Big moments further back in the field as well for the drivers. Bautista Panetta pushing as hard as he possibly could. Big hit to the curb for Emilio Byrne. That is a tooth rattler. And then this moment here, absolute drama, seeing the Frenchman out of the race. The anger overthrowing him. He kicks the barrier and may have hurt himself just a little bit more with that one. Byrne as well continued that fight, getting up into third place, holding on to it as well ahead of Jack Moore, but he would drop down to 6th place at the end of that race, allowing the likes of Bautista Panetta and Edward Godfroy to step up in the order. Godfroy as well, getting those lunges down the inside through the chicane as well. To the line though, Nicola Frick would take the win, only 0.3 of a second clear from Mark Reistrup, who finishes that race in P2, but like we say, under investigation. Let's head down though to Parc Ferme and to Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you very much then, Anthony. Nicola, that was a dramatic race, but actually once you got into the lead, a calmer one for you. Can you tell us about that overtake on France's Le Machard?
Yeah, I just waited some laps because I knew he was really fast, but once I was so close, so I just made the move safe, and then it was like this.
And that's your first heat win of the year, so a good opportunity to do it now as the last heat of the day for you. Is that going to give you some confidence going into today's final?
Yes, of course. I feel much better now, and I think I can go for a really good final.
So you say much better now compared to when? You know, have you put in some more work since the last time we saw you in the category?
Yes, Valencia had so much less experience in junior. And now I feel much more confident in the kart, and yeah, I'm also faster.
Well, Nicola, we'll see where that pace and confidence gets you. Congratulations on a first win this year. We'll head back up then into our commentary box because we've got more junior academies about to hit the track.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there in Parc Ferme. And yeah, great chat there with Nicola Frick, who comes away with a first qualifying heat win of the weekend. And a very deserved one out here in Germany. Like we were saying, one more Academy Junior race to go. Qualifying Heat B versus D next to hit the track. And that will be starting with Oiva Venturata, who's had a really strong weekend so far. The driver from Finland, a win and a third place, starting this one on the front row in P1. Not alone, joined by Nick Bretzel, who as well has had a very strong weekend. Second and third, not outside of that top 3. So certainly looking forward to seeing what Bretzel could do in this one. Potentially, maybe a first qualifying heat win of the weekend. Planeta as well looking very strong. Tomasz Cikaraszki also has had an interesting day, was very quick in the first race, did actually take the win in that one, unfortunately was later disqualified from it for a manoeuvre, 10th place in his second, but still some strong pace he's had out on track. There is your pole sitter for this one, Oiva Venturata, who is at the moment looking to see if he can get his name back up at the sharp end of the field. Of course, at the moment, it is Emilio Byrne who leads the points right now with 127. That is the intermediate classification points that will determine who gets the championship points and, of course, who steps up into pole position for that final. At the moment, it is the German Emilio Bernd vying for that pole position. But, of course, with this race here, we will have to wait and see what happens. Nick Bretzel there on your screen, primed and ready to go. He's got a nice big smile on his face. He is ready for the race out there. We have just seen a really good start, actually, from that previous race on the front row on the outside. Carrying that speed through showcases that it is possible to get those starts in. But again, you've just got to be able to carry the pace. You've got to have the confidence with the karts, the tyres, and the track as well. Of course, a lot of marbles get picked up on the exit of turn number 1. It's a very fast entry into the corner, very demanding on the LeConte tyres. Philippe Panetta there on your screen, ready to go from 3rd place as well. Has matched the results of Nick Bretzel as well. He had a 3rd and a 2nd in his qualifying heat. So again, a lot of drivers here who are matched on points for this moment, but this 3rd and final race for them before their final will change that order, I can imagine, quite dramatically for the field. Right, they get themselves lined up, ready to go, but let's see how this one gets sorted out. Other drivers who need to have a really good one on this one, Australia's Hamish Campbell has had a really torrid weekend so far. DSQ in the first race and then a DNF in the second. Very dramatic results, but I'm sure the Australian has had a good night's sleep and is thinking, right, today, brand new day, let's get this car to the front and let's push as hard as we can. We'll have the likes of Julian Rivera alongside from Ecuador, who has also taken a qualifying heat win this weekend. There's a view of the grandstands there that surround the circuit, and as you can see, brollies are up, not for rain, but for the heat out there. It's very warm. We're already 25 degrees here in Germany at the Mulsen's track, and it's not even 11:15, and that is a high temperature for these drivers are going to have to deal with. I think it's going to soar to around about 28 degrees later on when we head to those finals. Nicole Sutherland joined me back in the commentary box. Nicola Frigg seemed pretty happy with that one, and I think looking forward to what can do in the final later on as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he said that win has given some confidence to him heading into the finals later on. Nicola, like we mentioned in the interview then, hasn't won a heat so far this year, so that's always going to help a driver when heading into those more high-pressure moments when heading into those finals. But for now, let's focus our attention once again to these qualifying heats, because we have got one more to go, and it will be led by Oliver Venturata and Nick Bretzel on the front row.
Row number 2, we'll see Florent Planeta and Thomas Chikarashki. Then it will be Hamish Campbell, who needs that good result in this race. Julian Rivera goes alongside him. Turin and Ludigan goes from row number 4. They'll have Kloyan Giashev on row number 4. Louis Nunes and Nikolai Karyukin go from row number 5. Facundo Hernandez and Nassar Nas will round out the first half of the field on row number 6.
Row number 7 includes Noia Stasionis and Tudor Yerkan. Stasionis needing a good one in this one after penalties yesterday for causing an incident. Row number 8 will be Bink van Scheidel. DNF for Bink yesterday, but also a top 10. He's alongside Dominic Braden. 9 is Mario Silva Laura with Paul Becker. From row number 10, we have Geronimo Corral Gonzalez with Jaja Kignatze. 11, penultimate row of your grid is Samval Hambard Zamyan alongside Raz Dahan. And on the 12th and final row of your grid for the final qualifying heat of the weekend for our Academy Juniors, we have Artem Martin Ondel.
Indeed, so packed grid of drivers for this one as they get themselves formed up, ready to go. They've had their out lap, now onto the formation lap again. These drivers are permitted to get some temperature into those tyres, of course, pending if it is safe to do so. Again, a lot of straights here where they can get that done, albeit one driver has found himself on the grass, but has got going again, and that shows that the risk of trying to warm up those tyres, if they are a bit too cold and you light up the rear tyres and give it a boot full of opposite lock, you might find yourself spinning while warming up, and there's nothing worse than that one. I've done that in previous races, so yeah, definitely not one to repeat. Right, these drivers now heading to the red line. From this point onwards, no overtaking is permitted. They should be in 2x2 rolling start formation. That is not the case right now. That is a very spread out grid here, Nicole. Now, hopefully the drivers at the back will close in. and get this one started for the first time, but I can see that Gonzalo Plata is watching these karts like a hawk right now, and he is thinking, right, are we going at first time? Something tells me maybe no, because there's some big gaps there, but we'll have to wait and see as they enter into the tram lines. Are we racing or are we going round again? The answer is we're racing. Down in towards turn number 1. It's a solid start for Nick Bretzel. It was so good. Maybe was it too good, but he's lost down the lead now because he's gone down into 3rd place as they've all filed through in towards turn 1. Oive Venturata is trying to hold on to the lead and has got the lead back in this race into the braking zone down at turn number 3. This is the pinch point. Are we going to see some drama, or are they all going to get through? The question is, they're all going to get through. Nice start for the field as they head down in towards turn 6, 7, 8 and 9.
Venturata then looked like he had lost the lead in the early stage, as we've got drivers again having to cut the track. That's Luis Nunez going straight over the grass at turns 7 and 8. That's going to be a struggle for Nunez then as they head on the exit of sector number 2, because he'll now have dirt and dust all over those Lecon tyres going into the entry of our penultimate corner of turn number 13. It's a good breakaway though from the first half of our field, that mid-pack section that includes drivers like Hernandez, Nassar Nas, Guyashev and Ludogan all getting busy into turn number 1. 4-car breakaway though at the front end. It's led by Venturata, Bretzel, Ludogan and Planeta as drivers on the exit of turn number 1 going over the grass. Again, you could see a kick up of dust being caused, and I think now we've had a change for P5. I think that could have been Nunez overtaking Hernandez to get into 5th. Drivers still continuing to get it wrong on the exit of turn number 4, and that is a change, I think, for 3rd place.
No, it's a change all the way through the top running on here. Bretzel leads the way, and Ludogan there showing in 2nd place. He's had a really good run in this one with a 5th-place gain. Venturata's down to 3rd place now, and then you've got Oive Venturata holding on in that top area as well. Planeta holding on to P4 now, so as they push through, you can see how squirrely they are under braking. Planeta trying to push through. Hamish Campbell under investigation for potentially causing a collision. The Australian's weekend is just going from bad to worse on this one as he needs to push forward. He'll be heading once again to the stewards at the end of this one. He's had a torrid weekend. And Ludogan, wow, fastest lap of the race. The pace this morning for the driver representing Turkey is looking mighty, mighty quick here, Nicole, and could possibly be a contender for a qualifying heat win at the end of the qualifying heats phase. And again, it just shows what a good night's sleep can do for a driver, because we saw, of course, Nicola Frick take the win earlier on. Now we could potentially see a Ludogan going for one. So let's see what happens then. They exit out of the final corner, back down the start-finish straight. The long 200-meter run into the braking zone of turn number 1. As we can see, more drivers are going to work here. You can see battles happening thick and fast all the way throughout the field there, and someone getting squeezed out wide is Nassar Bahrain. He is having a bit of a tough one on this one. Had a tough day yesterday as well with a DNF at turn number 1, but is pushing through. And the same as Tomasz Cikaraszki, who's now there in 6th place, recovering back with the fastest lap of the race.
Cikaraszki then was disqualified yesterday during a Heat 4, causing an incident, so I'd say that is playing into the pace he's carrying round to get that fastest lap. He needs to pick off places within this one to end up higher up in your order for that final intermediate classification. Still, drivers carrying so much speed through turn 13, this flat section of 14 that leads onto this straight. You can see how much pace they're carrying out of there, keeping that minimum speed so high, especially into turn number 1, demonstrated just here by Nunez and Cikaraszki. Still this battle going on then between Nunez and Cikaraszki for 5th. No attempt just yet, but Nunez looking defensive into turns 3, gets it wrong though, gets pushed out onto the rumble strip on the exit of turn at number 3, loses 2 position, and now Bink van Schneidel is in the fight. Van Schneidel had some bad luck yesterday, had a DNF, now finds himself, however, in the top 10. Nunez still trying to defend from the drivers behind. I think he feels maybe a little bit rattled now because Campbell is right there. Guyashev in 9th is there as well. Out of turn number 13 they go. This mid-pack section settling down slightly. Nunez looks like he's found a bit of rhythm once more, and this was an overtake then. This was Nunez just catches that front end ever so slightly, ends up too wide and ends up clipping that rumble strip, and You know, not every track is the same. Some tracks we see drivers running those rumble strips, try and carry a bit more speed through them. We don't really see that around this circuit.
No, we don't, and that was great reading of the road for Bing van Schleidel, like you say, just able to get his kart down the inside there. Martin Umdahl now, fastest driver on track, lead driver from Norway, pushing through the field. Now is up into P15 from 23rd on the grid, so having a very strong race is the driver from Norway. We'll keep a very close eye on that one. This is your fight at the front here. Bretzel has broken away, and Ludigan not able to match the pace of Bretzel, and is actually now under pressure from Oyvind Veterata just behind. Not able to go for the move just yet into turn one. You can see how unsettled the kart is there for Veterata under braking. Just as he hits the brakes, the front wiggles quite significantly there into turn one. So again, it's showcasing that, is he pushing quite hard here, just getting a feel for the kart, or is there something just not quite right with his wagon at this stage of the weekend? Of course, they've had some busy racing. He's had moments out on the track as well, wheel-to-wheel racing. Anything could have happened to him overnight, but of course all these drivers are on equal machinery. It makes it so difficult to you know, get those overtakes on, because everyone has got the same pace, they've got the same moments, momentum out there. So it's all a case of really knowledge of the circuit and pure smoothness with your inputs on that steering wheel.
It's also about tyre behaviour as well, though, Anthony, because this is the stage in the weekend where that rubber will start to be getting old and the kart will start to behave differently. It might start hopping or sliding in different areas of the circuit as experienced before, and it's really important, especially onto corners like turn number 4, that these drivers on the brakes hold the brake properly. They don't want to slide around, they don't want to take off extra unnecessary rubber, because then when they head into further corners like 6, 7 and 8, where they have just exited from, the kart's going to be all over the place and the kart control is not going to be good enough. Turns 10 and 11, where you have that small dip in the track between the two curbs, that's something where slide is going to play into it as well, where the drivers need to be really strong on the wheel, make sure that they're not dancing all over the place and taking off unnecessary grip out of that look-on tyre. Currently then, with Nick Bretzel's lead of 0.8 of a second, he has promoted himself as your current leader of the intermediate final classification. That bad luck for Francis Lemachard in our previous heat has absolutely played in the hands of Bretzel, as we've got more battles going on further back now. That's Big Van Scheidel being overtaken by Nunes. So Scheidel, despite having some strong pace, despite getting Nunes earlier on, concedes the place now, finds himself back in 7th. Yeah,
Kariukin taking advantage of that situation as well as they push their way through. You can see there with the overtakes, Big Van Scheidel, certainly one of the bigger movers out there. Umdahl also with the 9 places gain, a really strong one. But Nas now under investigation for potentially causing a collision. That's another drama for him. Last lap board is out. Bretzel leads 1.1 second clear from Ludigan and Veterata. This is the fight for second place on your screen, and Oyvind Veterata, who has not finished outside of the top 3, is looking to see if he can get that second place back on this one, but Ludigan is looking so strong right now. Now this would be the driver from Turkey's best result of the weekend by a long way. 12th and a 16th place for the likes of Tjeerd Ludigan, but can he deliver in this one with only 2 more corners to go? I think he certainly might do. Nick Bretzel out of the final corner is going to come away with his first qualifying heat win of the weekend, as it's wheel-to-wheel for second place over the line, but it's Ludigan who holds on to it. Veterata takes third place ahead of Planeta. Chikarashki does finish in P5 ahead of Nunes. Big Van Schleidel finishing in P7 ahead of Kariukin. Jeshev finishing in 9th place ahead of Herrera, who rounds out the top 10. A strong result there for the field for Nick Bretzel. Another new first race winner of the weekend takes his win out on track in the last qualifying heat before their final. And what does that mean for the intermediates classification? Well, with the strong results in the first 2 races and now a race win, it is Nick Bretzel who finds himself on top of the points and we'll go to the final, starting in P1 with Oive Venturata starting alongside Emilio Byrne and Nicola Frigg will be your second row for that final as the results from that race appear on your screen. The top 10 we have gone over. Nassar Nas finishing in 11th place, but of course is under investigation. Facundo Hernandez in 12th place. Martin Ormdal with a 10th place gain finishes in 13th ahead of Hamish Campbell. Paul Becker from No Estaciones. Mario Silva finishing in 17th place ahead of Geronimo Corral. Then it is Dominic Braden finishing in 19th place ahead of Jaja Kikanadze. Razdayan in 21st place, and Samvel Hambazunyan finishing in 22nd place. Tilly Yerkin, the only retirement from that race, finishing in 23rd. But there, Nick Bretzel, a strong result, and will start the final later on today on pole position. Let's have a look at the highlights from that race. Again, initially, good start first time around for the Academy drivers as they step through. Bit of a shaky moment for some of them in the background, but for the front runners, a strong start indeed. There was the early moments, unfortunately squeezed off the track. Luis Nunez for Mexico, just going backwards a little bit in that one. Did recover though with a 3-place gain into P6. So still a very strong result at the end of that one. We then got the breakaway from the front runners. The top 4 absolutely fine, clear and breaking away. This was Bretzel getting that move done down into turn 1. That started a chain reaction in that lead group. And then again for the drivers behind, all fighting for position. You can see how Chikarashi was slowly starting to make his way through the field there. You had the likes of Philip Planeta trying to stay within that top 4. Nunez in that fight as well. Big Van Steinel later on. Karukin also trying to push up in those latter stages. You could just see how much pressure these drivers were on in this latter stage of the weekend, all trying to fight for a strong position in that final. And of course, not all the drivers will make it to that final. Of course, only a maximum grid size of 36 can be allowed. And with the 52 entries into this weekend, only 36 of them go through into that final. Well, that is the Academy Trophy done now for the junior drivers. Nicole is ready down in Parc Ferme, and we'll be chatting to, I believe, Nick Bretzel.
We absolutely are then, Anthony. Nick, good race for you out there. It was a win, and now it looks like you're going to be on pole going into the final. I can tell by the smile on your face, you're happy with that one.
Yeah, very happy.
And Nick, tell us about the race itself. It looks like the track's getting really grippy now. Can you tell us about the conditions, you know, and how you drove such a good race?
The track is very grippy and it's quite hard because the cars are like jumping. And yeah.
And so far this weekend, actually, Nick Lemachard of France has been the driver to beat. But now, you know, you are starting the final away ahead of him. Is that a driver that's maybe playing in the back of your mind going into our last race?
Not pretty much. Just focus on going and win, possibly.
Well, we'll see if you can get that win in then, Nick. Congratulations on a good weekend of racing so far. We'll see you later in the final. For now, then, we'll head into our commentary box because we turn our attentions back to our KZ2s.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there indeed. KZ2 Superheats up next, and it starts with Superheat 1 and the A group heading out onto the track first for their 18-lap race. Their longest race so far, of course, until they get to their finals later on today. They will be the longest races for them, spanning 23 laps for the gearbox classes, long old races, 30-kilometre race distance. Grandstands again filling up nicely here at the circuit. Everyone fighting for a good spot to watch these racing. This track, fabulous facility, obviously opening back in 2019, the first time the FIA series has made its way here to the Mulsen circuit, and it's been a fabulous weekend so far. The team here at the Arena-E track have done a brilliant job preparing the circuit for this weekend. And big thanks to all of the officials out there so far this weekend. Jaden Teen, your pole sitter for this one yesterday. What could we say about the driver from the Netherlands? A perfect scoring weekend so far. Pole position in qualifying, 3 qualifying heat wins out of 3. He is looking for a 4th win here in this superheat and securing pole position for the final later on. It's his best point scoring weekend so far in the 2025 season. He got 25 championship points yesterday. He's looking for 25 more in this race. He's not in contention for the lead in the KZ2s. Of course, Maxim Orlov, outright leader in that one. He's got quite a significant lead from the rest of the field. He is just looking for a good result today. Another driver who's had really strong performance, Noah Wolf, starting it on the front row of the grid alongside Jaden team. This time, we'll have to deal with the outside of row number 1, as he was starting 3rd place over the course of yesterday, with crucially that inside row. Here we go then. Here's the grid. Let's take you through it. It is Jaden Teen and Noah Wolf on row number 1. Lewis Speck and Simon Reckenmacher making an all-German row number 2. Ellie Goldstein and Jay Irwin go from row 3. They will have Rasmus Andersen and Dominic Simic on row 4. Martin Littinen and Alvar Timutsvara go from row 5. They'll have Colin Tom Rousseau and Louis Esser on row 6. Row 7 sees Robert Kindervata and Yiriba Chica, with row 8 being Marcus Kayak after the drama yesterday. Finds himself on the 8th row of the grid and joined by Sweden's Jesper Sjöberg.
Row number 9 is Jesse Kirkby alongside Pavo Tonteri, and from 10 we have Yurasim Skulanov with Eric Vess. 11 would be Enrico Martinez with Eric Müller, and from 12 we have Maddox Verse with Samuel Uluye. 13 Maurice Schenk with Roman Sharapov. 14 Simon Billman with Manuel Lepner. Your penultimate row of your grid and potential last moments then, we have from Germany on home soil Mick Landgraf with Yannick Remmert, and from row number 16 we have Robert Jans Müller.
Well, we've not seen Jans Müller out on circuit all weekend, and I don't think he'll be out again today. There is Pasquale Lupoli, FIA race director this weekend for the gearbox categories. He is joined, of course, by Nigel Edwards, FIA deputy race director this weekend, and of course the race director for the Academy Trophy, Gonzalo Planta, who has now been demoted from his gantry. He's now out on circuits, watching from the side, but keeping a very close eye on the field, and of course assisting the race direction team here this weekend. And they, of course, in constant communication with our team in the TV room, the CCTV room as well. They'll be keeping a close eye on it in race control, and they're in constant communication with everyone out on circuit. Can't get away with anything. Right then, drivers making their way into the final corner. We might have to wait some time here. Front of the grid already at turn 13. Back of the grid, just making their way out of turn at number 8 and 9. So the field really spread out right here, Nicole. That's going to mean for drivers who get to the grid first, they might find their tyres losing quite a significant amount of temperature before the race starts.
Yeah, absolutely. Those drivers at the front have that advantage to be at the front end of your order, to have that cleaner air and track going into the first corner. But there is a slight disadvantage, like you just called it, Anthony. The tyres, if you're waiting too long in your grid spot for the remainder of the field to line themselves up, you're going to get a really quick drop in temperature, which could affect things on your entry to turn number 1, which could affect things especially for that kind of second row, including Louis Speck and Rackenmacher, Jay Irwin and Ellie Goldstein as well, trying to make those overtakes to get themselves further up in the order. Here we go then, drivers now starting to get themselves into formation, trying to get into the grid spots, trying to prime themselves ready for this first KZ2 Superheat of the day.
Indeed, this is going to be an almighty one here, and for Jaden Teen, he is looking for that 4th win of the weekend. Can he continue his perfect streak in KZ2 this weekend in Mulsen, Germany? Green flag waves at the back as Pasquale Lupoli starts the lights procedure. 4 red lights are on, lights are out, we're racing in KZ2. It's a good start for the field, but it's been a bad start for the second row. Wolf sandwiches the Birrell just behind him. Lewis Speck trying to go for the inside line there and got squeezed on the start-finish line, and unfortunately is out of the race. The 374 of Simon Billman will be going no further in this race. That is a huge shame for him And yeah, that's heavy damage, and there's more drama there. That's one of the IPKs off the track. I didn't quite see the number there as they've gone through it. Possibly could be actually one of the Mach 1s. I think it might be Eric Müller, unfortunately, who has not finished the lap on this one, unfortunately, is not going to get it restarted, and he is out of the race as well. So already some retirements here, Nicole, but crucially at the front, it's all clear and dry for Jaden Teen, who leads the way as we saw Goldstein going through. That's a fabulous shot there. Look at the speed they carry through that final corner into turn number 1, again reaching around 165 kilometers an hour here.
Goldstein then leading this pack of second karts. Really good start by the driver in the TB. Wasted no time overtaking Erwin round that final corner, as Erwin actually made a mistake through turn number 13. More moves going on into turn 7 and 8 now. That's in your mid-pack section. Rousseau and Anderson all getting involved. Kayak now there. 4 places gained for Kayak to sit just outside of the top 10. He's a big hitter within this category. He had a podium at Sarno, but after some bad luck, after some DNFs yesterday, finds himself way further down than we would have expected to see the driver. Still, team leads the way, 0.2 of a second, splits up him and Noah Wolf. Then got Rekameka there in 3rd, Simek in 4th, Goldstein now in the top 5. Erwin still trying to battle it out. We've got more Birrells battling out there in that mid-pack section. Kayak now breaking into the top 10, but being hustled hard for it on the entry towards 7 and 8. Now Jay Owen looks like he might be missing out on a position, and this is just a sea of Birrells all training each other round. They don't want to get themselves too involved because that could end up in big dramas back in the awning. These two on your screens, team leads from Noah Wolf. Noah Wolf looking
closing
exceptionally fast out of that final corner. It was 0.2 of a second. Now it's just 0.1 and look at how he's closed in on the brakes on the entry towards turn number 1. Noah Wolf is absolutely on a charge, and here he goes at turn number 3, clean as you like. Noah Wolf is now your new race leader.
And despite the drama at the start of that race, kart still looks absolutely intact, and now can try and break away from Jaden Teen. Now remember, Teen vying for a perfect weekend. I don't think he's going to give this one up. Remember, he is not in the championship fight. In fact, neither of these drivers, I think, are in the championship fight right now. But they are certainly going to be wanting a solid result at the end of this weekend. And I suspect they'll be pushing even harder over the course of this one. There, I believe, could be Dominic Simek's machine. The CPB Sport driver out of the race becomes the latest retirement in this one. Martti Rittinen has also retired, unfortunately. Real-life driver from Finland going no further. I think I'm right in saying here that Jaden Teen's not going to give this one up easily. Has stayed on the rear bumper of Noah Wolf, despite the fact he's set the fastest lap of the race. They are still line astern here.
We absolutely are. Teen then in almost every heat so far. He's lost that race lead and has been able to fight back, has been able to pick things back up once he finds that rhythm, once he finds that optimum tyre temperature as well. Watch him now, because he's not falling off of the back of Wolf just yet, despite that purple lap set in by Noah just previously. Under the start-finish gantry they go. It's now 1.5 that splits these two up. Hard on the brakes into turn number 1, dropping to about 2nd gear and then revving all the way back up on the kink of turn number 2, down towards turn number 3, this tight and twisty part of the track where we've seen so many drivers in both the junior and the KZ categories get it wrong. These two, though, not getting it wrong, because Jaden Teen decides, you know what, I'm going to turn the dial up now, and puts in that purple lap. Still, 1.5 splits these two drivers up, and the game, ring the dinner bell, because it's on between these two.
It certainly is. We're only lap 6 of 16 as well, so there's a long way to go in this race. Anything can happen between these drivers, but all the meanwhile, in 3rd place there, all on his own, Simon Rekameka is trying to push his way through this order nicely, but he is around 1.9 seconds off this lead battle. Crucially, he's got Goldstein behind, so the battle for 3rd place will kick off soon. This is back to the J.O. and Conaton Rousseau Marcus kayak battle here. All trying to fight for position right now as a retake of the lead. Jaden Teen down the inside through 6, 7, 8 and 9, has retaken it. We thought it was going to be coming. I did not think it would be into that chicane though, Nicole.
Yeah, question marks now about how Noah will respond to this. Will he just kind of settle in second, maybe allow themselves to pull away that gap slightly more to the driver in third, who's now being hustled by Goldstein, or is Noah going to try and respond really quickly, try and take that position back as soon as he can? These drivers trading paint then between turns 2 and 3. Wolf not close enough to go for a lunge just yet, sets it up on the brakes though to get closer to that back bumper of the Soli on the exit of turn number 5 and settles back down towards turns 6 and 7. Big hitter within this one then, the driver that did have a win in a heat yesterday. We've got Kayak now, 8th place gain, sit inside the top 7, and like you said previously, Anthony, is on the back of that train that includes Rousseau, Irwin, not Goldstein and Rakamaka, but Rousseau and Irwin are the next challengers for him.
Indeed.
Definitely a 2-car breakaway here, Anthony. I'd say Wolf is playing a smart game to not try and go in too early. Goldstein, though, does different things, goes down the inside and now breaks in to turn 3.
Indeed, that was a nice little tasty overtake there. Simon Rekemarker, though, I'm sure also will not give that one up too easily. Sure will try and fight back as T now sets the fastest lap of the race with the clean air. Wolf needs to retaliate back on this one. Like you're saying, for Marcus Kayak, probably for yesterday, a day to forget. Here he is on your screen. Now, of course, he had that moment with his fellow teammate, Tigran Banatian, and, of course, with Maxim Orlov. This was that start again, so you can see how much the drama kicked off there. Not sure what happened to Billman at the start of that one, because he was off the track at on the start-finish straight before anyone was there. You can see his car already stranded at turn number 1. But for the rest of the field, pretty decent start. Lewis Speck, though, trying to go down the inside, not going to have it at all. And that is unfortunately how we lost there Eric Mueller as well, the Mach 1 Motorsport driver, just getting squeezed on the exit at turn number 1, and too much damage to his car retires him from that race. Battles happening further down the order here. That was Pavel Tonteri, I think, having a moment with Jesse Kirkby and Manuel Lettner, the 2 Germans pushing their way through. The Magic Racing Team ASD and also the Kart Shop Amfing team as well, trying to push their way through the field. Again, a lot of wild cards here this weekend to bump up those numbers, and they've really showcased some proper talent out there. The highest one of those wild cards has been Rasmus Andersen in the KZ2 from the Stolkart Motorsport team of Denmark. But again, he has really delivered in this one right now, as he currently sits a little down in 9th place, but still inside that top 10. Eyes on Jaden. Well, he still looks comfortable there, as Alvar Timmetsvara trying to fight back in this race. And he was just losing out there to the likes of Robert Kinavata and to Rasmus Andersen. They are the 2 Birrells just ahead of him as they head through into that final sector now. Race nearly coming to a conclusion here. Lap 11 of 16. Still Teen and Wolf clear from the rest of the field. But the gap, Nicole, is opening. It's now up to 0.6 of a second. So I think it might be a bit signed, sealed and done here for those top 2.
Could be, but never say never, because we saw big moments in the final stages of heats yesterday. We saw Orlov lose it on, I think it was maybe the penultimate lap. So don't say that drivers can't find themselves quickly out, because with the stress that these karts are put under, with how exaggerated everything is in a KZ2, you could find yourself with maybe mechanical or technical problems. It's definitely not over until you cross that checkered flag. We have now finally had that change for P6. Then Kayak is on a 9th place gain, overtook Irwin then, who we saw had a bit of a moment at that race start with teammates of Noah. Wolf just got caught out slightly on that initial part of this session, but Irwin's still doing a good job to sit inside the top 10. This is the charge though. This is Kayak on the back of Rousseau, and then further behind it does include Irwin, Kundavata and Andersen as well, trailing each other round through turns 3, 4 and 5. Drivers then that really do find themselves in trouble in their final moments of this weekend. Then Anthony, Louis Speck is out of the race. Dominic Simek, Matti Rittinen, Eric Müller, Simon Billman, and then of course we've not seen Robert Jans Müller. But for some of those names who were really strong in the first couple of rounds, that's absolute drama in what is probably going to be the closing stages of their weekend.
Yeah, it's certainly so. And remember, like we were saying, only 36 of them get through into that final. A lot of drivers entries into this one, 86 of them in total coming into this weekend. And like you say, it will be whittled down to just the 36 in that final, as still Marcus Kite cannot find a gap here on Corentin Rousseau. Check over the shoulder usually gives a green light to a driver to go for a move, but not this time through the chicane. Kayak just sits against it. We saw very briefly there a notification. No, fastest lap of the race. The gap is back down to 0.4 of a second, Nicole. Is the fight for the lead back on? Well,
I'd say by the pace that Noah has and by the kind of driver that he is with that outside move on two drivers yesterday, he'll absolutely have a look. Having a look now is Kayak. You can see how aggressive he had to be to get that kart stopped, but does just that, goes down the inside and now gets himself into fifth. Good stuff by Marcus. You can see he's got that fire in his belly after that bad luck yesterday to improve on the points, to try and string something together heading into the final. Well read by Rousseau though, just to let him through. He knew that he was there on the brakes on the entry to turn number one, conceded that position and let Kayak have it. Out of the final corner then, Teen, is he still continuing to be chased and closed in on by Noah Wolf? No, because the gap goes back up now to 0.6 of a second.
It certainly does. Jaden Teen had a scare earlier on in this race where he lost out to that lead from Noah Wolf, but found his composure once again. And the driver for the Netherlands, who has looked so dominant this weekend after a bit of a torrid start to his season, only scored in total 21 championship points over the course of the first two full rounds of the championship, and now in one weekend alone he has more than doubled his championship points, and he's going to do it again. Out of the final corner, Jaden Teen secures pole position for the final, secures 25 more championship points to his name to bump him up the order nicely, but he's been undefeated so far this weekend. Maximum points for Jaden Teen. He will not be beaten until we see what will happen in that final. A superb drive for him, and will we see him on the top step of that podium here in Germany? Noah Wolf finishes in second place ahead of Goldstein. Reckenmacher finishes in P4 ahead of Kayak. Rousseau from Irwin. Kinderbatter from Anderson. Simatvara, who rounds out the top 10 as the field picks up those marbles and makes their way back to Parc Ferme. And Nicole Sutherland will be making her way down there to chat to our man, Jaden Teen, who's had a brilliant weekend so far. Yuri Bacheka then finishes in 11th place ahead of Samuel Luyesa from Eric Vess, and Gerasim Skunanov, who rounds out the top 15 for the Dawn Motorsport team. 16th place is Enrico Martinez from Martinez, I should say, from Pavel Tonteri, Jesse Kirkby from Roman Shaparov, Yannick Remart from Manuel Lettner, Maddox Verts from Maurice Schenk, and Mick Landgraf, Jesper Sjöberg, and Lewis Speck. Dominic Simic rounding out the field on that one. Of course, this is where we get into the retirement. Matti Rittonen, Erik Müller, and Simon Billman all retiring from the race, and of course the non-starter of Robert Jans Müller, not seeing him out on track at all this weekend. Jaden Teen, though, makes his way back in, continues his undefeated streak, and will go into that final later today as now the pole sitter for that final. He will be the one to watch, but he will have quite the fight on his hands, I am sure. Here's a look at the highlights from that race. You can see a bit of a shaky start for some of the drivers. You can see how one in the background, Simon Billman, unfortunately not getting going at the start of that race. A big shame for him. Mick Landgraf having to avoid that one. You had that little bit of contact there between Wolf and Lewis Speck right at the start of that one. That really dropped Speck down in the order. Allowed the likes of Simon Reckenmacher to push up as well at the beginning of that one. Jay Owen also having a very good start to his race. Wolf, though, getting up into second place. would later close in on Jaden Teen. That would be the fight to the end between those two. Unfortunately, more retirements. Mach 1 Motorsport, Eric Müller out of the race. His kart sustaining a bit of damage from contact out of turn number 1. Goldstein having a good run in that race, a relatively calm one. I didn't see too much of him. The Belgian finishing in 3rd place after gaining 2 positions in that race, getting past the German Reckenmacher earlier on in that race. Battles ensued throughout the field. Big moves from Jay Irwin, Robert Kindervatter as well. The same for Ramus Anderson, looking very, very strong throughout the course of this weekend. Same as some of the drivers for the Magic Racing team as well. The driver of the number 300 machine still looking very strong. Jesse Kirkby, of course, for Germany, looking very, very strong in that latter stage of the race, stepping up the order nicely. This was the change back for the lead. Jaden Teen back down the inside through the chicane, and that's where he held on to it and went on to win the race. That was the moment for Goldstein down the inside at turn number 1. Nice clean move on Colin Tavroso and Simon Reckenmacher. No real drama for him on that one. Kayak as well, pushing his way back through the field, became the biggest mover, one of the biggest movers in that race with a 10-place gain, finishing in P5. Samuel Huye, 12 places gained, finishes in P12 as well. So a very strong performance from many of the drivers out there. Let's head down, though, to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you very much. Then, Anthony, I'm down with Jaden. Jaden, dominant form once again. You did lose the race lead momentarily, but snatched it back off of Noah. You know, this dominance, this pace, Jaden, where's it come from?
Well, to be honest, just as I said yesterday, the package is unbelievable so far. Had a good start this time, luckily. Came off good. And of course, when you're in the lead, the first 2 laps are quite tricky because people going off the track and a lot of dust on the track. But no, I got past, I stayed calm, followed him. Well, took my tires up to temperature, went for it, and did what I had to do.
And then, Jaden, in both the KZs and KZ2s, where it's the last round of the European Championship, I think we're seeing a few drivers drive with nerves and make mistakes. But for you, where you're not in championship contention, do you actually think that that's maybe helping the pace? Because, you know, you've not really got a lot to lose here this weekend.
No, I'm going with the mindset to win this race. Nothing about the championship, because I had a good run in Sarno and Valencia. But yeah, of course, when you're fighting for a championship or in the battle for the front place, you're always under pressure. But to be honest, we as a driver, we got to deal with it. For me, it's just focus on the race now, final next up, and do what I have to do.
Well then, Jaden, with the pace that you've had, it looks like a win could be on the cards. But of course, we've got to see who's going to maybe be in contention as well in our second group of KZ2s. But pole for the final, it looks like congratulations. We'll head back up then to find out who will be joining Jaden at the front end of your grid as we head into KZ2 finals this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Well, at the moment, it is Noah Wolf who is vying to join him on the front row of the grid. From that race he's just had, he does sit second in the points, 39 points behind Jaden Teen, with 201 to his name. Goldstein is third in the points with 172 from Reckenmacher, Irwin and Anderson, who round out the top 6. In this one, though, Maddox Skrivan, who starts it on pole position. He is currently in 7th place in the points with 132. As if you're wondering where the place to be this weekend, it's actually in the room right above me right now, as that's the VIP tower, as everyone has got a perfect view of overlooking the circuit there. But like we were saying, for Maddox Skrivan, this is an important one. Like you say, sits 7th in the points with 132 to his name. He knows he cannot get pole position, but can he come away with a front row start? That is the question. A win here would put him in a prime position, but he's not alone there, of course. For Max Schleimer, he's had good results in this one as well, 2 third places and a 4th. is going to be a driver to keep a very close eye on this one. The driver who qualified third overall has shown incredible pace here at the Mülsen circuit in Germany, and he is certainly going to be one to keep an eye on in this race. Other drivers who have impressed me actually start on the second row of the grid. Artur Lane, never been outside the top 10, qualified 9th overall. The Energy Course driver certainly having a very, very strong weekend here. And like you say, starts on that second row of the grid, right behind Scriban. So this is going to be an important one for him. There is the Frenchman on the Energy Course SRL machinery. He's primed and ready. Let's see what he can do. Now, he does have current championship leader starting alongside him, Maxim Orlov. Really strong start to the day yesterday. A second and a win. Suffered in that third race, of course, was caught out with the likes of Tigran Banatian, the likes of Marcus Kayak, and as well himself. Unfortunately, all three of those drivers DNFing in that last qualifying heat yesterday, which has unfortunately demoted him to the second row of the grid, and the first time that Maxim Orlov has not come away with maximum championship points so far this season. But after the dominant performance, firstly in Valencia and then Sarno, he is still in a very, very strong position in the point standings and still the favourite to come away with that European title at the end of today. The lights go green then in the pre-grid. Engines fire up. Drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. Marek Skrivan is fighting to see if he can start on the front row of the grid for that final. He'll be joined by Maximilian Schleimer on row number 1. Artur Lane and championship leader Maxim Orlov go from row number 2. Timo Jungling and Jean Lier on row 3. They'll have Emmanuel Mai and Tigran Banatian, who suffered as well, like we mentioned, in that third race yesterday. Will be going from row number 4. Alessia Bacchini and Matis Prush go from row 5. They'll have Georgi Farkovsky and Zoe Florescu on row number 6. Jensen Graham and Dion van Verven go from row 7 with Alejandro Leos and Nico Lemberg, who rounds out the first half of the field on row 8.
Potential final moments then for this part of your grid. On row number 9, it's Ruben Vilk and Christian Decline. From 10, we have Valentino Fritsch with Rick Hartmann. And going from row number 11, we have Mark Gertzkorn with Kiprit Jörs. 12 will be Luca Kallela and Juho Valtonen, who's had some really bad luck so far this weekend. And starting behind is Kian Vardin, and we are supposed to have Tom Dussault, but I believe, Anthony, he could be missing from this race. We'll have to find out shortly. Row number 14, Alexander Richter with Matti Vanderbroek is an all-German, all-home soil race for those two drivers. And from row number 15, rounding out your grid for your final KZ2 Superheat of the 2025 European season, we have Alessio Lematina with Julian Bubb.
Indeed, and I think, yeah, we might have a moment for him because he was disqualified, was Tom Dussault, from his last race. It was DSQ'd alongside Christian Decline as well in their last race, so they did have a moment out on the track. So that might be a reason why he is missing from the grid, but we'll have to wait and see for that one later on today. Like we're saying, Jaden Teen has secured pole position. He is not going to be able to be beaten. However, Marek Skrivan, who sits 7th in those points, is looking for a front row start alongside him. But the pressure is on here, Nicole. Long old race for these drivers, and we have seen these starts have been a little bit tricky for some of the drivers.
Absolutely have. We saw Noah Wolf almost get caught out on that start in the previous Super Heat, but continued with the pace, continued with the strength. So actually, you can catch it back into turn number 1, but you know, this is a huge grid of drivers, 15 rows. It's going to be a busy one, and the pressure is absolutely on. Drivers just getting that final bit of tyre temperature on the exit of turns 14. It's Timo Jungling just trying to heat things up for the last time. Dion van Verven, he's starting from the 7th row alongside Jensen Graham. Keep an eye out for those two young guns. Both have had a really strong pace throughout the entire weekend, but just haven't been able to string it together in the results. But keep an eye on that 7th row of the grid, who are now just lining themselves up.
Indeed. Again, tense moment now for KZ2. For some of these drivers who are in that danger zone, of course, from the 9th row backwards, they need to push their way forward, because if they don't, their weekend will be over. They need to make sure they can get into that final, and this is their last attempt to do so. Green flag waves at the back of the field, giving the thumbs up to Pasquale Napoli to start the lights procedure. 3 red lights, 4 red lights, lights are out. We're racing for the last time in KZ2 before the final, and it's a shaky start at the back of the field. It's a good start at the front, but Maddox Skrivan trying to defend from second place. Doesn't look out for Arthur Boulain, who takes the lead of the race, but now Timo Jungling is going to fight for the lead, and he does get the lead down the inside there. Maddox Skrivan trying to fight back, he's gone down the inside there of Boulain, and Boulain just as quickly as he gained the lead, he's back to 3rd place, but it's a solid start for the field, as down the inside, drama for the Mach 1 driver of Emmanuel Mai, who is trying to push his way forward through the field. He is under pressure from the likes of, I think that might be Maxim Orlov. Yes, it is, trying to push his way through the field, but he's not managed to find his way past. But now he's struggling to try and get that power down and out of that final corner. It is still a strong start for your front runners. They're so close to the wall they go there.
Absolutely is.
Oh,
down into
a mistake.
turn 1, a mistake by Skrivan, then into the corner, way too hard, missed the corner completely. That's allowed, I think, Arthur Boulain to get in there as well, and this is busy going into turn number 3. That's one of the Sodis being pressured. That's Schleimer having to try and put off Benatian, Prush and Dion van Verven as well. Schleimer, look at him on the entry to 6, 7 and 8, absolutely under threat by the drivers behind. This is going to get feisty, Anthony Jordan, but elbows out moments from the front end of the field almost into turn number 1 has allowed your race leader of Timo Jungling to drive away by 0.6 of a second, as once more we see big bits of racing out of the penultimate corner. Went in too deep, I would say there, Benatian, and has to drop position. Moves going on now into turn number 1, and drivers, look at them, Anthony, they're all just muscling each other out of the way. I think that could have been Vukovsky getting overtaken by Florescu as a result of that as well. Orlov then, fastest driver in the field currently in these early stages. Orlov currently sat in P4 with a bit of clean track air around him, completely different to the remainder of the field, who we can see are so bunched up. They're just a pack of karts driving round through that sector number 2. And it was Poulain then, because of that mistake made by Skrivan in turn 1, who has got himself back into second position.
Certainly has. And Lopacini right in the middle of that fight. Has got Vukovsky trying to close in just behind. Back up at the sharp end of the field. This is that large fight there for the driver. Still Young leading from Poulain. Skrivan from Orlov. Mai still there in 5th place. But Schleimer is the faster driver out on circuit. He's currently in P6. And looking to close in on Emmanuel Mai, who is there in P5. That fight will close in. Now, we've seen some really rare mistakes from Maddox Skrivan in this race, Nicole. Right at the start there, he's paying attention to the right-hand side, misses out on Arthur Boulain just going down the inside into turn 1. Then later, he outbraking himself at turn 1 again. Is the pressure of trying to get it started on pole position or on the front row getting to him? Because right now, he's there in 3rd place. He's got 204 points to his name. If he loses out on another position, he might lose out in the front row, and he does lose out on it, because Maxim Orlov sends it down the inside and steps up into 3rd place, and that promotes Noah Wolf back to the front row of the grid for the final.
Well, it just goes to show then, Anthony, how exaggerated everything is in these KZ2 karts. This is your premier class in international karting. These are your karts where these drivers have got so much to think about. It's just not about the chassis and the engine. You've got the gears to play with. You've got everything being so exaggerated under the braking. This was a moment further down in the order then. Kian Fardin had a difficult start.
But watch here for Maddox Skrivan. Watch how he's looking over the left-hand shoulder to cover off from Maximilian Schleimer. Completely forgets that he's got Arthur Boulain down his inside. Actually went down into about 3rd, maybe even 4th place. Later on that next lap, he then outbraked himself again in towards turn 1. So again, showcasing that the pressure is on. And with him still there in P4, he has got a bit of work to do. Right, it's kicking off a little bit further down the field here, Nicole. This is Matis Bruce, Tigger and Bonatian, Pacinizo, Florescu, Fakowski there as well. Jean-Louis and Jensen Graham all fighting for position. Jörg Valtinen also there as well. He's on a big charge through the field. He's on a 9th place gain as well. That's a nice bit of wheel-to-wheel stuff there. Pacini fighting for position. Is going to lose out though. Bruce and Florescu go through, and Pacini now going down in the field. It's just bumping them all up together here. They can see as well, trying to get involved in the fight is Valentino Fitch, the German Birolab racing driver, the KSW driver, pushing his way through. But Fakowski still there now, just ahead of him, maybe now just behind him actually, as I think they've changed places. Schleimer, now the fastest driver out on circuit, has got past Emmanuel Mai, and it's now closing in on Scrivan. Scrivan could lose out on even more places here because Ante Poulain is only a few points behind him in the points and currently in P4. If Poulain can get up into the lead or stay there in second place, he should be absolutely fine. But Maxim Orlov, I suspect, is going to make that a little bit difficult for him here, Nicole.
Absolutely is. Poulain now under pressure by championship leader, under pressure by driver who has been so dominant, as Orlov looked like he was going to go for it, then thinks against it, backs out through the exit of turn number 3. That was an almost moment, but a good job by Orlov to still manage to drop down the gears through third, through second, and then pick things back up again to not actually lose that gap too much to Poulain. He's still right there on the entry towards turn number 13, and you can see visibly closes up once again on the braking. That is a bit of a braking zone and carries so much speed on the exit of turn number 14. It makes you nervous, doesn't it, Anthony, as we've got moves now going into turn number 1 once more. That's Dion van Verven picking up places and jumping up the order, overtakes Benatian for 7th place. Scriven then and Schleimer, I believe, was actually that move, so apologies, it was Scriven and Schleimer, as we've got driver out there for one of the Formula Ks. That's the 3-2-1 out there.
It's 3-2-1. It's Tigran Bonatian who had the drama yesterday, and in that final race, he's got more drama now. Tumbles out of the race, and I think that may be mechanical in nature. I don't think it was in a bit of a fight there, but we'll have to wait and see what was the case of that one. But that is huge drama for him there. Timo Youngling, though, still leads the way. He's looking for his first win on track of the weekend. Looking mighty, mighty strong in this superheat. And he's stepping himself up nicely in the points. 6th in the intermediate classification now. He's looking to start on the outside of row number 3 for that final. Which should be a massive improvement for him over the course of the weekend. Ante Poulain, though, continues to hold on to second place here, Nicole, but Max Orlov is trying to get his way back past again. You can see these two have just been fighting for position. This is allowing Schleimer to close back in. It might allow Scrivan to close back in as well. If he can get back up into second, third, he might be able to start back on that front row of the grid. Yeah,
absolutely. Orlov then continuing to chase, not following directly behind in the tyre tracks of Poulain, but the pace he's carrying around is extraordinary. The exaggeration on the braking as they abruptly stop these karts through the centre of the curve, through that double apex of turn number 1, can allow things to be set up like this into turn number 3. Well read by Orlov. Finds himself now in second place. Poulain now having to think about the driver behind, who has put him under pressure. Schleimer now takes that position away, and Poulain visibly bumps into the back of the Sovi on the exit of the corner. He's dropped pace through all of that caused by Orlov now. Poulain in there in 4th, but under pressure. Again, feeling a bit rattled because it's Scriven now that he's got to think about in P5. Don't count out Mai as well. Mai has had a settled race in this mid-section, but he's still there as Poulain thinks against it. Goes down the inside of Schleimer at turn number 1, and that allows Scriven through as well.
You know what? I did think that move was coming. I was just watching them out of turn number 13. As late on the brakes is Schleimer, and he tries to get the move down the inside, but there was contact into the braking zone, and unfortunately he finds himself well out of contention for finishing up in the top 3 here now in this race. But eyes back on this one. Poulain holds on to it. Scrivan now back up to P4. Now what does that do for the points? Well, he's still 3rd. Wolf is still at this moment, starting on the front row of the grid alongside Jaden Teen. But let's see, because one more place might help him out, and it's only just ahead of him.
Absolutely is, but Schleimer there where he cut across the front of Poulain by going into hardwood. Watch the replay. Look how close this could have been. Well read by the Energy course driver to avoid that. Just the pace that they carry into that corner went straight on over the grass. All dust all over tyres of that Sodi, but does still continue to go round. Still, battle rages on for this front pack section. Poulain still trying to fend off Scriven there, but Scriven, to me, Anthony, has looked really strong in the second part of this race. He's kind of stayed out of trouble, has actually just gained positions by other people tripping over each other, by the likes of Schleimer getting it wrong. Into turn number 1 they go, still pulling round Manuel Mai there in 5th. Currently, those final intermediate classification points as it stands, it's Teen from Wolf. Scriven is there in 3rd currently. Timo Youngling, your current race leader, in 4th, and then Orlov in 5th. So for the Sodis, you know, still holding, still owning that front end of your order. Yeah,
indeed. Still with incredible pace, but now Max Orlov sets the fastest lap of the race. The gap fluctuating between 8 and 7/10 of a second. Not much time left in this race, so I don't think he might be able to close in, but I'll have to wait and see. Eyes on this one, though. Skrivan certainly wanting to take this place away from Ante Poulain. He has been trying for so much time, so much more confident he looks under braking there in towards turn 1. Checks again to see Emmanuel Mai, who's just behind. Not fully worried about it, not in lunge distance just yet, but again, for Skrivan, this is going to be an important overtake for him. If he can get it done, it will help him out in those points. But right now, holds firm in P4, just sussing out the situation. Not long left to go in this one, Nicole, but the pressure still very firmly on the rest of the field.
Absolutely is, but no pressure for your current race leader of Timo Youngling, leading by 0.8 of a second to 2 teammates of Orlov. Still, this battle, the eyes and ears are on the Energy driver, trailing around. Scrivan then for 3rd, looks over his shoulder to see the gap as we head through this middle section of our final lap.
Indeed. Right, looking further down the order as well, some big movers have been happening in this last few laps of this race. Joran Valtonen being that biggest mover, a 12-place gain now to be just outside the top 10. Having a very strong race in that one. Dion van Verven as well, a 7th-place gain in this race. But for Timo Youngling, a 4th-place gain will get him coming away with his first qualifying heat win of the weekend. Out of the final corner, and it comes in the superheats. In KZ2, Timo Youngling takes his first win on track this weekend, and it's a superb drive for the young Briton here in Germany. A brilliant run. Orlov finishes in 2nd place. It puts him to 5th in the intermediate classification, 5th in the points as well. Adds to his tally. A super strong performance from Max Orlov with one more race to go to see him be crowned as a European champion. But the fight is very much still on. Ante Poulain finishing in 3rd place ahead of Max Skrivan. Emmanuel Mai finishing in P5 ahead of Max Schleimer. Dion van Verven in 7th ahead of Mathis Bruce. John Lier from the likes of Zoe Florescu, who rounds out the top 10. The full results there on your screen. Jensen Graham finishing in 11th place from Joran Valtonen. Biggest mover out on circuit. Alessia Pacini from Georgi Fakowski. Valentina Fritsch finishing in 15th place for Germany. Rest of the field just behind as well. 16th sees Christian Decline and Mark Gressenkorn as well. Good racing for those two. Ruben Wild from Capricious. Nico Lemberg from Luca Colea. Alessio Lamartina from Alejandro Leos. Rick Hartmann finishing in 24th place from Matti Vanderbroek. Alexander Richter and Julian Bubb round out the 27 finishes. The retirements, Tigran Bonatian, Kian Fardin, and the non-starter Tom Dussel, as we suspected, was not on the grid for that race. There, though, is your race winner. A brilliant drive for Timo Youngling for CPB Sport. Finds himself with his first qualifying or first win of the weekend. Let's have a look at the start of this race. Maddox Scriven seemingly a little bit distracted at the start of this one. Initially gets a good start off the line. Kian Farden in the background having dramas. Looked like he popped a wheelie there off the line. This, though, the defensive posture from Scriven opens the door, though, to the drivers on the inside. Artepulane taking the lead. Youngling stepping up in those first stages, getting into that lead. Scriven trying to fight it back, does successfully get down the inside. Emmanuel Mai having the dramas right at the start there. The Mach 1 Motorsport driver seemingly tumbling a little bit at the start of this one. The slight mistake there, under braking from Maddox Scriven, loses him out on that second place spot that allowed Artepulane to get through into second place. Fights happening thick and fast throughout the field. Mattis Bruce stepping up through the field. Dean Van Verven as well. He was the driver with that huge lunge down in towards turn 13, getting that move done down the inside. Then we started to see the fight once again from Maxim Orlov pushing his way through the field. This was Schleimer trying to fight his way back through the field. He would later have drama in the race. Alessia Piccini as well, battling with Zoe Florescu. She was able to get her nose down the inside through the final corner. Schleimer again later closing in on Maddox Scriven, gets that move done. Drama for Tigran Banatian out of the race at turn number 1. And that definitely looked like mechanical gremlins. That is not the end of the world for Tigran Banatian. He's still in a good spot in this race, but that's another DNF for him over the course of this weekend. This moment here, Schleimer making contact with the back of Maddox Scriven. I think just unsighted as he tried to look to the inside of Artepulane. Contact between the two of them. Schleimer going off the circuit as Youngling takes the win, and his first win of the weekend, which came in that superheat right before the final, meaning that Jaden Teen secures pole position and will be joined by Noah Wolf on the front row of the grid for that final. But let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you very much then, Anthony. I have race winner Timo with me. Timo, good race out there for you. A first win of the year despite it being the last round. Must have felt good out there, no?
Yeah, it was good. I mean, the chassis and the engine felt perfect. I got the lead at the start and I just kind of maintained the gap throughout the whole race.
And this weekend, you and teammate of Jaden Teen look like you've actually found a bit of extra pace compared to your other teammates of Maxim Orlov. Where has that been found, would you say? Is it in you? Is it in the car, to the engine?
I would say, I mean, there was a pre-race here and I had the pace ready. I was probably one of the fastest, so I kind of maintained the speed from there. But obviously, yeah, the team has been working super hard on the chassis to make it the best for me, so I'm happy about that.
And a good result out there. It doesn't mean that you'll be on the front row for the final, but you'll be in the sharp end of the field anyway. Timo, do you think that maybe a win could be on the cards for you this weekend?
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's what I'm aiming for.
Timo, great to speak to you and well done on a heat win. We'll head back up then because we've wrapped up our super heats for KZ2s. Now we turn our attention to our premier class of our KZs.
We certainly do indeed, Nicole Sutherland. Thank you down there in Parc Ferme. Yes, indeed, one more superheat to go of the morning phase before we go into the mid-break. And then, of course, the finals coming up after this one. But KZ superheat, 16 laps, 21-kilometre race distance. And it starts with the man who so far also has been undefeated in the qualifying heats. Matthias Bergel of France is looking to take the championship lead away from the likes of Pedro Hiltbrand, who unfortunately qualified down in 10th place. He's still in the lead of the championship, is Pedro Hiltbrand. He's still got points at the end of yesterday, but the gap did close down. And of course, with another 25 championship points up for grabs here, can Matthias Bergel come away with that win? He's, at the moment, undefeated. He wants to continue that trend. If he can do so, he finds himself, one, starting on pole position for the final, one, putting himself in the best possible position for that championship fight, and two, gaining those championship points as well. But again, not on his own, on the front row of the grid. Senna van Walstein starting alongside him on the front row of the grid. The Saudi driver certainly looking strong over the course of this weekend. Did, though, DNF in his first race. Came back strong, though, in those second ones. with those P2s, finding himself on the front row of the grid for this one. A certain improvement from the dramas he had in qualifying. Jean Nomblot again, another one of those drivers on that front half of the grid, and also another interesting day. Second, fifth, and then a DNF in that last one. It was the first race, though, that was a real shock, I think, to the system because we had multiple retirements and disqualifications from that one. Giuseppe Palomba was a DNF in the first race. Pedro Hilbrand DNF'd. Daniel Vasile was one. Victor Gustafsson was unfortunately disqualified from that first race, as well as his third race as well. So he's had a bit of a torrid weekend. Torsten Simon as well DNF'd in that first race. Matthias Tonagiani was a DNF as well. Paolo Ippolito also a DNF. So again, that first KZ race was certainly a very interesting one, where I think we were down to about 6 runners left in that race in that first one. There, Ross Upton, Chief Pre-Grid Officer, showcasing the 1 minute to go board. Not a lot of time left for these drivers to get themselves primed and ready. But Nicole Stanley joins me back in the box. Yeah, for some of these drivers, a really torrid weekend, and they've got to do a lot of work from the back of the grid here. Yeah,
well, I'd say actually everybody other than Matteo has mixed a bit of a difficult result, a DNF or a back end of the field, with then a really good result. You know, everybody's kind of been fluctuating in where they've ended up in these races. A bit of a weird weekend, I would say, for many of them, and some drivers actually being in incidents as well where heavy damage was, you know, as a result. We had Ippolito, we saw through the second sector, had a big one with Hilbrand in our first heat yesterday. We had a Jean Nomblot in that last heat. He had a big moment through turn number 1 as well. So big dramas, big moments, but this is your premier category. These are the warriors of your sport. So, you know, they go for those moves that are ambitious or are risky, and it doesn't always play out. Here we go then. This is your grid. Anthony Jordan, who have we got on our front row?
Well, we've got the man who's been undefeated so far, Matteo Special of France, starting in a pole position, joined by Senna van Walstein on row number 1. Jean Nomblot and David Trefeloff go from row number 2. They'll have Alex Marigliano and Christian Matuka on row number 3. Giuseppe Palomba and Emilian Denner will round out the 4th row and the first half of your field.
Row number 5 then, meeting each other again after drama yesterday, is Pedro Hilbrand and Paolo Ippolito for his first superheat of the year so far. Row number 6 includes Daniel Vasile with Danilo Albinese. Big moments for Albinese as well yesterday, 2 DNFs out of 3 heats. Row number 7, Victor Gustafsson. He had a DSQ yesterday and will be starting alongside Matthias Torrigiani. And rounding out your grid of 15 karts, 8 rows, home soil for Germany, we have Torsten Simon.
Indeed. Right. Well, again, a full grid, 15 drivers here out on track, which is good to see. They get their temperature up into those tyres. This has been a bit of an interesting weekend. For one, though, who's really impressed me, Alex Marigliano on that Intrepid chassis had some really good races, Nicole. 6th, 7th and a 7th with all those penalties and DNFs and non-starters and DSQs. He's found his way creeping from the back of the grid through the field, now starts on the 3rd row of the grid right behind Jean Nomblot, so he's going to be a real competitor in this racing.
Absolutely. I've really enjoyed watching the Intrepid drive around. It's not a chassis that we see too much of anymore. It's not a chassis that we've seen within this competition this year, but a kart that was previously used years ago by the likes of Alex Albon. You know, it has a rich history in karting, so I've really, really enjoyed seeing Alex at the front end of our order. Really gonna be interesting to see what Alex can pull off this weekend in this grid.
Certainly so. You can see him, he'll be sliding into his grid spot there right behind Jean Nomblot on the left-hand side of your screen, which he does so now. He has got the pressure, though, of Giuseppe Palomba just behind him, last year's KZ World Champion in FIA Karting. He has got the pressure on just behind him, but he's had a bit of a torrid weekend on this one as well. A DNF in his first race, 9th and a 4th, so some very difficult conditions he's had to deal with. Right then, here we go. Green flag waves at the back, and for the last time before the finals, we're about to go racing. Pasquale Lupoli starts the lights procedure. 4 lights on, lights out. We're racing in KZ down in towards turn number 1. It's a good start for the front row. Spagel holds on to the lead as down the inside. David Trefeloff tries to get through. Palomba going sideways, and that's one of the Kart Republics up and over. But it's been drama for one other driver all the way to the back, and I hate to say it, it's Alex Marigliano unfortunately, who has had those dramas, the intrepid driver who we were singing our songs of praises to, is now at the back of the field. Eyes on the front though, Jean Nomblot has had a bit of a bad start on this one as well. He has got the likes of Trevelov pushing through. Christian Matuka has pushed his way through as well, but they are having a mighty fight there. All the meanwhile, Mathias Rogel has broken away at the front.
Absolutely has. Batuka did a great job to muscle his way through into P3 then. It looked like throughout that entire lap, Giuseppe Palomba just couldn't quite sort himself out, looked all over the place through sector number 2. Spagel leads from Van Walstein. Van Walstein did a good job to hold onto that P2 from that anti-pole side. We've seen drivers struggle with that time and time again at these race starts, but finds himself in second nonetheless. Teammate now of Jean Nomblot trying to go down the inside, makes it stick. Nomblot now finds himself in fourth and shuffles down Trefelov, who's going to be looking at teammate now of Emilian Denner very soon. On the back of Denner, we have Palomba. Then we have current championship leader Pedro Hiltbrand having to really work hard. Can he get moved on Denner then, that's set up by Palomba? Yes, he does. Palomba then absolutely opened the door for the driver, sat there in the Birrell, the driver that looks like he's going to go slightly defensive into turn number 1. Now Denner having a really difficult one because Albanese finds himself getting through as well. Take that back, it's not Denner, it's Trevelov that is in this drama. It's Trevelov that's been overtaken by Palomba, Hiltbrand, and now Albanese. Van Walstein picks up the pace and goes fastest, as now once more Hiltbrand having to just hug that white line, having to go slightly tighter to fend off this pack of karts behind him. This pack of karts that includes Vasily Trefelov and Gustafsson on the tail end as well.
Indeed. Again, another look down the inside there into turn 13 from Danilo Albanese, not able to fight his way through as so close to the wall there. Again, for the Formula K machinery, it's down the inside. Danilo Albanese trying to get the move done on Pedro Hiltbrand, and there's no love lost there, as now here comes Victor Gustafsson down the inside. He's switching places, an almighty battle there as Albanese once again trying to get his nose back down the inside. Hiltbrand has tumbled down to 11th place, and his championship fight is certainly being put onto him here. He is needing to get up this order. He has still got that final. He has still got that championship lead. But my goodness, are the field making it difficult for the Spaniard?
Absolutely has. We headed into the day with Pedro still as our championship lead, but the gap between him and Spagel has reduced dramatically on the points. Still this battle going on. This is your mid-pack section. Once more fighting it out. Gustafsson finds himself as your leader of these drivers for the time being, but Albanese says no and takes the position away. Van Walstein still continuing to go faster and faster. 3/10 splits up Senna with his teammates of Spagel, who is still your race leader for the time being. Hiltbrand now taking the position back once more from the CRG. That now makes Pedro your driver sat in the top 10. Batuka doing a good job to still sit there in third place. It's a 3-place gain and hasn't been caught by Jean Nomblot just yet, but this is very much your key battle out on the track. Into turns 1 they go. That's Batuka, Nomblot and Emilian Denner there as well. This is the fight for the race lead then, Anthony. For the first time this weekend, is Matteo Spagel going to be overtaken by teammate of Van Walstein? This was almost a big one between Hiltbrand and Albanese. Albanese tried to attempt something down the inside, muscled out Pedro, and Pedro found himself on the outside of that corner, having to allow the remainder of that pack of karts through.
Right, I'm going to bring you on to this one. Yes, okay, you've got Spagel, you've got Van Walstein closing in on each other. The question is Van Walstein going to overtake his teammate? I'm going to straight up say probably no, he's not. He's going to probably play the team game, stick behind. Remember, Spagel looking for a perfect score. I mean, even if Van Walstein did overtake him, he'd be absolutely fine. He'd still be leading those points, and he would still get the maximum 25 championship points, but I don't think he'd go for the move, as this one is heating up here pretty nicely. But Batuka trying to fend off here. Jean Nomblot is attacking as hard as he can here right now into that chicane. 6, 7, 8 and 9. They come up quickly. Emilian Denner right on the rear bumper as well, waiting to pick up the pieces from this one. We've got the run down in towards turn 13. We've seen the overtakes here. Are we going to see another one? The answer is no, but that's a slight mistake there into the braking zone from Christian Matuka, and that is going to bring Giuseppe Palomba into play as there has been a switch at the front. Okay, so Van Walstein's gone for it. Now, again, that means absolutely nothing to Special. He's still got maximum points. It's absolutely fine. Are they just saying, right, maybe you go in front, show me where you're quicker than me, and maybe I can learn from you for the final later on? Or is that complete rubbish and he just wanted to get past and have a win finally this weekend?
Well, at the end of the day, we're on our concluding weekend for this championship. It's a championship and every driver is competing for themselves. It doesn't matter what livery they're racing on at this point in the year. Senna wants every point that he can get to end up higher up in the European Championship standings for the rest of the year. Into turn at number 1 they go. Senna has picked up the pace again, has given himself a 2.5 tenth gap to Special. This was the moment for Batuka through turn 13. Missed the corner, got it wrong on the brake.
A little bit of contact actually between the two of them as well.
Covered it well, I would say, through turn 14.
Yeah, same time. That's when the overtake came in. Crystal clean. No time wasted at all, and yeah, I think no defensiveness. So yeah, I think that was just a case of, yeah, you go through, let me watch you for a lap or two and just think how you're doing it. Not sure if they're going to change places again or if they're going to stay like that, but like I say, it doesn't affect Special, and it keeps Van Walstein there in second, and they're both looking to start on that front row for that final later on today as well. Eyes still on this one here, the group behind Batuka, Nomblom, Daniel Vasile, Palomba and Denner. You can see how much the vibrations go through the bodywork there on Emilian Denner's kart, who is trying to get back up the order on this one. He has tumbled down there as obviously Daniel Vasile has got through as well. And Albanese trying to close in as well. He's had a tough one here, but he's, despite those tough things, he's still setting fastest lap of the race, 46.085. It's a mighty quick time there for Albanese as he is trying to push back through the field now, but he's there in 8th place and still a bit of time off Emilian Denner up ahead. Lap number 10 that we're on here now, Nicole. A few laps to go left in this one, and still the confidence level from these drivers still mighty, mighty high as Tanya Vasile is going to look to the inside there at Jean Dembler at turn 1. Not worked out for him, and now Palomba back on the scene.
Absolutely, it just shows how quickly things can change within this race, because Vasile goes down the inside. Now Palomba goes into the back of Nomblo, who had to really back out of that as Vasile went down to make the overtake. That was almost a moment between Sodi and the Maranello. And a good job, I think, by Palomba to not get caught out too much by that still tailing round in this fight. If he had gone into the back of the Sodi any harder, it could have been a big moment through turn 4.
Well, it might still be a big moment. Remember, drop noses are a thing, and that was a significant hit into that rear bumper that may have dropped his nose, and that, of course, would come with a 5-second time penalty after the race. And I've got to say there, Nicole, it looks to be pointing a little bit down there. It doesn't look like it's wobbling around, but that is certainly going to be a risky one for him.
Well, it will be a question mark for us, I'm sure, indeed, and I think we've got, that's a replay of a retirement out there then. Is that Torsten Simon making himself the newest driver to not finish? Just the exaggeration on the braking into turn 1. I can't imagine how difficult it is to deal with that on the entry to the corner and still manage to get the exit done, still manage to shift up the gears. Of course, you're going round there in second to get the kart out still with that amount of pace. Shows why these drivers are the best of the best. Into turn number 1 they go. Palomba still trying to chase down on Jean Nomblo. That was when Nomblo had that big moment yesterday in his final heat. And now looks down the inside at turn number 3. Textbook move, crystal clear like you said earlier on then, Anthony. Good stuff by Giuseppe Palomba.
Yeah, indeed. Having a much better day today in his super heats, and he's looking to see if he can push his way up as, oh dear, Jean Lomo's going to lose out on many more here as well. Look at that one from Danilo Albanese from the dramas earlier on. Managed to just squeeze his way through there. Hilbrands followed through as well, so despite the dramas they had earlier on, they are now pushing their way back up the order, and Hilbrand's championship fight is still on the cards here, but he is under pressure from Emilian Denner right behind, who is trying to find his way back through the field. This time around, cannot find it through turn 1 and stays behind just now. So for Jean Nomblot, this has been a really tough race for him. Remember, when he's finished the race, he's been 2nd and 5th on track. He did have a DNF yesterday in his last one, but this would be his worst result on track so far this weekend, with him still being in the race. 6 places he's lost out here, the same as Trefilov, the same as Maragliano. They've all tumbled down the order massively in this race.
I think, though, we can highlight the performance by Jean at Sarno, though. Failed to finish, as we just focus on this replay for the time being. This is Palomba into turn number 1, trying to chase down Jean Nomblot there. You can just see on the braking how abruptly these drivers stop the karts at the centre of the curve. We're going back to Jean Nomblot then. Sarno, torrid weekend. Failed to finish, I think, every heat, but still managed to get on the podium, so don't count him out as we head through the remainder of this weekend. This is a fight, though, further up your field. This is Batuka now being hustled by Vasile for the top 3. Lomba very much there as well, though. Dying stages of the race, but the battle for this one could be on. This is what the corner of the lap then that Batuka, we previously saw, made a big mistake on the braking, but it looks like for the time being he's learnt from that, doesn't sacrifice any pace as he takes a slightly tighter line into turn number 1, because he's aware that Vasile is right there in that Leclerc kart heading into turn number 3.
Indeed. Final lap board out then for the field. Last attempts for any of these drivers to get a move on one another, and Daniel Vasile is trying to get that one done on Christian Batuka, but he is making it very, very difficult for him with only a couple of corners left to go of the lap. Senna van Wallstein, though, at the front, stayed at the front and has cleared Spagel by 2 seconds now, as out of the final corner for the first time this weekend, it is a new race winner in KZ, and it goes to Senna van Wallstein in that fight. Mateusz Spagel finishes in 2nd place, but leads the intermediate classification, takes the 25 championship points, and again closes the gap to Pedro Hiltbrand, who ends this phase of the qualifying heat in 7th in the points. He will still get championship points, but they will be a lot less than what Mateusz Spagel has gained over the course of this weekend. Once more, closing that championship gap even more, meaning that the title fight goes to the final between the likes of Mateusz Spagel and Pedro Hiltbrand. Here's a look at your full classification at the end of it. Senna van Wallstein taking the win for the first time this weekend ahead of Mateusz Spagel. Christian Batuka in 3rd ahead of Daniel Vasile, Giuseppe Palomba and Danilo Albanese. Pedro Hiltbrand from Emilian Denner. Jean Nomblot finishing in P9 ahead of David Trefilov, and Alex Maragliano rounding out the top 11, with David Trefilov finishing in P10. The retirements, unfortunately, Torsten Simon, Victor Gustafsson, Paolo Ippolito, and Mattias Tolenjani, unfortunately not making it to the end of that race. But for Victor Gustafsson, first win on the cards, showcasing some true pace there. But again, that final later on, it's all going to be down to Mateusz Spagel. See if he can get that cut to the end and claim those 50 championship points to help him out in that title fight. Here's a look at the highlights from that race. Drama right at the start of it for Pedro Hiltbrand and for the likes of Daniel Albanese, and for the man who started on the 3rd row of the grid, Alex Maragliano, tumbling to the back of the grid. Amazingly, still remained in the race. Christian Batuka having a pretty feisty start to his race as well, getting up into 3rd place. He managed to push his way forward. Jean Nomblot as well, very competitive right at the start of the weekend, but unfortunately dropping his way down. Paolo Ippolito absolutely livid in that race. He later did retire from it, unfortunately, on the 2nd lap of the race, not seeing that checkered flag. Batuka again fighting through, but Pedro Hiltbrand was the one we wanted to see, because this moment here, down the inside, Danilo Albanese trying to find the gap, Vasile going through, Victor Gustafsson getting involved as well, as they could also see the likes of Alex Maragliano trying to fight his way back through the field as well in the background. Gustafsson was a later retirement from the race as well, So he had a very big moment. David Trefilov as well on his fight back, and the number 69 certainly had the fight on his hands, but did have to deal with a bit of traffic. That moment there for Matuka and Nombla, a little bit of a mistake from Matuka, but he managed to hold on to his position. That same time, change for the lead. No fighting between the two teammates. They would stay line astern as Van Walstein went on to take the win of that race. Torsten Simon, unfortunately, not having the run this weekend for the Team Kartstore.de. He would tumble out of the race. That moment there, question mark whether or not Giuseppe Palomba might come away with a nose cone. Significant hit into the back there of Nomblo in that earlier stage. Did his nose cone drop? And will he get a 5-second post-race time penalty at the end of that one? Later got the move done down in towards turn 3. Held on to that one. But Palomba stepping up into P5 at the end of that race. The question mark is, will he be able to keep it? Daniel Albanese managing to get a couple of positions in one go there, bringing Pedro Hilbound for company alongside as Van Walstein went on to win the race clear by 2.2 seconds ahead of Mateusz Pagel, who now takes another 25 championship points to his name. Let's head down, though, to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you very much then, Anthony. Senna, good race out there for you. We threw question marks over whether you would overtake teammate of Matteo, but you made the move. The decision to do that came from where?
No, we discussed with the team, and if we two would be up in front, we have a bit of a gap, and I would be quicker, then he would let me pass. If it would be dangerous for the push points and things like that, then we wouldn't do it.
And then going into the final, then Senna, you'll be starting on that front row of the grid for the final round. How does the mindset change when you've got, nothing to necessarily lose?
Yeah, well, obviously we're driving for a championship as a team, so we're gonna go for that. So in any case possible, I will do my best to help Sergio win the championship. And if the championship is not possible, then yeah, I would just go for the victory.
So actually what you're saying to us is that we can expect to see you helping Matteo in that final? Yeah.
Yeah, well, we're a team, so we help each other out. If it would be the other way around, he would help me. So yeah, of course.
Well, Senna, good to see you at the front end of the order then here in Germany. We'll head back up into the commentary box then to hear about our schedule for this afternoon. We're done with our super heats, but later on we have our finals.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there. Yes, indeed, a very busy set of finals is coming up, and that will be starting with the FIA Karting Academy Trophy final. That will be starting at around 2:05. Then it's KZ2, and then the day ends with the final for KZ. And at the end of today, we will be crowning 2 new FIA Karting European Champions. We will see you back at around 1:40 local time here. Make sure you don't miss it. Set your alarms, because it's going to be an almighty fight to the end of the day. From myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland, we will see you in about an hour's time. It's championship weekend in Saxony, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Welcome to Arena-E in Mulsen, Germany. We are just outside the city of Zwickau, the birthplace of Audi and the soul of German engineering. And this weekend, the roar of the past gives way to the fire of the future, because on this 1,315-meter monster of a circuit, the world's finest KZ, KZ2 and Academy Junior Trophy drivers are about to do battle. This track is tight, twisty and technical, but it is also fast and fierce. If you overthink it, you end up on the grass. If you get it right, you reach speeds of 165 kilometers an hour, which is just over 100 miles an hour. Down in towards turn number 1. It is tight and twisty with 14 turns in total. 8 to the right, 6 to the left. It is a demanding track that is about to play host to the last 3 races of the FIA Karting European Championship for KZ and KZ2, and the penultimate round for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy Juniors. They will be out first, but a little bit more about the circuit. Like we were saying, 1,315 meters, open in 2019. It's first ever FIA karting event being held here at the track in the circuit's history. It's a big honor for them. It's a big honor for us to be here as well for what is set to be an enthralling championship decider in the KZs and KZ2. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box. We are ready to go racing, but the drivers are going to be heading out onto the track first. This is going to be a very tense moment for them, but we're looking forward to it. I'm hoping the viewers at home and the viewers in the grandstands are ready as well, because what a weekend of racing we're about to have.
We absolutely are. We're on to our final moments then for our KZs and our KZ2s, but not our final moments for our Academy Junior drivers. This is their second round, but it doesn't mean that the pressure isn't going to be on. Within our qualifying heats, then we saw big dramas for some of our drivers, but everybody really showing us why they have been selected by their ASNs to represent their nations here within this championship. There has been a fantastic concept for everybody to watch throughout the year. Our Academy Juniors then will be heading off shortly. We've got, of course, first our medal ceremony. There we go then. You can see how many people have actually ascended upon us here at the track to watch upon this racing, which is going to be spectacular. All of the grandstands actually looking quite full now, Anthony, because I think all of our spectators are more than aware we're in for some serious stuff. Our Academy Junior class then. Class that concept was actually introduced back in 2010. It puts together 54 of the world's most promising talents into one field. All drivers have been selected by their ASN to give them a chance to really show what the nation is made of. Gives every country a chance to enter their biggest hopeful. And this is a class that has been won previously by the likes of Arthur Leclerc, Esteban Ocon has been in here, George Russell as well. And let's not forget the likes of Conor Zilic, who has moved over to NASCAR racing as well. They're all drivers who have graced the circuits within the category and have now moved up those motorsport ranks, have moved on to do great things. Callum Bradshaw is another driver that's competed within this category before. He's somebody that is now one of those people that pushes forward the next generation of talents once more.
Indeed. Right. Well, the moment now is upon us. The finals will be heading out to the circuit very, very soon. But before that, of course, we always like a show here at the race weekends. And here in Mulsen is no short story of excitement as we welcome onto the track, not a group, but a group of friends on their motorbikes here to show us some tricks and kicks. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for some fantastic machinery heading out to the circuit in form of KTMs, Gas, Husqvarnas as well, to showcase what they can do on track. So please welcome these guys onto the circuit at turn number 1. Big hype for them as, well, look at these little machines. Supermotos love these things, and, you know, these things are quite difficult to ride. They're a very fast thing. They look like a motocross bike, but they're not quite. They've got, like, slick slick road tyres on them, meaning that, yeah, you can throw these around the corners. These guys going to be throwing some, I think, some slick moves there at turn number 1, but they've been told no burnouts. They've been told not to do that at turn number 1 because there's plenty of rubber already down at that one. So give a huge round of applause and hype these guys up as much as you possibly can down there at turn number 1, as they're going to be showcasing what's hopefully set to be a fantastic little display for you at T1. And yeah, guys, get those hands up in the air. Bit of a round of applause for the bikes down there at turn number 1. But I got to say, I love motorbikes, Nicole, but you'd never catch me doing anything like this.
I've just seen your eyes light up as these drivers have just gone out on the circuit, Anthony. I know that this is a big love of yours, but good to see the circuit, you know, putting on a show for us before we head into this racing. Hopefully these guys don't put down too much rubber. Here we go then, in for a show.
Well, there you go. This is turn 1 here at Mulsen, or my local Sainsbury's car park in the UK that you'd usually see something like this. But yes, a brilliant run for these drivers. But I've got to say, popping a wheelie like this, they're not easy things to do, as yes, it's very easy to end up going backwards on yourself quite quickly. But a fabulous show for these ones. But I've got to say, the skill of being able to do that, because it's about...
Do you reckon you could do this?
Absolutely not. In fact, I would say yes, because then it makes me sound better. But no, the answer is very clearly no. There's no way I would be able to do this whatsoever. But showcases the proper skill. That's with the rear brake, of course. Some of these bikes may be slightly modified to add a rear brake onto the front, sort of onto the handlebars, because usually on a motorbike, the rear brake is on the right-hand side where your foot is, and the gear shifter is on the left-hand side. But for these ones, obviously, when you've got both your feet on the seat, it's not designed to go there, are your feet? They're supposed to go on the pegs. So, yes, if he needs to control the rear brake, which is on the rear wheel, he'll have a little extra brake lever on the handlebars to help that. What do you think of that?
No, impressive. I would absolutely have no idea
Would you have
where
a go
to
at
start.
this?
I'd have a go. I don't think I'd be very good at it.
What do you think you would be able to do?
Fall off?
Fall off? That's probably a very good way of doing it. Yes, I'd probably fall off too. But no, this is an incredibly difficult thing to do. But these guys are making it look pretty easy. And yeah, that's again in this sort of heat and with only jeans on. Yes, I certainly wouldn't want to give that a go. But yeah, these guys certainly making it look very easy out there. Fabulous little bikes we've got out there as well. KTM EXCs out there. There's a couple of them. Gas ECs out there as well. Husqvarna FEs as well. Husqvarnas are a fabulous little bike. They you put an extra exhaust on that, and they are very throaty with how they sound. And certainly one to keep an eye on. But yeah. Those KTMs as well, personal favourite of mine as well. Beautiful little pieces of machinery, and again, showcasing how close you can get to the rear of that. And hopefully he's not left a nice mark there in the circuit, but running that rear bumper all the way to the back. The last thing these guys want is a nose cone penalty, though, Nicole.
There we go. We've had enough of those this weekend. These guys don't want to add to that as well. Impressive not to, you know, go off the back of it. I don't think either of us would ever be able to attempt anything like that, Anthony.
Well, again, I'd certainly give it a good go, and I'm sure there are probably people at home who are thinking, yeah, I could do that. It's easy. It's not difficult. I'd be like, well, go on then. Come on down to Mulsen. Give it a go for us. But you can hear the brakes. They've been tortured out there. You can hear them all squeaking away. I can only imagine. Do you reckon these have got an MOT?
Let's go, yeah, just to help these guys out.
Well, I don't see a license plate on it, Nicole, so probably not.
Don't need one.
There we go. But brilliant stuff for them. And I've got to say, they were going around in circles earlier, and now they're doing donuts on one wheel on the track. That's, again, another quite an impressive little thing out there, isn't it?
Absolutely is. Here we go. This is a different trick.
This is a nice one there as they go up. This is brilliant stuff. I mean, not sure what the drivers are making of this. I think probably, well, I'd prefer 4 wheels on this one. These guys like 2 wheels, or should I say 1 wheel? Oh, there we go. There was a close moment there. But brilliant stuff for the drivers then as they get themselves sorted out and continuing. The drivers now are going to make an appearance. First final, heading out onto the circuit. And this is going to be an almighty one because it's not a championship decider. This one is the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, the junior division that's been going for multiple years, back since 2010. Multiple drivers have won this title. And, well, we won't see a title winner yet, we'll have to wait until Cremona at the OKN World Cup for the FIA Karting, where we will see the juniors celebrate their championship win. But there you can see the field of drivers, 36 of them out in this one, has been whittled down from the 52 that entered into this weekend. Not all the drivers can make it through. So for a driver to get to this stage of a weekend is already an incredible achievement.
Absolutely is. Qualifying into the final is always the first thing on these drivers' minds. That's the difficult bit. And then they can go out within this final and try and lay everything on the line. This line of drivers then currently being led by Nick Bretzel. Nick had a very, very strong results in the last heat we saw from these drivers this morning. Looks primed and ready there throughout the order then. That's, I think, Gage Korn in that middle pack section. Gage, a driver that really has struggled throughout qualifying so far this year. Had a disqualification in Valencia, then had a DNF in qualifying on Friday. But with the pace that that driver carries, has managed to qualify himself into this final, and into this final in a relatively good spot as well. Finds himself not right at the back. He's there on that 15th row, and a driver to highlight as well. Competes in KZ2 back in the States, so I'm sure he'll be actually staying to watch at our KZs and KZ2s as their races progress as well, Anthony.
Indeed. Well, as we always do in the host nation, we love to listen to the national anthem. So if you're able to stand, please do so for the national anthem of Germany. Give a huge round of applause to your FIA Karting Academy Trophy finalists who are about to do battle for one last time here in Mulsen, Germany, as they can see our delegates here ready to give out the medals to the drivers who have made it into this final. Akbar Ibrahim out there, the CIK FIA president here at the Mulsen circuit, to deliver the first round of medals to the drivers in this final, and it's a brilliant achievement for them, which will see the likes of Nick Bretzel starting it on pole position and joined by Oyvind Rantarata as well. A brilliant job for them over the course of this weekend and this season, of course. They've had a tough fight. The championship points have updated, of course, and when they go into that all-important final round in Italy at the Cremona circuit, we will once again see an Academy Junior Academy finalist champion at the end of the 2025 season. A brilliant run for them, but let's see how it all fares here in Germany. Other members who are down there as well to help hand out the medals. Mattia Kauda, again, manager of Mondo Kart Racing, will be joining us out there to present some of the medals to the drivers, as well as Alex Gaia, also of the head of the organization for the DMSB, to present some of the medals as well. But for a lot of these drivers, it is a great honor to represent your country. Of course, all of these drivers selected by their local karting ASNs to put them on the global stage here. For a lot of these drivers, they have not raced out of their home country. For a lot of them, this is their first time in Germany. For a lot of them, it's their first time racing in Europe, of course, bar the first round that we had in Valencia. So a lot of them are new to these circuits. And of course, not only that, but the concept of it where they're all on the same machinery as well. The OTK products on the Esprit chassis, of course, the OK engines that are on board, clutchless engines, meaning that they do need that assistance to get started, and that does mean it is a little bit more difficult out on track. If you have a moment, you've got to keep that engine going, otherwise you may find yourself stalling out on track. But for all these drivers, as you can see, smiles all around as they have done some brilliant work over the course of this one. There is Thanos Zahos. He's had a really challenging weekend on this one. He has pushed his way through the field after a tough qualifying, but he is certainly going to be one to keep an eye on because he has shown some incredible pace over the course of this weekend. Many hats out there. It is pretty warm out there on the circuits. The air temperature has increased dramatically over the course of the day, but we're still holding firm at around about 25, 26 degrees out there. But when the sun is on you, trust me, it is very, very warm on that circuit. But for all these drivers, it's that last moment now to revel in the fact that they've made it this far this weekend with just their last race to go, and it will be their longest race of the weekend as well. This one, 20 laps, 26.3 kilometre race distance for the junior drivers. It's an almighty race length. If you think about it, driving 26 kilometres on the road could take a fair few minutes if you're driving along comfortably at 130 kilometres an hour. But when you're racing around in circles with everyone around you, trust me, that is a long, old race for these drivers. Well, for the field, the time is done. Last few photos for the drivers before they head off down to their karts. The machinery is all set, ready there on the grid. Mechanics have left the scene. A lot of the guys from the OTA, the Vortex guys, are there primed and ready, and that is the trophy they are fighting for. Beautifully crafted trophy by the circuit here. A brilliant showcase of it. And if you actually go on to the Arena-E Mulsen Instagram page, you can see exactly what these trophies are and how they were made and how they were put together. So I do implore you to head over to that Instagram channel. As we've got our drivers now heading over to the karts, lined and ready to go. The mechanics join onto the grid now to help their drivers get suited and booted, ready to go. But as they walk down, ladies and gentlemen, give a huge round of applause to your finalists in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, with one more race for them to go this weekend. A brilliant show for the academies. They have had those ups and downs over the course of this weekend. We had the troublesome starts earlier on in the weekend, but then we had some fabulous battles as well. And it's all whittled down to just the 36 now in this final. Ready to do battle. Remember, in past years, of course, big names have raced in this championship and in this very class, and they have gone on to race in the world of Formula One. And let's take you over this class in a little bit more detail. Academy Junior, drivers aged between 12 and 14 years of age. 52 entries into the weekend from 51 different nationalities. A brilliant run in that one. The power unit, what are they using? The 125cc engine. It's outputting around 29 brake horsepower. It's got a minimum weight. It's 145 kilos. Any gram underneath that, they will be in a lot of bother. And of course, the tyres that they're using this weekend, the LeConte LOM tyres, the dry set, that's what will be used in this final. They did need to deploy the wet tyres earlier on in the weekend. At the start of the weekend, we had lots of rain in the free practices, but they've not needed to fall that. They've got the one set, of course, for the entire weekend. So these tyres will be used and abused. So for any driver who has looked after them the most, they may find themselves being able to push through the field here. It's all a case of that. If a driver has been out there and has been ragging those tyres, he's been using them so hard over the course of the qualifying heat to get up to a good spot, but now he's got there and now he's got no tyres left. It makes it just that little bit more difficult for them in the final. So you may see a driver who's been more consistent over the course of a race weekend may actually do quite well in this one. But I'm going to stop talking for a little bit and I'm going to pass over that duty to Nicole Sutherland, who is ready down on the grid.
Absolutely. Then Anthony and I start on our front row alongside Oiva. Oiva, last time we spoke to you, it was after a really good result in qualifying. You've continued that pace, you've continued that confidence. What's the mindset going into this final?
Maybe not DNF, and podium will be the best for me now.
Well, a podium is always the goal. And Oliver, a question for you. You know, every driver in this field are on equal machinery. Have you enjoyed the weekend so far? Have you enjoyed the championship so far?
Yes, this is so much fun.
Well, Oliver, I'll let you concentrate. I'll let you get your neck brace on then. Starting next to Oliver, we've got Nick Bretzel, who we previously spoke to after a really good third heat this morning. Nick, a couple of hours ago since we last spoke to you, still have that smile on your face that we saw after that heat win. Going into this one then, Nick, do you think that you could maybe pull off a race win?
Maybe, yes.
And after Valencia, you know, you weren't this far up in Valencia, but you had good pace. You know, have you changed anything in your driving style, or have you adjusted anything on the kart?
Just on the kart, not driving, not just kart.
And then the battles that will go out between you drivers. You've got Maël Lemachard, who's been the quickest driver in our academy so far this year, further down in the order. Are you thinking about Maël at all, or are you just going to drive your own race?
I'm just going to drive my race.
Well, Nick, congratulations on a good weekend so far. We'll see how you get on in this last race. We'll head a little bit further back down at the order. Then you've got Nicholas Frigg and Planeta there as well. They're starting on your second row. But for now, we'll clear the grid. We'll let these drivers concentrate as they go racing.
And thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there on the grid. Yes, indeed, a lot of concentration needs to come in at this point of a race weekend, because for these drivers now, the biggest grid they will have out there, of course, the grid split in half from the 52 drivers. They've been slightly smaller grids. Now it's a full capacity, 36-kart grid. An almighty challenge for the drivers to do. And for the drivers who just made it into this final, of course, Thanos Sajos and Dominic Braden, who will be starting this on the 18th row of the grid. The job is simple. Push forward as fast as you can and get to the front as quickly as you can. But for that man there, he's got a different story. Nick Bretzel on the front row of the grid, the pole sitter going into this one, is going to be the man to keep a close eye on. He's the one who has been showcasing some really good talent over the course of this weekend, and he has been right at that sharp end. But the championship still is close out there for the field. Lemachard, of course, came into this weekend 69 points to his name. He's still got the Staciones Erik Poulsen with the 60 points. They were the first, second and third drivers into this weekend. At the end of this race, that is due to change, of course, with drivers having those ups and downs. One driver as well who's also showed some real talent this weekend from Finland, Oivan Veterata, who we just spoke to very briefly there on the grid. He is primed and ready to go on this one. And yes, like you say, hopeful of not DNFing and doing a good job. That's solid advice, I think, a driver can give.
Yeah, absolutely. First goal for Oivan then, no DNF. He was thinking more about finishing rather than getting on the podium. But with that pace that he's had this weekend, I think definitely doable. And the mindset, you know, you could tell in the driver interview, very laser focused is Oiva, just thinking about the task at hand. Further down in the order, then Antony in that mid-pack section, we've got Jack Collinson of Latvia starting 13th alongside Erin and Ludigan. They're two drivers who have pushed their way through since qualifying, as has Finley Lines has attempted a similar thing. Finn had a fourth in one of the heats, maybe just got caught out in the racing aspect of things a couple of times, got pushed out of some corners, but still finds himself further up in the order. And, you know, with drivers slightly out of position then, the likes of Francis Lemachard down there in 7th, I think this is going to be a really, really busy race, especially in our first, you know, 4-5 rows.
Yeah, indeed. We are moments away from seeing the yellow flag at the front of the grid, indicating we've got around 30 seconds until these engines will get fired up and the formation laps will start. I think one driver we really need to focus on in this one is the home favourite for Germany, Emilio Byrne, who has had a brilliant run in those races. Has had some penalties here and there over the course of the weekend, but he starts this one on the 3rd row of the grid, and we have seen his starts. They have been sublime, where he went from, I think, about 8th place to first in the front in one opening lap. So he's certainly going to be one to keep an eye on from that third row of the grid. As engines fire up, drivers make their way round the lap. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. Nick Bretzel and Oiver Veterata on row number 1. Nicola Frigg and Philippe Planeta go from row 2. They'll have Jack Moore and Emilio Byrne on row number 3. Championship leader going into this weekend, Mio Lemachard of France, starts it on row number 4. He'll have Hernan Rodriguez for company alongside. Mark Reistrup and Julian Rivera go from row 5. They'll have Finley Lyons and Rafael Bassato on row number 6. Jack Collinson and Turnen and Ludigan go from row number 7. They'll have Louis Nunez and Bautista Panetta, who was right up at the sharp end of the field from qualifying, now down to the 8th row of the grid. Emma Dowling and Kalayan Giasev go from row number 9, with Edward Godfroy and Nikolai Karyukin on row number 10.
Row number 11 for Italy is Clelia Sodu alongside Bing van Scheidel. 12 is Facundo Hernandez alongside Martin Omdal. Row number 13 houses Thomas Chikorashki. Watch out for Thomas alongside Paul Becker. 14, Neue Staciones with Nassar Nass. 15 is Jago Lempen with the USA's Gage Korn. 16th row on 31st, we have Judah Yerkin alongside Luis Cifre. And from row number 17, your penultimate row, is Mario Silva Laura with Daniel Abella. For the last race of the weekend for our Academy Juniors on the 18th row, P35 and P36, we have Vanos Zahos of Greece with Dominic Braden rounding out your grid.
Well, here we go then. Drivers now have ended their out lap onto the formation lap. They pass over the red line now. From that point onwards, no overtaking is permitted. They should be in 2x2 rolling start formation, which at the front of the grid they are doing so. However, field is still very spread out right now. Hopefully they'll be slowed down a little bit at the front. You can see they are trying to slow them down, but yeah, this grid is very spread out here, Nicole. Something tells me we could be going around again because, yeah, they're not formed up at all. They're going into the final corner. They look good at the front. We'll have to wait and see what Gonzalo Plana does, and he does send them round again. It is a false start, and they'll have another attempt to get that one formed up. And again, that was just, yeah, drivers at the back not getting formed up at all there.
Yeah, not naming names, but I could see a few drivers overtaking way past that red line. That means the drivers cannot get themselves further up the order if they're out of position around turn 13. A couple of them were just trying to fight back in to get into that starting spot. So a good job, actually, that we were false started there for those drivers at the back of the field.
Indeed. Well, they get a second attempt at this one. Of course, too many attempts, and they could stop this and have a chat with them. Of course, they don't want to be having false starts after false starts. They've got to get it right. And, of course, it is a challenge to get it right. Of course, 36 of them, all next to each other, all at a high speed, in between tram lines, not making sure they're not ahead of the driver who's in front of them, of course. They've got to stay in formation. It's a very tricky thing to do. And, of course, after the dramas that we had yesterday, the last thing these drivers want to do is go too slowly, because then you might find, yeah, we get a repeat of what happened the other day with half the grid, unfortunately, stalling the engines when they all got caught out at that very turn they've just gone through. This looks a little better. Some gaps still there in the middle, but it looks like we could be going this time around. Academy Junior Final. Here we go then, to the line. It is lights out, fights on in Academy Junior. Whoa. And there's a spin on the start-finish straight, and it's Emilio Byrne, the German driver, the hopeful, who's been spat out of the field and is out of the race. I think that might be Emilio Byrne. I'll try and figure out the kart number. It looked like Emilio Byrne's helmet.
516 is Emilio Byrne.
Yeah, he's out of the race, and that's a huge shame. The German hopeful is out right at the word go. But crucially at the front, it's been a solid start, but Bretzel's lost out in his lead and is going to lose out in second place as Nicola Frick goes down the inside and gets up into second place. But crucially at the front, it is Oiva Veterata of Finland who leads the way, and leads the way by only a small margin as they head down into turn 13 for the first time.
Despite being on that anti-pole side then, Oiva, really good stuff to jump the gun and get into that first position early on. Looks like he's dropped a bit of pace though out of that third sector, because now he's under pressure going into turn number 1 and gets overtaken now well
no.
by Frigg.
I think he let him through because you saw him point. Venturata was pointing to the inside and I think signalling to Nicola Frigg to go for the move. Not too sure why at this stage, but I'm sure when the race progresses, it might give us a new story on that one. In terms of championship, of course, they are changing just that little bit.
Moves into turn 6.
Oh, dear me. Oyvind Venturata all over the dusty part of the track there. Amazingly just keeps it in control, but now he's tumbled down the order here.
Well, that was Finlay Lines getting the jump on Planeta. Planeta had to go wide, went over that dirt off the track then. Lines, one of the big hitters in these early stages, 6 places gained to now be inside the top 5 once more this weekend. Out of that final corner they go. Frigg still leads from Venturata then. Jack Moore in 3rd, Bretzel in 4th, and Finn in 5th. Out of turn number 1 they go, settled in that mid-pack section for now. But watch who's on the charge as well. Bautista Panetta and Gayashev in that mid-pack section, 10th and 11th, have really put in some hard work. Drivers up 6 and 7 places. Moves being attempted into turns 6, 7 and 8. That's Finlay Lines now getting the jump on Bretzel. Lines finds himself P4 as Stasionis goes fastest.
This is a solid drive then for Finlay Lines. That's a 7-place gain now up into P4. He's pushing his way nicely, crucially as well. He's not lost out on much time on that one, but we'll keep a close eye on that progression as they go through. And let's see what happens. Back on the front here, Frigg and Venturata still line astern. They're looking strong right now, but I can imagine we could see Jack Moore coming into play at some point. Jack's not afraid to fight at the front here. We have seen him fighting at the sharp end in this early stages of the racing, but not so far in this one as they keep them nice and calm for the time being. But Lines now with the fastest lap of the race, starting to close in just a little bit. This is Basato. Further back, he's in 8th place on a 4-place gain. He's got Panetta on a 7-place gain. Giashev on an 8-place gain there inside the top 10. So again, like you were mentioning, big movers here, as now we're starting to see a little bit of a battle here, Nicole. 2nd, 3rd and 4th are line astern with Nicola Frigg breaking away, and the first overtake is going to come from the likes of Finlay Lines. He tried it there through turn 1, just backed out of it at the last bait. You can hear how vocal the mechanics are at this point, trying to get the information across to the drivers. Of course, they can only give them hand signals because there's no radio communication in these karts at all between the team and their driver. It is all down to those hand signals as best they possibly can, and they will all be probably saying, go forward, get those overtakes done at this stage.
All drivers then driving round in equal, very identical machinery. They're sat in an OTK chassis with that Vortex engine bolted to it. This is not the machinery that a lot of these drivers are used to. This is not what Finlay Lines is used to. Doesn't typically use an OTK product at home with a Vortex. But there he is, continuing to go faster, continuing to make moves down the inside at turn number 1 like that. That was the change between Moore and Lines, and Moore is caused a 2-position loss there because it looks like Bretzel has got past as well. Wide through turn number 3 goes one of the drivers, getting that completely wrong on the brakes. I think that could be
I think that is
Bretzel getting it wrong. So despite the overtake, Bretzel just looks like he's sacrificed something on the braking and now finds himself under pressure by Panetta, who's up by 9 positions. And Planeta, that's going to get confusing there in 7th and 8th. Anthony, those 2 drivers trying to apply some pressure to Bretzel, who did actually start at pole position in the early stages of this race. Once more out of the final corner, Lines looking strong. Can he line something up into turn number 1 once more? Not quite yet, because Venturata still looking steady. As we've got more moves now on Bretzel, that's the 506 getting past. That is Panetta getting into 6th.
Was that a pun there, Nicole?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. I'll call you out on it. Eyes on this one. Not just yet making the moves. It's a huge scrap happening further behind. Of course, Panetta trying to fight his way through. As oh dear me, that's a squeezy one there from Unlugadugan, who tries to get his nose down the inside. Unfortunately, gains 1, loses 3. As through goes Mia Limashard. Giashev as well goes through. So again, a shaky one there. Rivera's gone through as well. So yeah, that's a tough one there. Oh dear, a bit of smoke getting kicked up. That's Bretzel. I've got to say, I'm so shocked for Nick Bretzel.
Is it the pressure?
But no, I don't think it's the pressure. I think it's the tyres as Lines sends it down the inside of Jack Moore. He gets that move done and steps up now into P3. Venturata is the next driver up ahead, but there is a big gap between Lines and Venturata, and of course there's another big gap between Venturata and Frigg as well in the race lead.
Well, there is a big gap between 1 and 2, but the pace that Lines is carrying around, I think, is strong enough to try and catch up to Venturata. It's a 51.9 currently, but that was with an overtake being made. This was almost a big moment out of turn number 4. I think Emma Dowling is in the background getting involved in that, and Gayashev was actually your best driver to read that and keep himself out of trouble. Still they go then, another lap completed. Frigg leading by 0.8 of a second from Venturata. Finley Lines still on the charge there in 3rd, and actually all drivers within your top 6 making some good moves, one of which is Panetta there in 6th with a 10-place gain currently. Drivers going through this second sector, through turns 3, 4 and 5, where we've seen many drivers catch themselves out. And if you get it wrong, you can attempt to overtake into turn number 6 and 7 and 8, but not quite there for Reistrup. Tried to set something up on Jack Moore, but Jack Moore well read and closed the door out of that second sector. And this part of the circuit is that really fast, challenging sector. Out of turn number 13, a light brake goes through there, sets them up to turn number 14, and then onto the main straight, where you can see they get exceptionally close to that barrier on the outside. Still circulating as we've got drama now out there.
Me.
That's the 5-4-8. That was Tudor and Ludigan, who was really far up the order previously, finds himself outdone for this race.
Yeah, indeed, that's a huge shame for Ludigan there. He was showing great pace earlier on in the weekend, and unfortunately in this final has just found himself dropping backwards. That's a big 10 down the inside there for Mark Reistrup as well on Jack Moore. That stepped him up into P4 now and is pushing through the field pretty nicely at this stage of the race. You can still hear the mechanics on the grandstand as slow procedure has come out. So the race has been neutralised, and I'm just trying to think where we've had a neutralisation. That'll be why there is a kart stranded on the start-finish straight, and that has brought out the slow procedure, which, if you're new to karting, is effectively a safety car procedure. They slow the entire field down to a neutral pace. The grid closes up, and then we'll get a single file restart on the green flag. But of course the drivers will have to bring that pace down quite considerably until that kart is cleared out of it. Doesn't look like a lot of damage on board there. I'm just trying to think who that is. Well, there's the replay. That's a significant hit into the wall, and that is our main first victim of the wall this weekend. And unfortunately for Tudor Yerkin, that is a big hit into the pit wall there, and it's one of those moments where we have said, you know, that can happen, and that pit wall is so close, and you can see it from this shot here how close it is. We've seen it in the KZs as well. Drivers clipping that wall.
Orlov clip it.
Yeah, championship leader in the KZ2s, Orlov, he did clip that wall, and amazingly kept it in the race as well.
Yeah, absolutely did. Bad luck then for Yerkin and Ludigan, who will not continue to go round. But this could be good news for drivers like Venturata and Finn Lines in 2nd and 3rd, because that gap that Nicholas Frigg had gained himself has now been reduced because of this state of the race. So Frigg, when we go green again, really will have to be smart with where he puts the karts in the corner, because now he's under threat. He's got the other drivers on his tail for the first time in this race. Has got that clean air in front of him, so you know he does lead the race. Every driver has to go off of his behaviour, but for now Venturata, you can see right behind him, is trying to suss him out, trying to catch him asleep. Drivers just weaving the kart slightly to maintain that tyre temperature. Out of turn number 13 and 14 they will go, and will we go racing as we exit out of turn number 14? It looks like we are, and we go green goes defensive, goes Frigg into turn number 1, hugs that white line. Venturata trying to
Oh,
go the long
around
way
the outside.
around, does it?
Oliver Venturata with a beautiful start there, goes round the outside of Nicola Frigg through turn number 1. And that's an astonishing restart there for the driver from Finland, who now leads the way in the Academy Trophy. But there's drama in the background. Lines and Rystrup go off the circuit. Jack Collinson as well tumbles down the order, as well as Edward Godfrey. They all have drama out there, but they still maintain their momentum in this race, as the restart has been good. Frigg has got back past Oliver Venturata over the course of this opening lap as well. So just as quickly as he lost the place, he's retaken it again on that same lap.
Smart racing by Frigg then, knows that he needs to get it done straight away. He doesn't want to end up being backed into the remainder of the pack and swallowed up. Into turn number 1 then, the driver in third, Jack Moore, going defensive from Rystrup. These two drivers have seen a lot of each other throughout this race so far, and actually I would say Moore looking a little bit nervous on the entry to turn number 3. Is the move going to be on into 4? Yes, it does. So Moore then sacrifices a bit too much, and we have had a change then. Rystrup, your new third driver in the field. Finn Lines trying to charge once more back into the top end of the order. Had to cut the track on that race restart, got muscled out at turn number 4, but has found his rhythm, has found his feet again there in 7th. This battle though for that P3 absolutely on the exit of turn 13 and through 14. Race replay then. This is your start. So Venturata, look at how well read that was.
Yeah, indeed. For Lines, it wasn't the start would have wanted. Jack Moore actually gaining 2 for 1 there and going up into third right at that initial stage. They're all now trying to undo what has happened there, as Lines is furiously pointing up ahead to say, stop defending and go, because look what you're doing. You're bringing the pack all in behind us, and then this is going to happen. Drivers are going to go off the circuit and go backwards, so that's not what they want to see at all in this stage.
Well, maybe a bit aggressive by Frigg to get back that race lead, because has now been given a warning flag on the timing screen. So questions about how he took that number 1 spot back once more. This battle rages on though. This is Finley Lines getting his muscles out a little bit through turns 13 and 14, just bumping ever so slightly into the driver ahead. Here they go though into turn number 1. Doesn't look like there's going to be a move on from Finn just yet. Settle down they go, but moves further back in the order. That's Basato, Graikin and Gayashev getting involved with each other. Finn still trying to hunt down on the exit of the first sector. Calms it down on the braking, looks settled on the exit of turn number 5. Looked like he was maybe going to try and set something up then into this chicane section, but thinks against it. And now I think all of this hunting that Finn is doing and all of the slightly defensive posture Panetta has got is actually bunching the rest of the pack up into each other. And this really is going to start to turn into a bit of a train, I would say, Anthony.
Certainly so, because now Lines is going to look to the inside at turn 14. A risky move on a good day, but that is a fantastic little overtake. And now Jack Moore is going to try and go down the inside of Panetta as well. He does so at turn number 1, and they final through again in the background. Karukin has got through as well past Basato. Giashev is going to try and get involved as well, as Planeta is trying his level best to close back into this fight. As, oh dear, squeezing off the circuit goes Jack Moore, as Basato tries to get his way through. Panetta also trying to get through as well, but it's all kicking off a little bit in this mid-pack battle. All the meanwhile, your top 3 are still absolutely line astern. Nicola Frigg, Oiva Venturata, and the likes of Mark Rystrup are line astern here now through turn 13, back onto the start-finish straight. There is not a lot of time left in this race, and right now, this is going to be a 3-car battle for the lead, with the young Briton there in 4th place, waiting to pick up the pieces. Down the inside, Oiva Venturata goes to the lead through T1, keeps the pack nice and close, and now that Lines has been given that clean air, he will see this battle unfold, and he'll be thinking, I have got to close in at this point now.
Absolutely is. Where is the driver behind Ofri going to try and attempt something? Because we've seen it from him a few laps ago. As soon as he gets overtaken, he wastes no time to pick the position off again. Venturata doing a good job to lead out of the second sector. Rystrup there though, don't count him out because he's hunting He's hustling down Nicholas Frigg there for that second place. Now then, Venturata looks like he's got a bit of a gap on the exit of turn 13. Watch them and look at the gap as they head down the start-finish straight on these really late stages of this race. 0.2 of a second splits up Venturata from Frigg. Looked like Reistrup was maybe going to be brave and have a look through turn number 1, but thinks against it. Just yet, though, Venturata isn't deciding to defend. Look behind himself and has seen then that he has got a slight gap. Reistrup now really pushing around Frigg on the exit of turn number 5. Looks behind at Finn Lines in 4th, and I think actually knows that for the time being, Finley is not too much of an issue.
What?
These 3 drivers, then the gap has now opened 0.4 of a second. Venturata now leads by, I think the pressure that Frigg is under by Reistrup is actually putting him off.
Well, possibly so, but we'll have to keep close eye on it as, yeah, like you say, they are still pushing at this stage. But out of the final corner, they see one more board, and that is the last lap board out for the field. At this moment, Oyvind Venturata is looking to try and push forward, and in the championship will be pushing forward, because now with the lead of this race, the Finnish driver will be heading to Italy as a championship leader in the points, with clear by 2 points out of Mir Limashad. But eyes will focus on this one here, because now Frigg's pressure from Reistrup is absolutely immense. Surely into the last couple of corners we'll see a move as Lines is close right in now. A podium is so tantalisingly close for the young Briton, but his time is very quickly running out for Oyvind Venturata and for Finland. It is a job well done with one more corner to go. Out of the final corner, it's Finland on top in Germany. It's Oyvind Venturata wins round 2 of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy for the junior class. A superb drive for Oyvind Venturata. A brilliant way to end the penultimate round of the championship. He will head to Italy as the championship leader in the points. A superb drive for Oyvind Venturata. What a deserved win on circuit. A close fight to the end, but obviously he did pick up that warning flag. It's only a warning, don't worry, there's nothing that comes from that. But that start was, I mean, absolutely superb from Venturata. But Frigg, of course, did get that position back in that earlier stage. But that is an incredible, incredible drive from the Finn. And of course, he will go on to a brilliant 3rd round in Cremona, Italy. Venturata takes the win ahead of Frigg there and Reistrup. Finley Lines in a close P4 ahead of Nikolai Karyukin. Then it is Bautista Panetta after gaining several places. Well, let's say Karyukin's race was absolutely fantastic. He gained 15 places there to finish in P5. Bautista Panetta with 10 places gain. Thomas Chikaraski with an 18-place gain finishes in P7 ahead of Rafael Bassato. Julian Rivera finishing in 9th place. Jack Moore rounding out the top 10 ahead of Kloyan Djersev in 11th with a 7-place gain. Bing van Schleindel finishing in 12th place with a gain of 10 places ahead of Planeta, who unfortunately tumbled to 13th. Milashard dropping to 14th, and with that loses out on his championship lead, but only by 2 points going into the last round in Italy. Luis Nunez has a relatively calm race in that one. Started 15th, ended in 15th place ahead of Hernan Rodriguez. Jack Collinson with a tough race in that one. 17th place for Collinson. Gage Korn having a good race in that one. A 12th-place gain to finish in 18th ahead of Nassar Nass. Nick Bretzel, Emma Dowling from Edward Godfroy. Paul Becker from Louis Sifri. Iago Lempin and Noya Stansionis. Dominic Braden rounding out the top 26. Let's have a look at the highlights on that one. And the German hopeful, unfortunately, Emilio burned out of the race from the word go, spat out of the field on the start-finish straight, which is so unfortunate for him. Thankfully, he was okay. For Nick Bretzel, probably a final to forget on this one. The young man had done a brilliant job to get that kart on pole position. Unfortunately, I think then just struggled with the tyres. You could just see how he just had no pace during that race, and any chance he had of holding on to those positions, he found himself just being outmaneuvered by the drivers who may have had slightly fresher tyres in that early stage. There was the drivers further back in the field, allowing Finley Lines to get through. Tony Jürgen having dramas as well as he was trying to push through the order. He would later, unfortunately, crash into the pit wall as well on the start-finish line, ending his race abruptly, which then brought out the slow procedure in the early stage of the race. Finley Lines in that first stage pushing his way through nicely. Again, a very deserving drive there for Finley Lines, unfortunately just missing out on that podium by a short spot. You can see still those chicanes being a nuisance to the drivers as Lines again continue that trend. I've got a feeling if Lines didn't get held up a little bit by the pack in that step, he might have had enough time to get up to the front, because he was in that battle after the restart and he dropped backwards. It was one of those where he just missed out on an opportunity to fight and join those drivers at the sharp end. But those fights still happen all the way throughout. Of course, we talk about those big movers in the field as well. Nikolai Kariukin with a 15th place gain. Thomas Chikoraski with an 18th place gain, stepping up through the field as all these drivers demonstrating the use of the curbs quite considerably. Mirli Mashard there getting the moves done as the retirement started to slowly creep in on the field. There was Turin and Ludigan unfortunately having the moment. This one here, bang, heavy hit into the wall for Tony Jürgen, unfortunately out of the race and going no further. The restart though, have a look at this. Oiva Veterata round the outside at turn number 1 on the restart. A beautiful manoeuvre. He wouldn't hold on to it for too long though. Frigg would take it back on that opening lap, and then the dramas unfolded here for Finley Lines. He would end up dropping backwards at that point as well. Basato also dropping backwards. There was the change for the lead once again. Veterata getting the move down the inside and able to get back into that lead. He would later lose that lead again, as of course it would be Venturata getting back through into that P1 spot, and then that fight for third place all ensuing. Lines to the outside, you can see Panetta trying to get his move down the inside, and you can see here Lines trying to go for not 1, not 2, but maybe even 3, but constantly throughout that one he was just saying to the drivers up ahead, right, keep going, don't defend, we need to catch up to those drivers behind. An understandable statement at these points of the race. But for him, it was too little too late. He couldn't do enough. This was a brave move, though. Down in towards turn 14, the final turn. Flat out through this one. Just finding the pace. And you can see, well, Jack Moore really throwing it down the inside of the turn number 1 to try and move up the order. For him, though, unfortunately, Jack Moore finishing in 10th place at the end of this one. And unfortunately, this off-track excursion may have been the cause of that dropping down the order. But still a solid race for the field, which saw a 3-car battle to the very end. Venturata to the inside and would go on to take the checkered flag. A superb race for Oiva Venturata. The Finn takes his first final win of the season and goes into the final round in Cremona, Italy as the championship leader with 1 round to go. A superb drive for him then. For Mirli Mashard, it's still second in the standings with 82 points to his name. Julian Rivera drops to third with 79. Finley Lines jumps up to fourth in the points with 64 points. But let's head down to Parc Ferme and to Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you very much then, Anthony. We're here without 1, 2, 3 for our junior academies. Over fantastic race by you. You pulled off quite a special move around the outside, lost the race lead, but then gained it again. In your eyes, in your words, can you tell us about the race?
I had a good start. I didn't drop a position, and then I get a good overtake, little bit gap, but then Nicola got me, and it was pretty chill race. Then got the slows, and then things got exciting. There was more overtaking and racing. Then I got in the start first, and then just lose another position and came back and win.
And and when you were driving around there, you know, as the race leader, were you nervous at all when you were in your own air? Were you panicking in those last couple of laps as the race leader?
Little bit sometimes, yeah.
Well, Oliver, congratulations, because you are our winner here in Germany. We'll then go to our driver who has finished in P2 for that one, Nicola. Great race there for you, Nicholas. You grabbed the race lead back after that outside overtake moment, but you ended up P2. Did you enjoy the racing going on out there?
Yeah, it was really fun race, quite easy in the middle of the race. Yeah, in the end I made some mistakes, but it was a good race.
And can you tell us, Nicholas, as well, you know, that moment where you lost the race lead, did you panic at all, or did you stay calm when you were out there?
No, I actually stayed quite calm and I got the lead back. But yeah, after Oliver overtook me the second time, I made so many mistakes, so yeah.
And then going into our next round, our third and final round at Cremona, are you confident that you can get back on the podium once more, but maybe this time with one more position gain and be a race winner in Italy?
Yeah, we'll see.
We will see. The third driver then to be jumping on the podium will be Mark Reistrup. Mark, congratulations on a great result. It's the podium first for you this year. You must be happy with your result.
Yeah, I'm of course very happy. I came from a long way down and had a great start and decent pace in the race.
And you started, you know, like you said, quite far down the order. Talk us through it then, Mark, when you were picking off those positions and when you were helped by that race restart that we saw.
Yeah, so in the start, I of course gained a few positions, and then I lost a little bit of pace, but then after like lap 5, I gained it all back, and then in the restart, I came up closer, and yeah, I got the third place.
You absolutely did, Mark. Congratulations on a great result. Congratulations to our top 3 drivers here in Germany for our Academy Juniors, who Anthony Jordan is about to announce onto the podium.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, we are ready for the podium presentation for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy for the junior classes. And we start with third position onto the podium after a fabulous weekend of racing. He finds himself in third place. Please welcome, representing Denmark, Mark Reistrup. Second place on to the podium once again after a frantic final and that restart after the slow procedure. Please. For Finland, it is Oiva Venterata! We will now listen to the national anthem of Finland. Big round of applause for your top 3 finalists in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. We'd now like to welcome onto the podium to present the Winners' Trophy, starting with third position, Jens Klingenberg, representative of the ACV, to present the third place trophy, heading to Denmark's Mark Reistrup. Please welcome on to the podium to present the second place trophy, the chairman of ADAC, Chechen Klaus Klotzner, to present the second place trophy heading to Switzerland's Nicola Frigg. And finally, please welcome the CIK FIA President Akbar Ibrahim to present the Winners' Trophy, heading for the first time in 2025 to Finland, and Oiva Venterata. A fabulous end to the weekend here in Germany, I should say. Right, drivers, lift those trophies nice and high up in the air for you, please, above your head. I know it's been a long weekend, but nice big smiles for all of the photographers out there after a fabulous run here in the sunshine in Germany, which did manage to hold off the rain for the time being of us, but a brilliant end for them. And now we present the drivers with the bouquet of flowers as well. You can probably pop those trophies on the floor, and we'll get everyone on the top step of the podium as well in a moment. The Reefs as well coming in. A brilliant end to their racing and a fabulous display for the drivers. And Oiva Venterata going away with a fabulous set of trophies and trinkets as well. So if we could get the drivers nice big smiles, and we'll try and squeeze everyone on the top step of that podium as well. So drivers all bunch in nice and close if you can, all on the top step of the podium. 1, 2, 3 on the top step. There you go, yeah, all jump in, yeah, nice and close. Squeeze in as much as you can. I know it's quite tight up there. Brilliant stuff, excellent stuff. If you can fit 3 wide on circuit, you can fit 3 wide on a podium. There you go, good stuff. Brilliant end to their racing. Once again, nice big smiles for all of the photographers out there as the drivers will be heading to their final round in Cremona in Italy during the FIA Karting World Cup for OKN and OKNJ. They'll be joining those 2 classes on the track in Italy. Well, final time. Anyone who's in nice clothing could probably duck and cover at this point. And for the drivers, who will probably want to pop the flowers and trophies down at this point, will now get to celebrate one final time here in Germany. And like you say, keep those helmets nice and safe. You don't want to get those covered in champagne. Right, drivers, you should know this bit. Are we ready? Are we steady? 3, 2, 1, let rip. There we go. Champagne time for the Academy Trophy as they head to Italy for their final round. It's a brilliant run. And now for Oiva Venterata, he leads the championship by only 2 championship points. Well, 2 more races to go. We'll head back up to the commentary box because now it's time for the fastest karts in short circuit racing. It's the gearbox classes coming up next. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of the monokart.com FIA Karting European Championships live here from Mulsen, Germany, as we've already witnessed one frantic final for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy for the juniors. Now it's time for the gearbox classes, because it's KZ2 which is coming up next, and this one I'm very much looking forward to, Nicole, because we're about to crown our European champion in 2025.
We absolutely are. I think we have a hint at who that could be within this field, but this is going to be a feisty race nonetheless, because we've seen a bit of a switch up, I would say, this weekend. In previous rounds of this championship, Maxim Orlov has been absolutely dominant, but now the tables have turned, and the dominant force this weekend has been his teammate of Jaden Teen, who will be starting this race right on the front end of your field. But it's going to be exciting. This is a fantastic circuit, a circuit that the FIA have not visited before for a European Championship. 1.3 kilometers in length, and provides really, really unique challenges for these drivers. A big challenge within this one is the amount of laps that these drivers are about to complete. 23 laps around the track, 30 kilometers. One of those long races where these drivers, I think, especially on the front end of your order, are going to be hoping it goes as quickly as it possibly can, because it's also physical. You've got tight and twisty sections of the circuit that really do provide extra special challenge for drivers. They've got to hold on to those karts really well. In this one, then, you can see the number of spectators who have joined us here at Mulsen for these finals, filling up those grandstands. Not only spectators that are here the weekend supporting their drivers, but also people from the local area, people from the circuit as well. Like we said, 1.3 kilometer circuit this track is, with a 200-meter straight. So next final will be our KZ2. That's coming up shortly, and then we'll head into our KZs later on. Turn our attention once more to our gearbox classes. Our direct drive category just out previously then, Anthony, our junior academies. That was a show in itself. Maybe a bit of an unexpected winner out there of Oivo Venturata. We saw that outside move, really special stuff, and I think we could expect similar showings from our KZ2s.
Well, certainly so. We've had some feisty racing in the KZ2s over the course of this weekend, and they, I am sure, are going to be keeping up that trend in this one as well. Of course, as everyone else is swapping around in those grandstands, the new spectators coming in to watch the KZ2 category. You can see these final moments here really just to eke them up. Of course, championship leader in this one, of course, Maxim Orlov, starting this on the 5th row of the grid. I've got to say, during the lunch break, we were out there and I was in the tent, and I could see walking past and taking the water run was Max Orlov himself. The team had told him, right, can you pop to the cafe and can you go get all the bottles of water, please, and bring it to the tent? And he said yes, and yeah, I could see him carrying a big tray full of water from the main hospitality building here, the clubhouse, over to the tent. And I think, well, just because you're going to be European champion doesn't mean you get out of duties of bringing water to the team.
Did he spill it, Elliot, over it?
No, he didn't. It was a good lad. He didn't spill a drop. Plus, they were in bottles.
So, I didn't catch that bit.
No. So he couldn't spill it, but he could have dropped them, though, at least. But no, he didn't. He did a fabulous run on that one. But right, for this one, once again, ladies and gentlemen, for you watching down in the grandstands at turn number 1, put your hands together for the boys on the bikes. They're going to head back out to the circuit, and this time showcase some more little skills and tricks for us, because like we mentioned earlier on, Nicole, we certainly can't do this, but these lads certainly can. They showcased some fabulous ones earlier on ahead of the Junior Academy Trophy. They're going to do it again for us here for the new crowd that are in those grandstands, but mind the medals there, lads. Don't run into those, and maybe not do a wheelie on the old carpets out there as well.
Oh, have we got a duo on one bike as well, Anthony?
I think we have as well. Has someone been picked from the crowd and has been told to jump on the back of this one and see what you can do? But yeah, are we going to see a different form of bike stuff than this? Would you like to get involved in that?
I'm all right.
You're all right, yeah?
I would 100% fall off, Anthony.
Yeah, 100% fall off, yeah. No, but would you like to be the passenger on it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, why not? Just hold on tight, I can imagine. Don't let go and keep your balance, I think, throughout of it. Oh, God, blimey. They nearly tumbled there at T1. So what's the procedure if one of these drops and then spills something on the track on turn 1? So marshals will be getting the sandpaper, the sawdust out and be sprinkling the track with it, I can imagine. Right, here we go. Taking a bike for a walk. That's how you do it. Right, what are we going to see on this one? Let's see what's going to happen here. I certainly wouldn't want to stand in the middle of that right now. Are we going to see a holding onto the wheel? No. It's been a drive-by there. It's left hanging, quite literally. And again, there we go. We're going to go for a spin around, a pirouette a little bit here. Yes, we are. Look at this. Whoa, there we go. That's how you do it. A brilliant run there. I've got to say, hopefully the junior drivers aren't watching this. This is don't take notice of this right now. Stick to 4 wheels, not 1 wheel out there on the circuit. But yeah, very tricky thing to do, I can imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we said before, I wouldn't attempt it. So we'll see what this trick is going to be.
Oh, the trick.
I think we are in for a trick at some point.
I think the trick there was to grab my hand, drop the bike. There we go. Nailed it. But that's a brilliant run on that one. But fabulous run for the guys out there on the circuit. Again, brilliant bikes that they're using as well. I'm a big fan of the Husqvarna machineries out there. I've always wanted a Husqvarna, but I've never been brave enough to get one because they're quite feisty bikes, is the Husqvarna. Same as the KTMs, but, you know, big one. But the gas out there as well. They're more commonly known in the world of motocross racing. You hear a lot of the gases and the Husqvarnas and KTMs actually in motocross racing.
Got Yamaha in there as well.
Yeah, well, there's lots of bikes, but mainly in the world of, motocross, you would see a lot of those sort of machines out there. But, do be careful. Oh, dear me, was that some sparks out the back there as well? Look at that.
Back bumper being scraped on that one.
The last time I saw...
Oh, there we go.
The very flexible rear panel on that one. Flexible plastic. If it was anything else, there'd be a nice groove in the circuit there, I can imagine, at this point. But don't accidentally put it in the gravel trap. That would be a big one to explain to the track of why is there a bike beached in our gravel trap at turn 1.
Yeah, I think the drivers out there as well, they all love a bit of adrenaline. So maybe we need to say to some of them after don't get any ideas, because these are obviously professionals. These are some riders that know what they're doing. So don't get any ideas out there, boys.
Yeah, indeed. Right, as that is all underway at turn number 1, the drivers are slowly making their way out onto the track. And but just like them, they're rocking some lovely engines, 125cc, 6-speed gearbox engines out in this one in the KZ2 category, as the field of 36 make their way down to the medals ceremony. And again, all of these drivers have been whittled down from the 86 drivers that came into this weekend. As a shake of the head for Maxwell, I was saying, please don't leave anything on the tarmac at turn 1. Please keep it nice and clean. I think that's probably what they're saying there. But blimey, I was just looking out the commentary box window there. I thought one nearly did a whole flip there, but no, they didn't. They kept keeping it on 1 wheel for the time being, as the drivers' 4-wheeled machines are being placed on the grid just in the background. And they've been told to maybe keep a little bit of a distance from these bikes for the time being. You don't want to get caught out in this one. But fabulous little show there for the folks down at turn number 1. Big round of applause, please, for the riders showcasing some real skill out there. And like we've mentioned, I certainly wouldn't want to give it a go. And I think for myself and Nicole, we will very much leave these to these boys here.
Yeah, absolutely. Drivers then soon will be gracing the circuits, but for now, I reckon for these drivers it's probably hard to concentrate on the task that they're about to have to do when you're watching this out there, getting a bit exciting about the 5 riders there all doing wheelies at the same time.
Yeah, there you go, synchronised wheelies. That's good. I can't remember the last time I did a synchronised wheelie. Never is when the last time I did one. There we go, brilliant stuff. There for the boys on the bikes out at T1. Fabulous machines, and hopefully not doing any burnouts out there, because they were told don't do any burnouts on our circuit, please.
Yeah, not a turn 1 where the drivers
keep
are
nice
all going to be going into there very shortly for their first corner. attached to a rubber repair, I don't think.
It's a good noise. It's lucky these are 4 strokes and not 2 strokes, otherwise they'd be very noisy. 2 strokes are a lot noisier on this one, but thankfully they're all 4 strokes, so that's nice to see. Big round of applause then for the boys on the bikes as they make their way back in. Fabulous stuff from them, and I think the drivers now have been given that green light to head to their the carpets, the medal ceremony out on circuit. Like you say, for all these drivers here, Nicole, it's been a frantic little week. For one driver, though, the fight is on. All he needs to do is finish this race and he becomes an FIA Karting European champion.
Absolutely does. And the name of that driver is none other than Max Orlov, who will be starting on that 3rd row. Orlov then throughout the weekend throughout the season has been that dominant force. Hadn't been beaten outright in a heat or a final so far, but within this weekend, he's had a bit of bad luck. He's had a few big moments out on the track, had a big moment in yesterday's racing round, turn number 1, and that's maybe what's added in to him starting the furthest back he will start this year. Front row of your order, though, led by Jaden Teen, the teammate of Orlov. I'd actually say they've traded places this weekend. Typically throughout this year at Valencia and then at Sarno, we saw Teen, that kind of midfield driver. Now the tables have turned and he's swapped that position with Orlov. Teen really has turned up that dial here this weekend for the last round.
Yeah, certainly so. And this is always a tense moment for the drivers, of course. They've just got that last moment where they have to think what they are going to do over the course of this race, plan that strategy and get themselves squared away as our dignitaries, media and drivers all lining up ready to go for this one as the temperature continues to rise a little bit here. And once again, of course, while everyone is primed and ready there on the grid, it is all down to that man there on your screen for the CPB Sport team on the Sodi machinery, Max Orlov. All he has to do is finish this race and he finds himself a European champion. He will join the ranks of Mateusz Bragel, Freddie Slater, Tom Loyer in previous years, Giacomo Polini as well in 2021, Victor Gustafsson back in 2020, Emil Charax as well in 2019, Adrian Renardin as well for France in 2018 as well. Some big names out there, and some of them pushing their way forward in their career. Akbar Hebrim, CIK FIA president, back out on track to present the medals to the drivers ahead of this final. Again, a great achievement for some of them, and some of them wild cards coming into this weekend in the KZ2 category. Great show from some German drivers as well, who have really stepped up to think, right, I know this track quite well, I'm going to push myself through. One of them being Rasmus Andersen of Denmark. Actually comes out, the Solgate Motorsport driver who will be on the grid as well. Louis Esser of Germany for the Arena-E team out there on the 366, well familiar name at this circuit. Georgi Fakowski as well, another one of the drivers on the Maranello kart wildcard this weekend in this final. Nico Lemberg as well of Germany, Finland I should say, on the Cali Kart Finland team. Valentino Friedrich also out there for the Birilat Racing KSW on the 380 machine of Germany, and Jesse Kirkby as well of the Magic Racing Team ASD. We'll be starting this one at the back of the grid, but still in the final, that number 300 machine. Still a very competitive grid of drivers in this one. But like you say, it is just a jolly now for these drivers who will take the final European Championship final win. We are moments away from finding out as they are primed and ready on the grid there. The last medals, again, really tense moment for them, but a fabulous showing for the KZ2 categories over the course of this season. They have had a bit of drama over the course of it. Of course, the change of those tyres in the previous rounds. They would have been running on the Dunlop tyres. Now, of course, switching over to the LeConte tyres for the remainder of the 2025 campaign. Of course, here in Mulsen. And, of course, the next time we see the KZs out will be for the World Championship in Franciacorta, Italy. But we're going to see these drivers walk down very soon, with the last few medals just heading out to the field. Reminder of some of those drivers that have stepped up in this one, and some of those results, of course, for Jaden Teen. He has been the dominant figure in this one, winner of the Super Heats earlier on. Of course, he had the 3 wins in the qualifying. It's pole sitter in qualifying as well. Great showing for him. He's really going to step it up through the order of this one. Maddox Givan as well, second in qualifying. P2, P4, and a win in those qualifying heats. He was one that certainly had to fight through in that final. He managed to just squeeze his way up onto the front row of the grid. He was fighting in those points with Noah Wolf, but I think a penalty in the Super Heats may have demoted Wolf down the order a little bit, because now he starts on the second row of the grid for this final, but he has got the inside row this time around, so effectively it may have benefited him a little bit as the drivers make their way down to their karts. The time is nearly upon us. We'll be chatting to 1 or 2 of our drivers who are down there. Nicole Sutherland will be walking with the drivers as we get ready to go racing for the penultimate time this weekend. Mechanics are given the green light to head onto the circuit to assist their drivers to get ready, to get focused, and to get into their karts, because this is a long old race for the KZ2. This is a 23-lap, 30-kilometer race distance for the field, a mighty long race. And so much could happen over the course of this one. Clouds have come over the circuit just a little bit, but the air temperature continuing to rise up to 27 degrees out there on the circuit. But the job so far has been down to those drivers on that front row. Jaden Teen has done all he can this weekend. It's been his most successful racing round in 2025. Let's have a closer look at the class itself. KZ2 drivers aged 15 years upwards. Entries into the weekend, 86 from 20 different nationalities. The power unit itself, 125cc, 6-speed, 2-stroke, outputting 50 brake horsepower, which will accelerate these drivers up to around about 165 kilometers an hour into the braking zone at turn number 1. Minimum weight is 175 kilo. Any gram underneath that, the drivers will find themselves instantly with a disqualification from the session. They do not want that at all, so they have to make sure that they are above that 175 when they head to the scale after the race. For the tyres, though, again, the change for the halfway point of the 2025 season, the LeConte LPM tyres being used for the remainder of the season. They get the 1.5 sets through the qualifying heats. They get the full set for the final, which means everyone has got a brand new set of boots out there on circuit, and this is going to be a feisty one. Right, we're going to head down to the grid and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you very much. Then, Anthony, we're down on the grid, like you just said, and I'm joined by our CIK FIA President, Akbar. Akbar, fantastic racing so far this weekend. A new circuit for the FIA for the European Championship. What has been your impression so far?
Very, very good. I mean, it's actually, we feel really good about it to take the decision to come here to Mulsen. The circuit runs very well. It's a bit of an old school, old design, but you know, it's really brilliant to have circuits from yesteryears with the, you know, it's got a lot of overtaking spaces, and you know, one would think on initial reading it's difficult to overtake, but as you see in all the heats, there's been some very, very good overtaking, and so the circuit's very nice. It's a brilliant organization. The people are very, very hardworking, extremely friendly, and very helpful. So I think it's a great atmosphere.
Absolutely, and going into these final 2 races then, we're about to conclude our FIA European Championship for our KZs and our KZ2s, but what has been your opinion and your impression of our KZ racing so far in 2025?
Well, it's very, very good. It's the KZ is the, it's basically a manufacturer's class on the topmost. All the professional drivers drive and race in the KZ class. We are looking to expand this and make a few changes in the coming years, and some new novel ideas that are, you know, being spoken about. The KZ2 has always been very competitive. The drivers are very quick, very good, very professional. And the good thing is also the academy. I mean, the level of drivers keeps improving and the competition is extremely good.
Well, thank you very much for your insight, Akbar, and thank you for a good season as well. I'm going to head down our grid very quickly to catch up with a couple of our drivers. I'm going to see if I can try and catch Noah Wolf, who is just there as we see the 5-minute board. We've got a couple minutes to try and catch up with Noah. Noah having those last moment talks with his mechanic. Noah, we haven't spoke this weekend so far. You know, you're on double duty this year between KZ and OK Racing. Going into this one, though, sharp end of the field.
100%. It's been a mega weekend. The pace has been very good at times, and they've done everything they can to give me the best chassis, and it's mega. I'm hoping to give a very good attempt to go past.
And in yesterday's final heat for you, you and Timo Youngling, who you were actually starting alongside, had a bit of a moment at turn number 13. You then got a little bit muscled out. What are you going to go and do in this race to ensure, you know, that that doesn't happen again?
Nothing really, just drive the same. I know what I did wrong, and I know how to improve it, and it's easy fix, and go again next time.
Well, go again. One more opportunity here this year in the European Championship. Noah, congratulations on a good year so far, and good luck.
Thank you.
Next to Noah then will be Timo sat there in that Sodi. We mentioned previously that a bit of drama between him and Noah, both racing in the UK previously, so know each other well, know each other's driving styles. There is that Sodi that Timo will shortly be sitting in to go racing for the final time here in the European Championships in 2025 for our KZ2s. 3-minute board is very shortly going to be shown, so I'll clear the grid. We'll head back up to our commentary box.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there on the grid. Great to chat there to some of our people on the grid ahead of this race. But yeah, like you say, this is going to be an interesting one because the title is done and dusted. We know that's going to be going to Maxim Orlov at the end of this race. But who could take the honours on the podium? For Max, of course, he would like to finish his European campaign on a podium. He would like to finish P1, of course, a great feeling there. But he's got to, well, he's got to contend with another, well, fair few drivers out there. One of them being, of course, the driver you just spoke to, Noah Wolf, Jaden Teen, of course, Medek Skrivan, Timo Youngling, and Maximilian Schleimer. They are all around or in front of him. So again, each and every one of these drivers wants a vying chance. But then, of course, you can't rule out the likes of Eli Goldstein, Simon Recker, Mark Artepulain, Emmanuel Meyer as well, because they've all been looking so rapid over the course of this weekend. Great results, but again, a lot of up and down results. Like I say, for Timo Youngling, it was one of them. Qualified 7th at the start of the weekend, 27th place in that first one, but then got a 3rd and a 2nd. So again, it just showcases those ups and downs that drivers have had. One driver who's not had those ups and downs is that man there on your screen, Jaden Teen. Wins all around the board. 3 wins out of 3 in the qualifying heats. A win in the super heats, finding him on the front row of the grid for the CPB Sport team. He does not have a fellow CPB Sport driver on the front row with him like they have been used to over the course of the qualifying heats. He is joined by one of the IPK factory team drivers there on your screen running the Praga livery on the front row of the grid. Medek Skrivan from Czechia, and that 304 certainly going to be a driver to contend with. There he is on your screen. Visor down, focused and thinking of the job ahead, and that is going to be an almighty job ahead because, of course, a big long race on this one, 23 laps, 30.2 kilometre race distance for the drivers. They're going to need a lot of momentum out on circuit to keep them going for that long. We've got about a minute or so to go before this race starts. As there on your screen, Maxim Orlov, the championship leader, and going into this final, he is clear by 99 championship points ahead of Marcus Kayak and Kasper Schurmans. Now, they're still in a fight here because there's only 19 points between them or so on that one. Marcus Kayak and Kasper Schurmans. And remember, there is 50 points for a win on this one, or 51 if you count the fastest lap of the race. So again, there is still potential for 2nd and 3rd to change.
Well, let's not forget that Schurmans actually isn't here
well,
either.
yeah, it's true.
So that helps out Kayak considerably. But like you were just saying, Anthony, our championship leader, Maxim Orlov, within this one, the goal is very simple. The task is very simple. Finish the race.
Yeah, indeed. Green flag waves then at the front. Engines get fired up as KZ2 final time is upon us. 36 of the finest gearbox racers from around the world in this class about to do battle here at the fabulous Mulsen circuit. 1.3 kilometer race distance, lap distance in this one. 14 ferocious turns and a top speed of 165 kilometers an hour in towards turn number 1. Dizzyingly high speeds for the drivers as they will now get 2 formation laps to get themselves squared away. The release agent removed off the tyre, of course. These are brand new LeConte tyres that they've got on board. Now they come with obviously a release agent from the mould effectively, and then they're very slippery, they're very shiny. They need to clean that shine off, get it to a nice matte colour, and that way they know they've got the temperature, they know they've got it cleared, they know they're going to get a good run off the line. Well, as the drivers get themselves squared away and walking and heading around the track, let's quickly take you through that full starting lineup then for KZ2, the final, which is coming up next. It is Jaden Teen and Marek Skrivan on row number 1, and they'll be joined by Noah Wolf and Timo Jungling on row 2. Maxim Orlov and Max Schleimer go from row number 3. Eli Goldstein and Simon Reckenmacher go from row 4. They'll have Arthur Poulain and Emmanuel Mai for Mach 1 Racing on row number 5. Jay Owen from New Zealand and Jean Louis of Switzerland go from row number 6. They'll have Rasmus Andersen and Corentin Rousseau on row number 7. Mattis Bruce and Lewis Speck go from row 8. The first half of the field being Markus Kayak, the Estonian champion, and Alvar Timatvara of Finland on row number 9.
Row number 10 on the second part of your grid is Alessio Puccini alongside Robert Kindervatter. From 11 we have Zoe Florescu with Dion van Verven, and from 12 in the IPK we have Louis Esser with Yuri Bachika. 13, Dominik Simek of Czechia with Tigran Bonatian, and from 14 it's Marty Ruttinen with Jensen Graham. 15 will look like Georgi Vukovsky with Ruben Vilk, and seeing each other on the 16th row we have Nico Lamberg with Valentino Fridge. 17th, penultimate row is Juho Valtonen with Eric Vess, and then scraping into this final after some bad luck so far this weekend, final time in the European Championship, we have Jesse Kirkby with Samuel Lier.
Like I say, a lot of wild cards have made it into this final over the course of this weekend. A lot of people who are familiar with the circuit, of course, and any local drivers. Of course, you've got drivers representing the Arena-E kart team as well. So local drivers based here at this very circuit racing. There is Pasquale Lupoli, FIA race director for the KZ events. He is joined very closely by Deputy FIA race director Nigel Edwards out on circuit, and as well as Gonzalo Planta, the race director for the Academy Trophy. He's also out on circuit, keeping an eye on all of the races. Those three combined with the rest of the officials, and of course the 40 cameras out on circuit that will be watching the drivers over the course of this one. They are connected, of course, to race control, with head of race control for the FIA being Chris Lambret, who was his birthday yesterday. And then, of course, you have Joanna Falcao and David Manchester, who are positioned in the race control box. They've been keeping a close eye on all of the racing so far this weekend. And it's all whittled down to these last races here, Nicole. One final chance in the European Championship for drivers to go to battle and for a brand new name to be plastered on that list of champions in the European Series. Maxim Orlov is moments away from being crowned a European champion.
Absolutely is, but it doesn't mean that another driver can't take a win this year for a final. It could be Orlov once more, he's in the sharp end of the field, or somebody else could add their name to the wall. The best chance, the best hopeful so far has been Teen, but Scriven is there, Youngling is there, Noah Wolf is there as well on that second row. Are we going to see a new winner, or are we going to see dominance once more from Orlov? Driver from CPB Sport who has had so much success this year. I'm sure he sat there in his grid spots of P5 nervous. He's going to know that within about 23 laps he could be a European champion in the KZ2 category. He could be bringing on that huge trophy for CPB Sport This is going to be absolutely spectacular.
It certainly will be, as the last of those karts just make their way out of the final corner. It's been a long wait for the drivers at the front of the field. The temperature in those tyres will have come down considerably while waiting for the back of the grid to see Samuel Luye and Jesse Kirkby get lined up on the field, but they do so now, and we wait for that green flag to wave at the back, which we get now. It gives the signal to race director Pasquale Lupoli to start the lights procedure for the final time in the European campaign for KZ2. It is 2, 3, 4, red lights, lights are out, fights on in KZ2, and it's a brilliant start for Skrivan on the outside of row number 1, and he's got the move done in towards turn number 1. But as they go through, it's a beautiful start for the IPK Factory team, who take the lead in this race. The dust gets kicked up in the background, but it's a solid getaway. And for Jaden Teen, he's going to have to think about what he wants to do in this race, because now he's got some fellow teammates right behind him as they go second, third and fourth. It's Youngling, and then it's Max Orlov who's there in P4, and it's all kicking off into the chicane. Drivers going onto the grass, and that's Eli Goldstein out of the race. He's in the middle of the track. He's still got the engine going. He will restart, but all the way down in 36th place.
Skrivan then leads out of the final corner, close as you like to that wall on the exit of turn number 14. And you know what? That is how you start a race, because Skrivan got that absolutely spot on. Now though, the new challenge for him is the 3 Sodis who are chasing him down into turn number 3. It's like having deja vu watching these drivers. There they are, the 3 Sodis. Are they getting a bit busy with each other though? Because it looks like Teen is under pressure by Youngling, by Orlov as well. Team tactics within this one, I would say, are going to play out. We know that that's coming into it in KZ's between Senna van Walstein and Spagel. I'm sure these 3 drivers would have had that conversation in the tent as well to say, look, we want to come home as champions, as a team. All of them, their biggest hopefuls, still sat there in 4th. No attempt to get over and past Youngling just yet. Youngling then taking that tighter line into turn number 1. All drivers getting it stopped so abruptly on the centre of that curb, and they've all taken a big chunk out of Skrivan now. Team really has
a mistake.
Gets it wrong through turn number 3.
Mistake from Jaden Teen. He outbrakes himself into turn 3 and loses out on 2nd place, just as I was thinking he was going to attack Marek Skrivan in the lead. Now this is an important one for Skrivan, because at the moment in the lead of this race, he has now stepped up to 2nd in the championship, and he is clear. But, well, no, in fact, he's on identical points between himself and Marcus Kayak, because Marcus Kayak, who's currently in 10th place on a 7th place gain, is slowly trying to take away that 2nd in the championship away from him. So this is going to be an almighty fight, as down the inside, Maxim Orlov continuing his trend in 2025 of fighting for a lead in this final.
There he goes then, Orlov back on that form we have seen from him, but what we've also seen this weekend is Team drop back in early stages of races and then pick it back up again once more, and he's doing that right now. Drop to 4th, now back to 3rd. Youngling has to settle for 4th right now, and there, look, Reckenmecker up by 3 positions to get into the top 5. The first time we have seen that driver this year, and he's doing some strong stuff,
that's a big lunge.
Now gets muscled out by Noah Wolf. As further down the field, we've lost the 373. That's the Birillard driver, who finds himself parked and no longer in contention for a result.
That's one of our best running wildcards, Rasmus Andersen, unfortunately out of the race and out of the final, which is a big, big shame, because he has been showing some great pace over the course of this weekend, but no more in this race, which is a big, big shame. Eyes on this one, we're seeing there Marcus Kayak now with the fastest lap of the race, and now that he has stepped up in that order, he has now put himself back into 2nd in the championship. There is absolutely nothing that Skrivan can do. He is in the lead of this race. He cannot do anything more of that. He's getting the maximum points he can he's going to miss out by 1 point. Now, if he takes the fastest lap of the race, it'll put him joint on points, but he might have to think about having to fight for 1st place, because Max Orlov sweeps down the inside at turn number 1, and it's a superb overtake there, under power in towards turn number 1. And Max Orlov has pushed through, and now Jaden Teen's going to fight through for Scrivan. He's going to try and fight it back, and he does fight back. And now the two Sonys in the background go wheel to wheel. It's Teen and Youngling wheel to wheel now into the chicane, but it's not close enough this time around. And now that Max Orlov has got the lead here, Nicole, he is just going to check out. The European champion leader is going to go on to try and win his third final of the season.
Absolutely is. I would say Orlov this weekend has had to have some patience for the first time this year. There he is heading out turn number 14 as the race leader with a second gap. Down the inside it goes Teen at turn number 1, and then attempts it on Scriven. Can he get it done? Yes, he does. Scriven lets him through, I would say, in that one, because that was as close as you like. And now Youngling is going to try and have a go into turn number 3 as well. Can he make it stick? Yes, he does. That almost opens the door for Schleimer, who's the newest Sodi to arrive to this fight, who's now going to be overtaken by Noah, Wolf and Loyer there as well. That's as close as you like within this one, and Anthony, and I would say Wolf, after having not such a great start, has had to find a little bit extra to push himself back into the top 5. Poulain up by a position into 8th. He's the driver on the back of this train heading out of turn number 14. The only driver for the Energy Course team to be within this race, to be representing that name in the sharp end of the field. Van Verven now under investigation for causing a collision. That is, however, further back down. That's for 16th. And Van Verven, despite having good pace at Sarno, good pace at Valencia, he's just not managed to light things up here in Germany. No,
it's been a tough one for him, hasn't it? And you know, well, like I say, that's the problem with these different tracks. Of course, drivers sometimes they like the large open space of a track like Sarno, maybe the fast but technical elements of Valencia, and then of course here the long sweeping straights, and then the tight heavy braking zones off those chicanes here in Mulsen. For some, it doesn't really play in their favour. Well, right now, CPB Sports delivering once again in KZ2 with their top 3 drivers, first, second and third, Orlov, Teen and Youngling at line astern. This one though, Schleimer looking to the inside of Jean Louis, gets that move done as the German driver steps up into P6 now, and he's having a really good run. Arthur Poulain, the Frenchman there on the Energy Course machine, trying to get involved in this fight as well. He'll have to wait for a little bit longer to see a gap open up. Now, we're seeing some drama. Mathis Proust, unfortunately, has just picked up a technical flag. That means he is out of this race. He may be able to get it repaired if it's nothing too dramatic, but if it's something like a rear bumper has fallen off or a side pod has come off or anything, it's a little bit harder to fix on the word go. And yeah, you can probably find your final is over. That's a big shame for him. He must come in within 1 lap with that as well. If he doesn't, unfortunately, a black flag will go his way.
Both Luyers then having a good race for their final, European final of the year. Jean up by 5 positions to sit there in 7th behind Schleimer. And further down the order, Samuel up by 14 to almost break into the top 20. This is the fight, though, further up in your order. Poulain looking like Kayak, your driver, who's hunting down for that second in the championship. On his tail there now for 9th. Talking of championships, then, Anthony, your current race leader, Orlov, who's clear by 0.8 of a second, but is having chunks taken out of him by teammate of team. Still, of course, your championship leader. This is the moment into turn number 1 where Orlov got it done on Scriven then. Close as you like into this double apex corner, and honestly the speed that they're reaching down there, 140 kilometers, 200 meters in length, just slotted in very, very nicely.
160 kilometers out there, yeah, well over 100 miles an hour that they're doing down into that braking zone. Incredibly dizzyingly high speeds for these drivers, and the fact that they're so close wheel to wheel, yeah, blink and it could all go wrong down at turn 1, but halfway through this race now, and definitely seems to have settled here. Poulain, though, has got Marcus Kayak, who is continuing his venture of taking away that second in the championship away, and he's done so as well, as down the inside goes Noah Wolf at turn number 1. That's a handy shot of a virile mechanic there as well on the gantry. The mechanics stand, they're again doing their level best to try and explain to the drivers. Problem is the mechanics stand, usually that is right track side. Here is just on the other side of the pit lane in the track. So yeah, they can't reach their hands further enough across. So to get the signals across. Right though, on this race, Jaden Teen here closing in. Nicole.
It was 1.1 seconds.
Max Orlov. Yes, okay, you may be going to be a European champion. I'd very much like to take, though, that top spot on the podium away from you. Is that all right, says Jaden Teen. And, well, he's going to see if that's going to be the case, because the gap's come down again. 0.3 of a second. Fights on.
Absolutely is. Currently, though, the Sodis are on for a 1, 2 and 3. Orlov from Teen, from Youngling. We've seen Teen time and time again during races, drops back in the early stages. Then he said it to us in the driver interview. Tyre temperature gets that optimum for him, then he settles in, then he finds that time. Gap though, he's dropped a couple of tenths, he's given 4 tenths back to Orlov. It's almost up to half a second now out of the exit of turn number 14. Is it going to reduce once more? Not just yet. Only margins being taken out, but Teen is absolutely chasing down, and it is doable. We're just over halfway during this race. There is plenty of time. 2 drivers then out on the front. Orlov lapping at 46.3. Teen on that previous one lapping at 46.4. This is a battle though in that mid-pack section. This is Schleimer being put under pressure, goes defensive into turn 6, 7 and 8. Scriven, after that poor start, really is, after that really good start and then dropping back, really is trying to find something again, trying to rectify falling further down the order. Wolf has given himself a good and clear gap there for P4, driving a bit of his own race now in this stage.
Yeah, indeed, and keeping up the pressure though, still in P4. Has eyes on this one. Still, Kayak trying to wiggle his way through the field here right now. Next driver, Jean-Louis up ahead. Still not able to find his way through as Orlov, I think, is retaliating to Jaden Teen's pressure he's been putting on it. There was the Schleimer overtake on Medic Scrivan. Got that done nicely through turn 3. That's why we saw the instant defence there into the next one. As right, okay, this is swapped over now as well. Kayak's got through, so has Arthur Poulet. Jean-Louis down to 9th place now. And his next driver on his cards would be Jay Owen, who is there in 10th place and starting to close in. Back over the start-finish straight they go again, reaching dizzyingly high speeds in the category. Orlov now responding to that one. The gap is back up to 0.5 of a second now between himself and Jaden Teen. Timo Youngling still there at 3rd in the grid and still looking mighty comfortable. But Jaden Teen is retaliating again here, Nicole. Purple in sector number 1 for Jaden Teen, as the overtake still coming in thick and fast in the background there. Down the inside, a big lunge there for Lewis Speck on Jay Owen. So now Speck, the German driver, stepping up through the field and up inside the top 10 now.
Absolutely is going back to that gap between your top 2 then, Orlov and Teen. 0.2 of a second, well, just under 0.3 of a second, so really nothing in it. But if Teen does decide to go for that overtake, it's not going to affect that virtual championship standing, because Orlov is still clear from the remainder of your field. It's currently out there with a 275-point lead. As we watch a race replay, then that's Kayak getting all involved through turn number 10. This was Arthur Poulet just picking off that position as well, helped by the driver in the Formula K. Going back to your virtual championship though, Orlov still leading, 275 points to his name. Kayak is still sat there in 2nd for now, and Schleimer actually has overtaken now to get himself into the top 3. That is going to depend though on Schleimer's finishing position within this race. KZ2 category has been conquered by Freddie Slater. Then last year it was conquered by Spagel. And this year, Anthony, it looks like it's going to be conquered by the driver. There on your screen, Maxim Orlov, 0.3 clear of Teen.
Yeah, indeed, but 0.3 clear, but the fight's certainly still on. We've still got some time left in this race. And for Jaden Teen, he has been looking like the most competitive driver here this weekend, of course, with the pole, the 4 wins. He's not lost a race yet on this circuit this weekend. I don't think he wants to lose one now. You can see the shaking of the head. You can see that I'm not dropping him. He's still there. He knows the pressure's on. It's starting to boil over. He knows he's not going to need to worry about that title, but he wants that top spot of the podium. And I can tell you this for free, Nicole, there is no team orders in this situation right now.
Absolutely not. He wants to become a champion, having won all 3 finals. He wants this, but Teen has got clearly something else to say, because he is right there on the tail. Just under 3/10, still splits up these 2 drivers. The pace between them, there's nothing in it. They're circulating at almost identical lap times. Half a tenth splits up what these 2 drivers are doing out there on the tarmac. Close as you like, once more to that barrier on the exit of turn number 14. The gap still only fluctuating by around about half a tenth. It doesn't look like Teen is close enough just yet to go for any kind of lunge. Youngling now has dropped off the back of his 2 teammates. He has got quite a gap, sat there in 3rd, as has Noah Wolf there in 4th. Big hitters within this race then. Johan Valtonen has found some pace, up by 12 positions to almost break into your top 20, and then Lier there up by 14 as well. Still though, this one fighting it out through turns 10 and 11, and the gap now has gone up. Maxim Orlov, I think he's turned up the dial. He's more than aware he needs to pull something out the hat, because it's gone up to half a second.
Yeah, I think when we saw him going down into turn 1, he looked behind him, shaking the head. I mean, he's looking down, he's tucking it as much as he can, trying to get as much as he can out of that kart. Yeah, like you say, it's just keeping that gap the same. Jaden Teen's doing a very similar thing. Then Timo Youngling also the same for CPB Sport. They have really pushed throughout this one as well. There you go, still fights happening in the background. That's Alessia Pacini getting past Jo, and that's for 11th place. Simon Reckenmarker there as well, trying to push through. But all these drivers still doing a brilliant job right now, as Reckenmarker trying to go for a move on Jo. No, thinks against it down into the chicane of 6, 7, 8 and 9. You can see how far off the race leaders they are. Oh, there's an almighty train just going through the shot as well. This is just behind, so this is the Kindervaarter, Dion van Verven, Alvard Simmonsvaarder, Colentin Rousseau battle. They're all there fighting for position as well in that mid-pack area. Like you mentioned, those big moves in the background like Euro Vatin and Samuel Luya, they've really stepped up through the field right now in their last hurrah in the European title before, of course, this field all heads to Franciacorta for the KZ and KZ2 World Championships later on this year.
Another driver then that looks like he stepped up on his last hurrah, Arthur Poulain, there in 8th. There on your screen, the Frenchman in the energy course, going around turn number 10, had some poor results at Sarno, had pace but no luck. But here at Mulsen, looks like he's found something, pulled it all together at last here for the final round. Here where actually it counts, your last opportunity to try and impress. Definitely your final moments within this race then. Final lap of this final KZ2 race of the European Championship.
It certainly is, and for that man there, he has been undefeated in these finals over the course of the season. He's missed out on his point scoring opportunities this weekend to his teammate, but not in the final. He will be crowned a new European champion, and he will stand on the top step of the podium here in Germany. It was Freddie Slater, then it was Mateus Bergel. In 2025, it's Maxim Orlov across the line. He is European champion in KZ2. A superb final, and he takes his 3rd final win of the season on track. He celebrates with his teammate Jaden Teen, who comes through to take 2nd place on the podium. Timo Youngling will take 3rd. It's a CPB Sport 1, 2, 3 on the podium. I can imagine that Florent Bazalion of the team is once again absolutely elated down there in the pit lane. He has worked so tirelessly hard with all of the drivers, the teams, the mechanics in the CPB Sport team tent over the 2025 season. They delivered an absolutely unbeatable package for their drivers, and certainly for them showcasing some incredible talent. Maxim Orlov then wins in Germany ahead of Jaden Teen Timo Jungling finishes in 3rd place ahead of Noah Wolf, who does finish in P4. Maximilian Schleimer finishing in P5 with Marcus Kayak on an 11th place gain. Steps up to 6th on the grid, and with that result, helps secure 2nd in the championship standings for Max Schleimer. His result of P5 promotes him to 3rd in the championship standings as they finish 1, 2, 3 at the end of the 2025 season. Skrivan, at the end of that one, finishes in 7th place ahead of Hartlepool Lane, Jean Louis from Louis Speck, Alessio Pacini from J. Owen, Simon Reckenmacher from Alvar Zimmertsvara, Robert Kindervatter from Corentin Rousseau, rounding out the top 16. Louis Esser with a 6th place gain to finish in 17th place ahead of Georgi Vakowski in 18th with an 11th place gain. Jörn Valtonen with a 14th place gain finishes in 19th ahead of Dean Van Verven, who rounds out the top 20 ahead of Florescu, Louis, Simic, Graham, Bonatian, Bachika from Fritz and Vess, Rittonen from Lemberg, Kirkby and Vilk, who round out the 32 finishers. The retirements, Bruce, Goldstein, Mai and Anderson, unfortunately not seeing the end of that race. But for that man there, it's a win in the final for the 3rd time out of 3 in 2025. And with that comes a championship title. 2025 FIA Karting European Champion in KZ2 is Maxim Orlov. An absolutely fantastic performance, and let's have a look at those highlights. Initially, the start of that race, really strong for Medic Skrivan. You can see got the whole shot in towards turn number 1. Didn't have any drama for anyone else around him. You can see the clean open air he had. Jane Teen was battling away with the likes of his teammate Timo Jungling, who had got there into 3rd place. Maxim Orlov really stepping up as well. He had the benefit of starting on that inside line right behind the likes of Noah Wolf. Arthur Lane getting the early moves on. Then drama for Ellie Goldstein, unfortunately tumbling down the order. Did actually retire from the race as well. A big shame for Goldstein in his first season of KZ2 racing. He's had some really strong moments, has the young Belgian, but also some tough moments there in the final in Germany. Noah Wolf in that race, a really strong performance again from the young Briton, getting up into 4th place. Unfortunately, not able to close into the mighty speed that the CPB Sport drivers were punching in this one. Those 3 drivers just absolutely breaking away from the rest of the field, despite the fact that they did have a little bit of a fight in those early stages. Then there was dramas further back, unfortunately, out of the race and going backwards there. We saw the retirements coming in thick and fast. That was Rasmus Andersen, the first of the retirements. Unfortunately, he had the moments there on track with Arthur Poulain, who found himself tumbling down a little bit, but fighting back. This was the first change of the lead. Maxim Orlov down the inside, the fastest part of the circuit in towards turn number 1. But a brilliant little overtake there, carrying that speed, showcasing the raw talent that he's had over the course of this season. Then you had the likes of Jaden Tin, Timo Jungling also trying to get past Skrivan. Skrivan was, of course, fighting for his 2nd place spot in the championship. But, of course, that was taken away from him. Marcus Kayak, who was fighting his way through the field, was able to take that 2nd in the standings away from him. Then you had the Slimer and Wolf battle. There is Florent Mazzalion celebrating with his driver, Maxim Orlov there, who has done the unthinkable in 2025. A near full dominant performance in the KZ2 category. Of course, missing out on the point scoring earlier on this weekend from his teammate Jaden Teen, who took the wins in the maximum points in the qualifying heats and the super heats. He would have to wait till the final to continue that trend. Kayak again continuing his fight through the field. An 11th place gain helped him secure 2nd in the championship. An absolutely deserved drive for Marcus Kayak. And certainly looking forward to seeing what he can do later on this season when the field head to the Franciacorta circuit in Italy for the World Championships. More moves happening thick and fast. Dean Van Verven pushing his way through the order. Halvard Timmertsvara there as well on that CRG. But no one could match the 3 Sony machines heading across the line. CPB Sport 1, 2, 3 again, with them all on the podium. And in 2025, a European title in the form of Maxim Orlov. Well, we'll be hearing from these drivers very soon, because we'll be heading down to Parc Fermé, and of course we'll be heading to the podium, so do not go anywhere. And for Maxim Orlov, he can revel in the celebrations here in Germany. That is a job well done after a frantic 2025 FIA Karting European campaign. But like we say, the day is not over yet. One more final to go. The KZ category will be out on track next. 15 of the world's finest gearbox racers in the world. Let's head down, though, to Parc Fermé and to Nicole Sutherland.
That's it then for the year from our KZ2s within the European Championship. And we've got none other than Maxim Orlov. Maxim, you've just made yourself a race winner for the 3rd time this year. 3 final wins out of 3. And more importantly, you've just made yourself a European champion.
Yeah, amazing job for everyone in the team. Yeah, we did a good job through this week. Yeah, it was any unluck in the hits, in the final hits, but anyway, we did a good job in this today. P-final, P2, final P1, yeah. It was amazing, guys. Yeah, and I'm European champion, so amazing result, thank you.
And you had to start a little bit further back for that final, but nonetheless, you jumped into the race lead and you held on to it. Where did that come from after maybe not having the results this weekend that you would have liked?
Actually, I don't know, in the final, I had a good speed. Yeah, we took my teammates and then tried to go away. But yeah, Jaden was behind me, I always know about it, so I keep until the finish line, and yeah, P1.
And Maxim, let's not forget that we have a World Championship as well coming up in a few months. But beyond that, now that you're a KZ2 champion in Europe, what's the future going to look like for you? What's the next target on your mind?
Actually, the next target, I think, is the next category is KZ1, yeah, professional drivers. So probably the next year we'll drive for KZ1.
Well, Maxim, congratulations, European champion and round winner here at Mulsen. We'll swap out Maxim with Jaden Teen. Jaden, a race there for you that you started on pole. You have to settle for a second for now, but for a KZ2 rookie year, it's some great results for you.
Well, yeah, it's a great result, I would say. Good speed the whole weekend, just super mistakes in the finals. Yeah, stupid.
But then, Jaden, of course, we have 3 CPB drivers on the podium. You know, you're all representing Sodi, and for the team, it's a great result to have all 3 of you up there on the top steps.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great result for the team. Really happy for Maxime to get the championship done. Done amazing year. I mean, yeah, I think I would say I can be pretty happy on one side, but of course I'm not at all.
Well, you're a racing driver at the end of the day, and every racing driver wants to finish on P1. But for now, it's the 2nd place. Jaden, congratulations. Anyway, our driver then that finished in 3rd, Timo Youngling. Timo, a 3rd podium for you this year. You finished 3rd behind your 2 teammates. Is it a good feeling for you?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's good to get a podium here in the FIA. Me and the team have worked super hard to get this, so I'm glad that I can take some silverware back home.
Yeah, absolutely. It didn't look like in that mid part of the race that you just had enough to catch up to your 2 teammates. You dropped back slightly. What was that because of? Was it outright pace from you as a driver? Was it the setup of the kart? Can you give us some insight into that?
I just think when you're behind people, it's super warm, of course, so your tyres and your engine gets too hot. Like at the start, when my engine and my tyres were in a good temperature, I was kind of catching, and then it got too hot and I fell back a little bit.
And now, you know, Timo, we've concluded our European Championship. We're done for now. We head to the Worlds for the next big one. But for you, similar to what I just asked, Max, what's next? What's on your mind career-wise?
Well, I mean, I want to see how the World Championship goes. I hope for so I can be the top step of the podium there. But so far, I don't really have any plans for next year.
And for Sodi then, you know, stunning performance to have all 3 of you taking home trophies. Is there anything that's gone on in the tent, you know, behind the scenes that you can really thank your 3rd place for?
Just all the hard work, honestly. The team have put in an amazing job, the engine tuner as well, and it's just a whole package which is delivered this week.
Absolutely, Timo. Congratulations on a podium. Anthony Jordan is ready then. He will be pushing these drivers onto that podium.
To the finals there in KZ2. We'll now get ready for the podium presentations, and of course we will see our man on the top step of the podium take that European title as well. A fabulous end to the season after 3 dominant performances. We'll start with 3rd position, and representing the United Kingdom for CPB Sport, it is Timo Youngling. Fabulous end for Timo Youngling, standing on the 3rd spot of that podium. In 2nd position, after an astonishing performance over the weekend for the Netherlands and for CPB Sport, it's Jaden Teen. And finally, your final winner, the 3rd final win of the 2025 season. And with that, he claims the FIA Karting European Championship title in KZ2. Give it up for Maxim Orlov! A fabulous end for the teams on the podium as well. And with that, for CPB Sport as well, please welcome onto the podium, Florian Bizalion! Another fabulous result for the CPB Sport team and for Sodikart. Right, we'd now like to welcome onto the podium, starting with 3rd position, Daniel Schnarp, the coordinator of karting ADAC, to present the 3rd place trophy, heading to Timo Youngling. Please welcome to present the 2nd place trophy, Klaus Klutzner, the chairman of ADAC Shenzhen, to present the 2nd place trophy, heading to Jaden Teen. And please welcome the CIK FIA President, Akbar Ibrahim, to present the winner's trophy, heading to Maxim Orlov. And finally, of course, the team's trophy. Please welcome Matteo Cauda, manager of Mondo Kart Racing, to present it to CPB Sport and to Florian Bizalion. Well, a fabulous end to their finals and the 2025 season. Drivers, lift those trophies as high up as you can in the air. Nice big smiles. Go on, Florian, you can lift it up as well. Big smiles as well. Lift it up above your head. Perfect stuff. A great way to end the finals here in Germany. Another dominant performance by the CPB Sport team. We'll now present the drivers and teams with the bouquet of flowers as well. So please head out there. A nice collection of prizes for the drivers after a frantic weekend of racing that did see the likes of Jaden Teen winning all of those qualifying heats, the super heats, and poling it in qualifying. Unfortunately, just not able to get that one going to Maxim Orlov as he claims his 3rd final win of the season. Well, again, drivers, nice big smiles on that podium. And then, of course, we'd like to get all of you to squeeze as much as you can on that podium, all squeeze in nice and tight on that top step. We'll get everyone else to close in as well. And yeah, everyone close in just on the front. Perfect stuff to end in the European Championship. But of course, the season isn't fully over yet. The field will be heading to Franciacorta for the FIA Karting World Championships in KZ and KZ2. That'll be a frantic weekend there at the Franciacorta circuit. Right then, drivers, you are all clear and ready to go then for your final job of the weekend. Anyone in nice clothing, you could probably duck and cover at this point, as we will present the drivers with the bottles of champagne. For the last time in the European campaign in 2025, it is all done, and the 3 teammates can celebrate in style. Right, the corks haven't come off on this one, so are we ready? Are we steady? 3, 2, 1, champagne! Well, Jane Teen's done it. He's ahead of the game on this one, and he's run off to go find Florent Bazalion, and he has absolutely drenched him right behind him. Brilliant stuff for that one there. Go on, Max, you can do it. There we go. And Timo gets a good spraying as well. A brilliant end to their one as the three teammates will celebrate heading into that World Championship later in the season. But the European campaign is done and dusted, and CPB Sport can be delighted with their three pilots. One more race to go, though, as KZ is coming up next. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you are only just joining us, you are watching live coverage of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship finales here at the Mulsen circuit in Germany. Like we say, if you are only just joining us, you have missed 2 races so far and 1 crowning of European champion. But if you are only just joining us, you have joined us at what could only be described as the most exciting time of the weekend. KZ, the Premier Class, and a title fight is imminent between 2 drivers, Pedro Hiltbrand and Mateusz Bergel, who are on this grid. 19 points separate those 2 drivers into this final, where a winner can get 51 championship points. Basically, sit down, buckle up, and get ready.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is going to be edge of your seat, popcorn out moment. Like you said, 19 points. Maths calculations, Anthony, you know, we've been trying to figure out where Pedro needs to finish to take that championship home. It's going to be so close between the Sodi and the Birrell.
I'm thinking he needs to finish in 4th or higher to be able to secure it. If he finishes 5th and with a fastest lap, I think he's joint on points, but then it goes on to the person who won the last final, and of course, if that is, of course, the likes of our man Mateusz Bagel, he would claim the title still. So he needs to finish 4th or higher on track. As far as I'm concerned with my maths, of course, I could be completely wrong. But yes, 4th or higher in this fight. If Bagel wins, he has to finish 4th or higher. That will secure the title for him. So, yeah, this is a 10th one. And where is he starting? P6, right behind the 4th place man on his grid, which will be last year's FIA World Karting Champion in KZ, Giuseppe Palomba.
Well, this is going to be some serious stuff. Of course, we've got Bagel on the front row alongside teammate of Senna van Walstein, who we know is going to maybe throw a bit of a spanner in the works of this. He will be helping out his teammate, as we'll turn our attentions once more to our bike show that's going on at turn number 1.
You know what? You know, riding a motorcycle in such a manner is dangerous in its own. Do you know what makes it even more exciting? Pyrotechnics. Yes, indeed, and that's exactly what they've done there with a couple of, I think they flares, smoke bolts. I'm not too sure what that is out there, but yeah, last chance for them to tear up the tarmac at turn 1. But yeah, they've been good sports over the course of this one, and of course watching the finals as well, showcasing this one. But for these drivers now in this KZ final, it's all down to that really now, isn't it? Like you say, 19 points separating the top 2, and you know, for one of the drivers, Mateusz Bagel, who's in that fight, he's had a brilliant weekend. He's won everything so far, and he's going on into this final on the front row of the grid. Pedro Hiltbrand, who struggled in qualifying, he qualified 10th overall. Has been trying to push his way through, DNF'd in his first qualifying heat, lost out the points at the end of that one, struggled a little bit in the Super Heat as well, and now finds himself on this final, P6, 2 places ahead of him is his European title. But any place there, and it's going to go the way of Mateusz Bagel. How tantalisingly close could you be?
Unbelievably close this is going to be. Let's not forget that both drivers have been European champions in FIA racing before. We've seen Pedro conquer the OK class back in 2016, and then Matteo was last year's KZ2 European champion. So actually, if Matteo can head into his debut year in the KZ, in the Premier FIA class, and conquer it and become a European champion, 2 years on the bounce in a first also, that is going to really highlight the talent that the driver from France has. Pedro, though, is going to try and pull out all the stops, and I think maybe something to keep an eye on as this race progresses is the other names within this fight, because Christian Batuka sat there in the Birrell in 3rd. He's going to play into this. Is he going to help out his teammates of Hiltbrand starting in 6th? Van Walstein, he's going to help his Sodi teammate on that front row. So watch out for Van Walstein, watch out for Batuka, because I think you could possibly expect to see some team games play out into this race.
Well, yes, definitely so. I mean, if you think about Mateusz Bagel, he's obviously got, yeah, like you were mentioning, Senna van Walstein on that front row with him. They've got to play a team game. In fact, I bumped into Senna after the podium for the juniors, and I said to him, I was like, don't overtake teammate. And he went, well, we'll see. So
did he put his hand on his hip?
He put his hand on his hip like that, like I did in the box. Yeah, you can't see that, but thankfully. Yeah, no, certainly there's a lot of talk for them. Like you're saying as well, Christian Batuka, he's got a really big role to play in this one. Like you say, if he can split those drivers apart, or if he can catch and get in front of Mateusz Bagel, back him up into Hiltbrand, you know, he could potentially push his way forward through the field. There's so many possibilities in this one that we just don't know. The only way we're going to know is when we start racing in a few moments' time. As, oh, blimey, there you go, touching the road as well while you do it. That's one way of doing it. Luckily, he's got gloves on.
We're only going to know, going back to that then, Anthony, when we see the checkered.
Yeah,
you know, that's
exactly.
the final moments we've seen time and time again this weekend in the KZ2s and in the KZs. Big dramas, even in the late stages of the race. So expect, you know, don't call it over until we see that black and white flag at the end of the 23-lap race.
Black and white checker flag, that is, not the warning flag.
Not the warning flag.
Not the warning flag. No, you don't want to see that one at the end of the race. But no, like you say, for these drivers, it is just a case of seeing what we can do. And now I have had reports coming to me that we are down to 14 runners in this one. I don't believe Alex Maragliano will be out there on the Intrepid machine, unfortunately. So there will be one spot missing, which means Daniel Vasilei's got some clean air right ahead of Daniel Albanese. That 10th spot on the grid will be cleared out there. And there we go as the bikes continue to rev things up there at turn number 1. There you go. Stand on your broken machine, sir. There we go. Well done. Big round of applause for the boys on the bikes who have been absolutely fabulous over the course of today, showcasing some proper talent on those machines. I've got to say, a lot braver than me, but brilliant stuff from them. And is that Christian Batuka's attempt at pulling a wheelie on 2 legs? Good. Right, well, there you go. Seeing as they're primed and ready to go on this one. You know what I was saying about hands on hips for Sander van Wosteen? He's just done it. So there you go. He's doing it right now. He's demonstrating exactly what he did to me earlier on. But as the track is cleared, those guys will have a fabulous run of watching this next race, as this one is going to be an almighty frightful one on this one, as last wheelies on the way back to Parc Fermé. Brilliant stuff there at turn 1. I always love what we see at the FIA weekends. You know, we just don't know what we're going to get until we get there. I always ask, what's the show at the beginning of this one? When they said motorbikes, I was like, yes, I'm all over that one. Right, that's enough of that, because it's time to go racing. KZ final, drivers heading to their medal ceremony. This is going to be the almighty fight. 2 titans about to do battle. France versus Spain. Mathias Vogel versus Pedro Hiltbrand for the European title in 2025. Last year in 2024, it went to the Italian Lorenzo Travasanuto. In 2023, it was the man who's also on this grid, Daniel Albanese, who won the title. Paolo Ippolito was also on this grid, won the title back in 2022. Riccardo Longhi in 2021. Martin Kremers in 2020. Jurek Pex, one who was back-to-back European champion in 2019 and 2018. Paolo De Conto in 2017. And Marco Rodrigo as well in 2016. If you go all the way back, though, to 2013, one young driver won this very title, and that was Max Verstappen, who now races and is well known in the world of Formula One racing. He raced in this very class all the way to that European title and certainly delivered. As the medal ceremony gets underway for the KZ drivers, one last battle for us, and it is going to be an almighty one. CIK FIA President Akbar Ibrahim out there to present the final medals to the drivers who have done a fabulous job in this one. Christian Batuka receiving his there. Last year's FIA Karting World Champion in KZ, Giuseppe Palomba, a fabulous race in the rain in Portimao last year. I implore you to go back and watch that final, but maybe after this one, because there's plenty of excitement. The hopeful for Spain, Pedro Hiltbrand. Well, the fight is on. He knows what he needs to do in this one, but let's see what happens. Former European champion in KZ, Daniel Albanese there receiving his medal. The same for the rest of them as well. Daniel Vasile seeing his. Paolo Ippolito as well, 2022 KZ European champion. Won that in fine form last time out in 2022, as well as the rest of the drivers receiving their medals at the end of this one. And finally there, Torresen Simon receiving his final medal. Great to see him here this weekend, one of the wild cards joining into the KZ category onto the grid. I would say this is some of the finest drivers in short circuit gearbox racing from around the world. Yes, maybe just 14 of them on the track, but the racing will be fierce and the title fight is on. It's going to be a team game. It's going to be a one-on-one battle between 2 drivers. Who will take it? Mathias Vogel or current championship leader Pedro Hiltbrand clear by just 19 points. Well, the drivers will make their way over to their machinery now. Mechanics primed and ready on the grid to assist their drivers. It is final time for KZ, the premier gearbox class in short circuit racing, and it will be a France and Netherlands row number 1 here in Germany with Mathias Brogel and Senna van Wolstein, the 2 Sodi teammates who will go wheel to wheel at the start of this one. And you can imagine the talk that these 2 drivers may have had before this final of what the plan is. Of course, with so much at stake, no mistakes can be met, and a cool, calm, collected drive over the course of this weekend. Let's have a look at the class. Once again, drivers aged 15 years plus. Entries into the weekend, 23, but down to just 14 now in this final. 7 different nationalities from all over Europe being represented here this weekend. The power unit, the 125cc 6-speed 2-stroke, outputting once again 50 brake horsepower. Minimum weight, slightly less, 170 kilo, but this one is the developmental class. These drivers like to push the limits. These teams like to push the karts to the ragged edge, and of course running on the LeConte LPM tyres this weekend as well. Once more, a full brand new set for this final. Everyone in the same boat. We have seen those different setups over the course of the season. Last time out when we were in the likes of Sarno, we were seeing some of the karts with wild radiators on board their karts. Of course, temperature's a lot lower here, so only the 1 radiator on most of these karts. I've not had a full check of them over the course of this weekend, but a lot can happen with these karts. They can really test things out and help develop them. Of course, if you cast your mind back to the FIA Worlds for KZ last year at Portimao, we saw the aero development from the Kart Republic team as well. Right then, let's head down to the grid and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you very much then, Anthony. On the grid for the final time this year for our KZs. Started on the front, though, with none other than Mathias Brogel fighting for that championship lead, like we've just been talking about in the commentary box, with Senna van Wolstein, his Sodi teammate, starting alongside Senna there, stood on the sidelines, just having that final word with mechanic Senna. Going into this race, I know I've asked you this question earlier on in your post-race interview, but team tactics going to play into this one?
Yeah, definitely. We just have to figure out how we start, how the race is starting. Yeah, then from then on we see what the mechanics say and what they tell us to do. So yeah, will definitely be a lot of tactics.
And this is a long race, we've got over 20 laps that are going to go into this one. So, do you try and cause a fight early on? Do you wait until that mid-race, or is it, just take it as it comes?
Yeah, just take it as it comes. You can never really plan the race before. So yeah, let's see after the start how it is. And from there on, I just decide what to do.
Well, Senna, we'll see how it plays out then. And I'm going to go and talk to your teammates over here. But well done on this weekend. We'll go over then to our pole sitter, who we can see in the background is sat there quite comfortably on the barrier. We'll get Matteo to come over. Matteo, we'll get you to come over quickly. The driver then, like we mentioned, championship contention is going to go into this one. Matteo, Anthony and I have been looking at the points going into this race. Have you been looking at those in the gaps between races? Are you aware of what the points are to you and Pedro?
Yeah, of course, at the end it will be really close, so I just need to think about win the race, do my best, and after we'll see.
And, you seem quite confident. Are there any hidden nerves at all, or do you think that you can pull off what you pulled off last year in KZ2?
Yeah, it's important to be confident because on this track it's really hard to not make any mistakes, so that's why.
Well, we'll see how it plays out then, Matteo. We'll see you a little bit later on. Next driver we'll be heading to then is Pedro Hiltbrand, your current championship leader, but your championship leader that's absolutely under pressure within this one. There's the karts with the 59 on it, the Birol Art branded machinery. We'll get Pedro to come over. Pedro, the points have been reduced between you and Matteo this weekend. This is going to be a fight.
Yeah, it's going to be a point for everyone. I think we have to enjoy. It's a good European, good battle between us. Let's hope the best for me, but we're going to enjoy.
And, you know, we're aware that on the front row, we've got the two Sodis that are going to be working together. You could be helped by your teammates of Batuka there. Is that something that's been discussed? Can we imagine that we're going to see that from Christian at all?
I don't know, we will see now.
For final moments, then, you know, Pedro, if you can move on through this, become a European champion once again, what would it mean to not just you, but the Birrell team?
Yeah, as I said, the early days before, I mean, it's going to be a magnificent result for us. We've been working so hard for the last 2 or 3 years together, so I think it's going to be the end of this work. We still have the World Championship, but we need to finish today.
Well, we'll see how we finish the day then, Pedro. Good luck. We'll head back up then into the commentary box as that 3-minute board will shortly be shown. This is our KZ grid, though. Who is going to become our final winner here in Germany? Who's going to become our championship winner? Will it be Pedro? Will it be Matteo? We'll head back up then to Anthony Jordan, and I'll join him very shortly.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, 5-minute board now being shown to the drivers. So a little bit of time to go before this field heads off. And, you know, chatting to some of those drivers there, you know, they're staying cool, they're staying calm. They know what they need to do here. They've been in the game for quite some time. They know how to win races. They know how to push their way forward through all the trials and tribulations that they will get over the course of a race weekend. And well, like we've been saying over the course of this season in the KZ category, you know, it has been a relatively dominant force from the Birrells and, of course, from Pedro. He is not stood on the top step of the podium over the course of this season. He has always been P1 in both the rounds, of course, firstly in Valencia in Spain, and then, of course, where we saw him on the top step in Italy. It's only been here in Germany where I'm not going to say the pressure, but obviously the different style of track has just not gone his way. Maybe the setup, and he's found himself a little bit back in that order again. This is tough. This is hard on a driver. Of course, they don't like to give too much away of how they're feeling. But you know deep down inside they're thinking, right, this is important. We've got to really focus in. We've got to really dial in. For drivers like Senna van Wallstein, he's in a situation where, you know, he's not in that contention for the title, but he could still play a massive, massive role in this race with how it goes. And, you know, that puts a lot of pressure on a driver.
Yeah, absolutely does. Senna is here as well for the team. He's loyal to that Sodi CPB team. And for this one, he's going to be trying to help them. That's what's going to play into this race. And maybe that's the same case for Christian Batuka as well. Is he going to be thinking about the camp that he races for? Is he going to be thinking about Birrell Art and trying to promote them to become European champions? And by the signal within this one, then he's looking fiery, he's looking excited and hunting for a good result, not only for the team, but for himself. That result then for the team, can it come from the driver that we just saw on the screen of Pedro Hiltbrand? This is a name, though, that might throw a spanner in the works. Maranello driver, Giuseppe Palomba, your driver who conquered last year. He's starting further up in the order on that second row alongside Batuka. Will be going from fourth, and I think potentially could be in the way of some of the drivers like Hiltbrand, like Jean Nomblo as well. Jean Nomblo, their driver that finished on the podium in Sarno, hoping for a good result. I think if he can get up the order, he'll help Matteo as well. I think this is going to turn into a team fight.
Well, it certainly could do. The only thing that Hiltbrand's got to think about, there he is, current championship leader, clear by 19 points. And he's probably thinking, right, this is going to be a long fight. I've done the maths in here. I'm sure he's done the maths as well. He's looking for a P4 or better if Spagel takes the win, and I think that was a cheeky little wave there to Giuseppe Palomba, who is starting right in front of him. But yeah, like you say, for these drivers, it all falls down to this one. Of course, Lorenzo Travasanuto, last year's European champion. He did enter into this season, unfortunately not out on the track for this one, which is a big, big shame. We've not seen him since the very start in Valencia. Daniel Albanese Paolo Ippolito, they're all people who have won this. Of course, Riccardo Longhi, who has been working very closely with the Birolart team now. He's team manager of that one. He was former champion of this one back in 2021. Marian Kromer's double champion, Jorik Pex, back in 2018 and 2019. But, you know, it's such a big thing for these drivers to get their name added to that tally and to do it in the final. This last race, you know, makes it all worth it. You know, a driver loves to win a championship, but no one loves to win a championship not at the final round in the last race of the weekend. That way makes it way more exciting.
Absolutely. If you can do what Orlov has just done and take a championship with a final win, that's just the cherry on the top of the cake. This weekend, though, this championship this year wouldn't have happened without the passion, the dedication of all of our marshals out there on the track who've absolutely done a stellar job all weekend long to keep every single driver in our Academy Juniors, our KZ2 and our KZ grids safe out there on the track. A track that we have not visited before for an FIA competition, but we heard from our CIK FIA president, Akbar, earlier on and say, you know, he's so impressed by this track, which these KZ drivers are now hitting for their final of the European Championship 2025. Anthony Jordan, who have we got on our front row?
It all falls down to this one. A title up for grabs, and Mateusz Bergel, who is in that title fight, starts it on pole position. Senna van Wallstein, his teammate, will be the ultimate rear gunner in this one and will join him on the front row of that grid. Christian Batuka will be battling with those two Sodis ahead, and last year's FIA Karting World Champion Giuseppe Palomba, Jean Nomblo and Pedro Hiltbrand. On row number 3, the fight will be on with Emilian Denner and Danilo Albanese on row number 4.
Don't count out your drivers going from row number 5 because they've got nothing to lose in these late stages of this weekend and of this championship. David Trefilov goes off alongside Alex Marigliano. And from row number 6, we have Paolo Ippolito for the first time this year in a final alongside Daniel Vasile. Row number 7 is Victor Gustafsson in that CRG alongside the only Tony Kart in our grid today, Torsten Simon, appearing here in Germany on home soil. Rounding out your grid then, 15 karts, 8 rows, all alone for Italy, all alone there on that KR. We have Matthias Torrigiani. Drivers then heading through this second warm-up lap. There you can see them just getting that tyre temperature up, trying to scrub off that sheen on the new Lecon tyres, trying to get that agent off and then getting all of the heat that they can into the rubber so that they can head into that first corner with as much speed and as much grip as they possibly can. Slow stuff then from our drivers out of turn number 1. This one, Anthony, I don't know about you, but I am excited for this.
I think everyone is excited for this one. Whether you're here at the circuit, whether you're watching at home, make sure you do not miss a single moment of this race. 2 Titans ready to do battle for the European title. Mateusz Bergel, who starts this one on pole position, and Pedro Hiltbrand of Spain, who starts this on the 3rd row of the grid in P6. But let's see what will happen as the drivers get themselves ready to form up. 2 formation laps for the drivers. Of course, brand new Lecon tyres on board for this final as they get themselves squared away, ready for this race. There are multiple former KZ European champions in this grid, in the form of Danilo Albanese, Paolo Ippolito, who are on this grid as well. But keep an eye on them in this race. Of course, for all of them, this is going to be an almighty, mighty challenge all the way to the end. Team orders at play, I can imagine. 2 drivers will go wheel to wheel, but only one will come away an FIA Karting European champion. Could it go to France? Could it go to Spain? Well, we are seconds away from finding out as the green flag waves at the back of the grid. It is KZ Karting at its finest as Pasquale Lupoli gets ready to start the lights procedure for the final time in 2025. It is KZ, lights out, fights on, down into turn 1, and it's a brilliant start for the two Sodis, but it is Spagel who holds on to the lead, and Van Wolstein is going to do Van Wolstein things, and immediately he is backing the pack up into each other, allowing his teammate to break away at the front. He will white line it to the end, but he's been forced off the track and out of the race. It's Senna Van Wolstein, the rear gunner for Spagel, is out, and he will now have to deal with a European title all by himself. And where is Pedro Hilbrand right now? He is currently in P5. That's not good enough. He needs 4th place or higher, but there is a long way to go in this one.
Van Wolstein then off of the track, and questions marks then, Anthony. Who was it that was involved in that one with him? I believe it was Christian Batuka. Into turn at number 1 they go. Albanese has had a good start. He's tailing around with Vasile there in 6th and 7th. Hilbrand still there in P5 behind Emilian Denner, and watch them into turn number 4 because he's right on the tail. He needs to try and get into this top 4. That's where these points are going to become crucial for the Spaniard. And there we go on the screen then. Batuka now under investigation. Watch them into turn number 3. Pushes round Van Wolstein, the Birrell versus the Sodi, into 3, collected. That is it for Van Wolstein.
Well, you know what, I'm just going to think on that one, you know, I think Batuka knew that, no, you're not going to play this game, Senna. I'm getting you out of the way on this one because, yeah, the fight is on. It's not between us, it's between our two teammates, and we're going to let them race, and that's exactly what we are seeing right now. I can confirm in the current positions, but now with that position change, Pedro Hilbrand sends it down the inside and is now in 4th place. And I am going to double check my maths on this one, because before that overtake, it was Mateo Spagel leading with 248 points. But now that Hilbrand's got through, when they get to the line, that might change. But I don't think it will, because now it's still 247. But we'll wait till they cross the line. It might update there. I will wait for this one. I think it's 4th place or higher that Hilbrand needs. They cross the line? No. Yes, it is. So Hilbrand's back in the championship lead now in P4 with 252 points to his name. Spagel in the lead only has 248. So this fight is down to Emilian Denner, who is there in the number 5 machine. But, you know, Emilian Denner, he's not one of the teammates of either of the drivers who are going to win this title. You know, he's here just to do his own race. So he doesn't care about that. If he sees an opportunity to go down the inside of Pedro Hilbrand, he's going to do it. But Hilbrand has gone fastest out there. And by Joe, is he going to go for 3rd place? Is Jean Nombler under attack now from now the current championship leader?
Well, let's not forget what branded cart Nombler is sat there in. It's a Sodi. It's that black and orange cart going into turn number 1. And is he going to play this team game? Hilbrand turning up the dial on the exit of turn number 1. Can he set something up? Doesn't look close enough just yet. Spagel almost a second clear from the remainder of the field as this turns into a 4-cart battle, 5-cart battle actually, into turn 7, 8 and 9. Hilbrand there as fastest lap is now put in on the screens by Van Wolstein, who has managed to regain onto the circuit and continue round. Hilbrand looks over his shoulder to the gap of Denner there in 5th, who's thinking about Albanese there in 6th. Out of the final corner they go, close as you like to that exit barrier, down the start, finish straight. The gap between Palomba and Spagel not reduced, it's still 9/10 of a second, but the gap between Nombler and Hilbrand then is almost non-existent. He is hunting down. But is he being smart about this one? Is he trying to just leave it a little bit later, not trying to force a move too hard that's going to then force a mistake and cause him to lose position to Denner there, right there in 5th? If Hilbrand loses out on that top 4, like we've been calling those points, it could be championship over.
It certainly could. And I can imagine for any fans of either Mateo Spagel or Pedro Hilbrand, right now, you're on the edge of your seats, you're biting your fingernails, and you're just thinking, what is going to happen by the end of this race? I mean, Emilian Denner, his pace is looking absolutely astronomically fast right now. He is on that rear bumper of Hiltbrand. He's not allowing him to break away. And crucially, Hiltbrand is now not closing in on Jean Nomblo. They're actually breaking away. Hiltbrand is in danger of going backwards here as Jean Nomblo has just set the fastest lap of the race. But his fight isn't over yet, of course, because if Palomba and Nomblo can catch up to Mateo Spogel, who has not got a rear gunner anymore, he might be okay for Hiltbrand, but we just have to wait and see. We just don't know yet. There's still such a long way to go, and that's a big lunge down the inside from the likes of Danilo Albanese, and that now has released, oh man, Pedro Hiltbrand. They're comfortably in 4th place. He has not got the pressure now of the drivers behind, so Hiltbrand just needs to focus on closing in to those drivers ahead.
Hiltbrand then has been helped by 2 drivers. He's been helped by Albanese because that's opened up the gap to him and Albanese and Denner, but he's also being helped by Nomblo. That fastest lap, that chase down to Palomba is hopefully going to help him get into this fight to try and get into that 3rd or 2nd. Van Molstein there still chasing down for those purple sectors, but it's not going to be enough within this race because he's miles down the order. He finds himself 12th now, 1 position behind the drama driver that he saw in the early stages of Batuka. Looks over his shoulder, does Hiltbrand as they head towards turn number 1. He knows he's got a gap now to Albanese and Denner. They're 5th and 6th. Still looking at that bright green helmet of Jean Nomblo, who finished in Sarno in a podium, who's looking to finish on the podium once more, but can he get a better result than a P3? Can he try and get the jump on Palomba? They're in 2nd. Spogel now 0.6 of a second clear from the field. The gap is reducing. He had 9, he had 8, now it's dropped to 6. So actually don't count out that the fight couldn't be on for a different race leader, because we have still got miles left to go in this race.
We certainly do, and right now Mateo Spogel has no idea what is happening behind him. All he knows is that he's in the lead and he's doing everything he can right now to keep this title fight alive. He does not know the situation between him and Pedro Hiltbrand, who sends it down the inside of Jean Nomblo and gets up into 3rd place, cementing his European title fight right now. But Hiltbrand, oh, he needs to be careful. He needs to be careful now. He does not want to push too hard at this phase. He needs to make sure he stays focused, he stays cool, he stays calm, he stays collected, and he gets this kart to the end of this race. There has been ups and downs over the course of this season, mainly ups for Pedro Hiltbrand. He's not lost a final so far this season. He might be about to lose his 1st final of the season, but he's going to be coming away with a European title at this rate because he is sitting so comfortably there in 3rd place. Compare that to the races that he's had earlier on this weekend. This time around, he looks far more confident out on circuit.
Theme from Pedro this year, he does it where it counts. We saw him in Valencia struggle at race starts. He didn't always have those clean sweep races. We saw him struggle at points in Sarno, but in the final picked it up and won by a mile. In this one then, it looks like once more he's doing it where it absolutely matters. The next driver on his mind is Palomba. There in that Maranello, he's going to want to overtake because every point is going to need to count. He doesn't want to give Nomblo the opportunity to catch up. Further down in the field there, we've got more battles going on. Ippolito is under pressure by Vasile Trevelov there in 9th as well, but these are drivers that are not in that contention for the championship at all. These are just those final moments for these drivers to go out there, have some fun for the last final of our European year. Ippolito, of course, is a driver we've not seen in the championship until we came here in Germany, preparing most likely for our World Championship in Franciacorta. Had drama yesterday, had a DNF with our championship leader of Hiltbrand, but in this final is looking stronger. It's looking like he could be up there, could chase down for a top 5. His teammate, though, currently knocking on the door of Nomblo is Albanese. They're trying to set something up into turn 3 and does just that on the brakes. Nomblo then can't return the favour, and all that this battle is doing is giving Hiltbrand even more breathing room there in that 3rd position.
Certainly so. Lap 13 now of 23. Drivers behind starting to look a little bit more feisty now. Emilian Denner setting the fastest lap of the race. It's going to get past Jean Nomblo. Daniel Albanese has got that move done as well. Now Daniel Albanese could have a part to play in this one. Former European champion could close in on Hiltbrand. There is a big gap between the two of them. Plenty of time to close that gap up though. But let's see how this one will unfold, because right now the pressure's still on here. But again, if everything just stays calm, if everyone stays focused on the job that they need to do, it should be absolutely fine. Still a long way to go in this race. Spagel in the lead is doing what he needs to do. Palomba holding firm in second place, but the gap is down to less than 0.7 of a second between the two of them. Last year's FIA Karting World Champion in KZ is closing down on the man who is fighting for a European title in 2025. But eyes at the moment stay focused on that battle behind as Emilian Denner continues to pile on that pressure to Jean Nomblo, who sits just ahead of him on the road. Right now, reminder of those points. It is Pedro Hiltbrand who leads with 255 points now. Matteo Spagel in the lead only has 248. Of course, with Hiltbrand now in third place, he is cementing his run, and I think he's just keeping the gaps now between. If he's on the podium, great. If he's got the championship, great. He doesn't need to do any more than this.
Doesn't, of course. Pedro would have wanted to end this weekend on that top spot for the race, but championship is way more important. Over halfway within this race then, and all drivers looking like they're settling down for now. Like you said then, championship points, Pedro is actually a little bit clear of Matteo for the time being. As Matteo's gap once more, a chunk gets taken out of it. It's now only half a second that splits up the Sodi and the Maranello out there at the front, as this is a move down the inside at turn number 3. This is further back in your order then. Gustafsson getting involved for the first time in this race, gets almost the jump on Vasile, who's previously just overtaken by Trefilov and Ippolito, having a busy one as well. Through turns 10 and 11, these drivers go. Bump in the track that these drivers have to be strong on the wheel to deal with. They don't want to slide through that part of the circuit, because that sets you up for your run all through turns number 13 and all through turn number 14, which is that spectacularly fast part of the track that then creates a run down that straight of almost 160 kilometers an hour. Down the first sector they go. This is turn number 3, 4 and 5. Fast on the wheel, these drivers are fast on those gears as well. They're running second or third round that sector of the circuit. Fast stuff. Albanese and Ippolito then both on the charge for those KRs. As on the timing screens, we're now noticing the gap between Spagel and Palomba still ticking down.
Oh,
drama out
okay,
there.
so that's Christian Batuka and Sarno and Wallstein. Something tells me there's no love lost between those two drivers.
Christmas card list.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, I think they're going to be a bit feisty for the rest of this race if they continue out there. Yeah, the gap 0.5 of a second now between Spagel and Palomba. Keeping an eye on those sector times.
Oh
off the track.
word!
Oh my no way! Absolutely no way! It's Pedro Hiltbrand. He's out. The Spaniard has broken down on the circuit, and his championship title fight is over in the blink of an eye on lap 18 of this 23-lap final. The Spaniard will not see the title. The former European title holder in other classes will not see the European title in KZ go his way. And that means Matteo Spagel, who is in the lead of the race and has just driven past the broken machine of Pedro Hiltbrand, will now know that he is now leading the European Championship title with a lead of only 0.4 of a second from Giuseppe Palomba. Now it's not over yet for Hiltbrand, because Spagel is still needing to win this race. If Palomba can get the move done, if there's drama for Spagel, he will also be out. And there, it's just mechanical. it just ground to a halt. And that's the most devastating way for a driver to lose a title. And you know what? I've never felt so sorry for a young man until now. That is devastating.
That is absolutely heartbreaking. You can see by his body language, Pedro at turn number 4 didn't even move out the kart. I bet him, the Birol Art camp absolutely cannot believe what has just happened after all of that hard work at Valencia, at Sarno, during this race to get into the top 3. It's now over. That European Championship contention is done. He is out for 2025. But the driver who looks like is not over for just yet, Matteo Spergel, out there in the lead of the race, 4 tenths clear currently from Giuseppe Palomba. The goal within this one for Spergel, get to the finish, baby that Sodi home, meet that checkered flag, because for the 2nd consecutive year, he could be about to become a European champion for himself, for France, for Sodi. There he goes through turns 10 and 11, but he looks like he's under pressure. There's Hiltbrand, there's the replay, gets out the kart, just can't believe it. He sat in the top of the seat, then looks like he doesn't even want to move. Heartbreak for the Spaniard. I don't even know what to say, Anthony.
Well, that says everything you need to know about how that man is feeling, but the fight isn't done just yet. Hiltbrand is still 2nd in the points with 227 points to his name. Palomba is 3rd with 212. Spergel now leads that championship fight with 248 points to his name. However, if Palomba can get past, it might change things a little bit more. Of course, if Spergel has drama, then that could change things. But right now, that Sodi kart is looking absolutely superb out there. The driver from France, Matteo Spergel, is looking absolutely superb out there. And in 1,300 meters, that young man on your screen will become a back-to-back FIA Karting European champion in both KZ2 and now in KZ. This is an absolutely astonishing performance over the course of this weekend. He came into this weekend down 47 points from Pedro Hiltbrand. He kept his head on. He kept his kart on the track. He stayed focused. He stayed on point throughout this weekend. And Matteo Spergel of France will join the very best in gearbox racing. He was champion in 24. He's champion in 2025. Matteo Spergel of France claims the FIA Karting European title in KZ racing. Absolutely superb. He will have seen Hiltbrand's kart broken at the side of the road. He knows what he's done. It's all fallen down to this. And for Sodi Kart, they've delivered once again an unbeatable package for their driver. Matteo Spergel fought fearlessly over this season. So did Pedro Hiltbrand, but it wasn't to be. Hiltbrand's kart breaking on lap 18, but Matteo Spergel coming away with an FIA Karting back-to-back European title in gearbox racing. It is Spergel who takes the win ahead of Giuseppe Palomba, Danilo Albanese from Jean Nomblo, Emilian Denner from David Trefilov, Paolo Ippolito finishing in 7th place, Victor Gustafsson from Daniel Vasil laying 9th place, and for Pedro Hiltbrand out and in P10. Disaster for the Birol Art Racing driver. Christian Batuka finishing in 11th, Senna van Wolstein in 12th. Torsten Simon in 13th place, and Matthias Jonanjani rounding out the top 14. All of those drivers retiring. Never want to see a title fight end like that for a driver, but for one other man, one loss is another man's victory. And for that man there, Matteo Spergel, you can see already the emotions that are going through him. Of course, he's still got to get through scrutineering, but that is the job done for the Frenchman. He did everything he needed to do there to claim that title this weekend. He came in, guns a-blazing, winning absolutely everything till this point, and he finds himself on the top step of the podium for the first time this season in his first year of KZ racing after that European title in 2024. In KZ2, he stepped up to the KZ class, and he certainly delivered in 2025. Mateusz Bożel, back-to-back FIA Karting European champion in both KZ2 and KZ. And that is absolutely sublime. He's the last to go in as well. I think he slowed right down, so he's got a bit of time to wait before he finds himself into Parc Fermé and on that weighbridge, of course. But what a final that was. Here are the highlights from it, because, wow, what can we say? The start initially for Bożel, absolutely solid on point. Van Walstein immediately on the defensive, but immediately was then wiped from the scene by Christian Matuka. This was either going to go one or two ways, an epic fight or this, in towards turn 3, the two taking each other out. At turn number 3, I think later on, there was a moment between the two of them again, and I have seen some investigation flags going out to the drivers. That was the move that got Hiltbrand up into the lead once again of the championship standings. He had lost out to Mateusz Bożel, who had pushed his way to the front over this weekend. He did everything he needed to do, did Pedro Hiltbrand. Not only that, but he got up into 3rd place as well. He got that move done. He had cemented his positioning. And there you can hear it. Florent Bazalion is delighted. That is 2 of his drivers who have found themselves as European champions in both KZ2 and KZ. The Sony team have done amazing work in 2025. And it all falls down now to what can the team do in the almighty World Championships later this year in Franciacorta. But it's absolutely amazing for Mateusz Bożel. He has done what he needed to do, delivered over this weekend with that dominant performance and finishing ahead of Giuseppe Palomba. What a run, what a drive, and what drama for Pedro Hiltbrand. Everything he could do ended in nothing. With mechanical failure on lap 18, his Birolart machine grinding to a halt, and the title with it. Devastating, absolutely devastating for Pedro Hiltbrand. The double final winner in 2025 loses the title to the Frenchman who wins the final round in Germany. Mateusz Bożel, take a bow, because you've done it. Back-to-back European champion in KZ2, and now in the Premier class, KZ. His job is done, and there's a bright future ahead for that young Frenchman in the world of motorsport. He congratulates his teammates. They will join him, I'm sure, in the celebrations later on today. The podium coming up very, very soon. But my goodness, what an end to a very dramatic 2025 season. For Daniel Albanese, he'll stand on that podium as well. A former European champion in this class himself. He will enjoy a 3rd place on that podium. But for Mateusz Bożel of France, this is exactly what he needed in 2025. A great way to end his European campaign, with, of course, the World Championships coming up later this year in Franciacorta. Well, that is racing done this weekend and this season for the FIA Karting European Championships, but it's not over yet for the gearbox classes because, of course, we will see them once again for the World Championships in Franciacorta in Italy later on in the year. But for now, the drivers can rest and wait for those World Championships later on in the year. We will be hearing, of course, from our drivers very, very soon. Nicole Sutherland is gathering them down there. I can imagine it's going to take a while to get Mateusz Bożel to clamber away from his celebrations with his team and join us for a quick interview on the walk to the podium. But what drama. What drama in KZ to the end of that one. The title fight ending with mechanical failure on circuit. But enough from that. Let's hear it from the drivers down to Parc Fermé for the final time today.
Thank you very much then, Anthony Jordan. Our last walk to the podium for the European Series for our KZs for 2025. We'll start then with Giuseppe Palomba, who looked like he was going to catch up to our race winner of Bożel, but it wasn't quite enough. Giuseppe, we'll get you to come over. Good result there. It's a first podium for the year for you in the last moments. Can you tell us about the race? Tell us about your season as well.
Yeah, it was a really difficult final because I do all the maximum, all the lap. But yeah, the gap is so close, but yeah, finally P2. I really thank my team, Maranello Kart and VT Racing for that. We do the maximum and yeah, we see at World Champion.
Well, we head to Franciacorta then, a circuit that you've got good track knowledge of. When we go to the World Championships, are you feeling confident that you could be in contention?
Yeah, I think with these tires, it's better for us, and yeah, we do the maximum and we see.
Well, congratulations on a P2 today. Giuseppe will then head for our attention to Danilo, who finished in third. Good race there for you. Had to pick off some places throughout every lap. Danilo, tell us about how the race played out for you.
Well, the final was really good. The problem from yesterday with 2 DNF in the heat, and in the final we started in P8, and after a good start the pace was really good. And after we finish in P3.
And we'll just ask the same question to Giuseppe then. The next event that's on all of your minds is the World Championship in Franciacorta. Going over to Italy, what's your mindset for that? What are you thinking?
For sure, with these tires is more easy and also funny to drive, and we will see. But for me, the chance is really good for the performance.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on a good result today. The next driver we're going to turn our attention to, of course, is our driver who has just won the final, who has just won the European Championship. Matteo, firstly, congratulations. You've just done back-to-back European Championship wins. Tell us all about how you feel. Tell us all about that final.
Honestly, I still don't believe it. The final in this position is really, really long. But yeah, I have no words to describe this feeling.
And of course, when you were driving out there, you were all alone. You know, you led the entire thing pretty much. Tell us about the challenge. Tell us about the pressure when being in your own air as a race leader.
Yeah, of course, for the first time of the weekend, I had a lot of pressure because I knew that I didn't have a big gap, so I needed to push all the lap. And yeah, at the end, it paid off.
And in the commentary box throughout the entire race, Anthony and I were calculating those championship points. And when Pedro got back into the top 3, he was briefly the championship leader. When you headed through turn 4 and you saw that Birol Art cart parked on the exit of the turn, you know, what went through your head, Matteo? Please tell us about it.
Yeah, when I saw this, honestly, in this lap, I did really big mistakes. But yeah, it was only one of the final.
Well, Matteo, congratulations to both you and the CPB Sports team. Big results once more. Anthony Jordan is ready then to announce these drivers onto the podium, to announce your new KZ European champion onto that top spot.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. What a dramatic final that was for the last race of the season for the Premier KZ class. Drama, but celebrations at the same time as we will celebrate our top 3 on the podium. And it will start with 3rd position, a former European champion in this very class himself for Italy and for Kart Republic. It's Danilo Albanese. In 2nd position, last year's FIA Karting World Champion in KZ Racing. Give it up for Italy, Giuseppe Palomba. And finally, right to the bitter end of the weekend and to the season in 2025, he won the European title in KZ2 last year. He wins it in 2025 in KZ. He wins the final for France. It's Matteo Special. And of course, not forgetting the incredible work once again from the Sodi team. Please welcome for Team Sodi, Florent Bizalion. Well, a brilliant end to the weekend. And finally, we will listen to the national anthem of France. Huge round of applause for your top 3 in KZ in 2025 here at the Mulsen circuit in Germany. Please welcome now onto the podium Michael Wolf, the representative from AVD, to present the 3rd place trophy, heading to Danilo Albanese. Please welcome Klaus Klutzner, the chairman of ADAC, to present the 2nd place trophy, heading to Giuseppe Palomba. And please welcome the CIK FIA president, Akbar Ibrahim, to present the winner's trophy, heading to Matteo Special. And finally, once again, the team's trophy heading to Sodi and to Florent Bizalion, presented by Matteo Calder, manager of Mondo Kart Racing. Well, a fabulous end to their weekend. Drivers, lift those trophies as high up in the air as you can. I know it's been a tough weekend, but nice big smiles, trophies high up as well. A brilliant end to your racing for all of the weekend. Right to the bitter end, a title for the man who stands on the top step of that podium. We'll present the bouquets of flowers as well to the drivers who can enjoy some nice celebrations at the end of what has been a frantic season of racing. In his first final win of the 2025 season in the KZ class, Matteo Special not only comes away with that top spot on the podium, but also that European title, back-to-back titles from his KZ2 European title in 2024, and now a KZ title in 2025. A fabulous result for the team. And drivers, once again, if we get you squeezed up on the top step of that podium, if we can squeeze you all in, for one big group photo. We'll get everyone to squeeze in nice and close as well. Perfect stuff for the drivers. Of course, the season not fully over. The field will head, of course, to Franciacorta in Italy for what will be a frantic FIA Karting World Championship in Italy. It's going to be an absolutely fantastic weekend of racing, I am sure. Well, for the last time in the European campaign, we'll present the drivers with the bottles of champagne. So anyone who is in nice clothing, please duck and cover at this point. You do not want to get involved in this bit. Florian, you tried to walk away last time, but your driver found you. So I'd try to run a bit more this time, if you can. Right then, for the last time in 2025, 3, 2, 1, champagne! Well, there it is. In KZ2, KZ and the Academy Trophy, the weekend is done here in Germany, and we now have a European champion in both KZ and KZ2. But like we say, the field will head to the fabulous circuits of Franciacorta for the World Championships later on this year. It's been an amazing one, but for these three drivers behind me, it is all done. For the entire field as well, for myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland, it has been an amazing 2025 season, but we will see you at the World Championships in Italy very, very soon.